E&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And he continues to do well against lefties as he lobs this one toward the left field corner. Antonacci back to his right. He leaps, and he can't get it. It's just beyond his reach. Over the wall. Opposite field home run for Brandon Nimmo, his 10th of the year, and the Rangers lead it 2-0.
And we see your blowout and return serve. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden here on DFW Sports Station, Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. Kumar Rocker allowing one hit over 6 innings, a season-high 18 hits as the Rangers get even with a 10-0 shutout beatdown of the White Sox.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that this team scoring 10 runs wouldn't be the story, but it's Kumar Rocker, man. I mean, you know, that was as efficient a performance as he's going to have.
First win in his last 10 games.
He was really, really solid. You know, his strike to ball ratio was 2-1. All right, that's good. You're striking guys out, not allowing hits. All the pitches were pretty much working. That was as good of a performance as you could ask for. And this is on the heels of, you know, a weekend really where the pitching staff was pretty mid. You know, pretty mid. Gore wasn't great, and
DeGrom to start the series.
And even DeGrom to start the series wasn't great. Evaldi wasn't fantastic. Quantrill wasn't. I mean, like, you had 4 starts in a row where you were like, well, now what? Well, are we an offensive team? The offense better pick things up for the playoff drive. And then here comes Kumar Rocker to settle things down.
Osuna drove in 3, and Wyatt Langford again in the form of a 2-run homer.
Yeah, offensively, they seem like they're fine heading out of the break. Offensively, like even the other night when they had that stretch where they weren't putting a lot of guys on base, or when they had the 1-run game against Atlanta, like, they look like offensively they're clicking a little bit to start the second half, which is good because that's what you're going to need out of them in terms of with the bats if you want to be in any sort of contention. But the bigger thing you're going to need is exactly what you got out of, you know, Kumar, and then what you got out of Gonzalez for the last couple innings there, where it's just you need to be able to work around, you know, whatever jams you get in, like Gonzalez if you're walking guys or whatever, and Rocker being able to pitch a little bit more consistently. They are now, I think, I was just trying to look this up, like Rocker's getting dangerously close to being the team's leading pitcher in ERA. Like, he's not quite there, but I mean, DeGrom's like at 3.8, I think, and Rocker's 4.1. So I'd bet if I looked at it over the last 3 months even, Rocker would be their top starting pitcher in terms of ERA.
Nate's got a 4.21, Gore's got a 4.8, DeGrom's got a 3.76, and Rocker's got a 4.13.
Getting close. We're getting close to staff ace Kumar Rocker.
There you go.
So what are the top 2 things need-wise, Bobby, you would add at the deadline? I want to judge how okay you think the offense actually is.
Man, I would still, like, obviously you still want more slugging capability for them. They're right now, I think they're batting average-wise, I think they're close to top 10 in Major League Baseball now. But slugging-wise, they're back at near 20 or something like that. So, obviously, if you can get some more power, and then the thing I want is I just want to find a little bit more stability defensively. So, whatever that is. If you can pick up on a discount, because obviously there's questions financially and there's questions about how much capital you have, but if you can pick up a solid utility defender and then pick up a big power bat, he doesn't even have to be some, you know, guy who's hitting 280 or anything like that.
We got Jock.
Yeah, and look, Jock
got Zeke Duran. Zeke Duran can play anywhere.
Okay, but I mean, like, I need somebody else. So no, if you can add another like power bat in the outfield that I can work in there, I'd be happy with that.
Defense is big. I mean, this team makes in the playoffs. Teams that make defensive mistakes generally don't advance. You definitely need bullpen help. The bullpen has been very, very shaky outside of Latz. And then, quite frankly, I don't want to get into it, but I need a shortstop I can count on.
Wyatt has 8 home runs and 19 runs batted in his last 18 games.
Ooh.
His slugging
There's your power.
His slugging percentage for how long? His slugging percentage this year, 21st in baseball among players with 200 plus at bats, and first time in Nimmo's career as he sliced that home run to get out early on. First time he's had 4 hits against a left-handed pitcher in a single game. The bad news: Josh Young leaves with an injury and left calf tightness. So little banged up for Josh Young.
Yeah, and that's the thing that always seems to hit them.
Always.
Is that it's no matter who starts clicking, there's somebody else who's going to drop out of the lineup or somebody else who's going to go ice cold. And Josh Young has been... he deserves a ton of credit for being as stable at the plate as he's been this year. He's not hitting with as much power, like raw power, as he has in previous years, but he's just not getting you in some of the same bad positions that he had previously, where it's like 0 for 25 streaks.
Right.
And I think didn't he start the year something like that? It was like 0 for 20 because you thought he was never going to get hit again.
Yeah.
We all thought he was going to get DFA'd at some point.
Kennedy Landry reports Josh said he's okay. He thinks he can play today. They'll see how he is when he wakes up. Skip took him out as a precaution because as I'm watching the replay of him going first to third, I mean, he's not the fastest dude anyway,
He
but
slows up.
It doesn't look like he's pulling up with anything crazy.
Yeah, no, he slows up a little bit to a trot, but that could just be because he knew he was going to make it. And then he gets to third, and you could see him kind of stretch the calf, right? He started flexing the calf up, pointing the toes towards the sky. And this is the worst possible time for this, though, because you're 10 days ish before the trade deadline. The worst possible time because you're like, okay, we have our third baseman, blah blah blah. Do you need to add this to the trade deadline wish list? I mean, if you do an MRI on it and everything is fine, but it takes him a little time to come, these muscle pulls linger forever. As opposed to it's going to be a problem, it's a grade 2, 3, whatever the hell it is, and then all of a sudden that he's out for a couple of months, then you have to make a move.
Well, it's better than the injury on the Athletics.
Oh, God.
Joshua Kuroda Grauer suffering a ruptured testicle from a foul ball.
These nuts.
These nuts.
No balls in one strike.
It literally.
Fouled a ball directly off of that region, then recovered and got a base hit.
Man, this is
ouch.
Getting a base hit with a leaking testicle might be the toughest thing of all time.
And then, hang on a second. Not only did he get a base hit,
baseball is the toughest sport.
What do you do after you swing and hit the ball? You got to run. I'm not sure I'm running.
Yeah.
With that thing flipping and flopping all over the place. Oh, my God.
The air was touched there.
So, I mean, his leg is constantly, this thing is probably swollen already. His leg is hitting it. It's leaking all over the place.
This is a great argument for the players mock Chiafalo every time he goes into the clubhouse every year and asks them about cup situation.
Yeah.
And they almost go like, nobody wears them. What are you talking about? This is a great reason to wear one.
What a day to have Brett Boone at 9 o'clock on your home for the first place Rangers. They're back on top of the American League West by a half a game over Seattle. The Armpit is 3 back, and the Athletics are 8 back. So Seattle's still the only team with a positive run differential in the division.
That's a stunning stat. We got to ask Brett about if he has both of his testicles still. I don't know if he does. I think he does.
I think we see right after Aiden is the first one to see right after his Zoom interviews.
Yeah.
He does have both.
Right.
Yeah. He's always got his boxers or his underwear, and he forgets it when he stands up to turn off the camera. Surprising, fantastic news for the Dallas Stars as they announce that Jason Robertson is back on a 1-year, $12 million deal.
Yeah, this was surprising. I like it. I know some Stars fans are sick of it. On my group chat, they're like, F Robo. They didn't want him back after all the crap that happened in the offseason.
Meaning like him trying to get paid?
No, fans don't want it. No, absolutely. You know this.
What crap?
Just that he didn't take the Seattle deal, which would have given the Stars picks. That he didn't take the Stars long-term deal, which would have given the Stars financial flexibility and long-term, peace of mind that he was going to be here. Now he's an unrestricted guy, and who knows what the locker room is going to be like. But to me, you're getting a top-notch player. And he really is. As much as we give him crap for disappearing, he didn't disappear in the playoffs last year at all. He was very good. And to get him at $12 million, when he was asking for 16 and the arbiter was probably going to give him 14 and split the difference, and you're saving $2 million, I think you're saving $2 million at least. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this deal.
And they avoid arbitration. Bobby, how many players in the National Hockey League make more than $10 million next season?
8.
28.
28.
Think about that with the money in
So
the other
close.
leagues.
Yeah.
28th player. Yeah, you didn't have a stupid little website for that. Oh, Spotrac would have worked.
We were 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years, when Eichel won it with Vegas. That was the first player to ever win a cup that had a $10 million a year contract. Nobody else had ever done it. It was the curse of 10. And that's how small the money is in the NHL.
So Robo back. 1 year, $12 million deal. It feels like a win.
I think it's a win.
Feels like a W.
I think it's a win. Obviously, if you were going to spend $15 million a year for the next X amount of years, I was like, all right, that's a bit much. But 1 year, $12 million, you keep the window. Why not?
Everybody on Twitter yesterday seemed to be saying, even if it's a win or whatever, it definitely feels like, all right, that's it.
It does.
He'll get through the season, and then bye-bye Jason Robertson.
Who are the 3 players, Choppy, who make more than $10 million on the team next season?
Robo.
Yep.
Mikko.
Yep.
And is it Harley?
It is Thomas Harley. Puckpedia, Bobby.
Oh, baby.
Projects that the Stars will have $41 million in cap space next offseason, as Robo is part of a 9-player free agent class that includes Jamie Benn and Sagan as well. So $40 million in cap space.
That's a lot of money. So that's a lot of money to spend when you have a team that is you still got a decent core.
You don't need to include Jamie Benn on that list. He's just going to come back in perpetuity. He'll never
1 year
leave.
deal.
He'll just never leave. Yeah.
League minimum deal.
Otter's better.
Who's that?
877-881. He's their goaltender. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on the Franklin Franco fan text. Pepe, you're a big Stars fan. This feel like a W with Robo 1 year, $12 million.
Yeah, you got to have him back, man. You got to have him back. I know, you're trying to keep everyone there, and you already have other guys like, but you got to keep the core together here. Jason Robertson's been a big piece. He's so young. He's got a lot of talent there.
27.
You got to keep the guys all together there. I mean, Jamie Benn, I guess you want him a captain if you're going to pay him less than $1 million. But Robo, I always wanted him. I always wanted him on the team, and so you need him. And I think the Stars did a good job keeping him for at least a year.
Yeah, the 2-1-4. Like the frustrating part is that in order to do this, you had to lose Bork. Right, you got Bork and you gave him up for nothing. So if he had done the original deal the Stars offered, or traded, or took the Seattle offer, they could have kept Maverick, and then. They would have lost Robertson, but they would have gotten picks from Seattle.
All right, we got a loaded Hump Day edition for you. We got another Freight ticket giveaway when we go commercial free in the 7 o'clock expressway. We want you to win that as part of the 6 a.m. club. We will chop it up at 7:40. College Kegger with quarterback tiers in college at 8, and former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joins us on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube at 9 o'clock. Who are the under-the-radar Cowboys that are set to break out next week in Oxnard, as the entire station is going to have full Cowboys coverage? We'll take you inside the Star in the home of America's team next. After
877-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
How is your running back and tight end going to do this year on the Dallas Cowboys? We will tell you what Vegas is saying coming up here on your official home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. The latest firings at ESPN coming up at 6:40, and a Fray ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock commercial-free expressway. Let's go with an under-the-radar list first.
All right, CBS had this under-the-radar players. Now, none of these players, some criteria here, appeared in their 100 most important players for the 2026 season. So they did 50 because, 50 days away. That's why they did the 50. The 100 was on 100 days away. So
sounds like they stole that from Fred.
Yeah, clever. But in order to establish this, because, on the radar and under the radar is different for everybody because everybody's has a different level of what they know.
Well, one's on and one's under.
Right. Mm-hmm. So no quarterbacks are on this list.
Okay.
All right. No rookies. No first-round picks from the last 3 years. And no Pro Bowlers from the last 2 years. Okay. So legitimately guys that are, second round. You got to, Broadus would know. Volchuk, Bobby, you would know.
Was Broadus questioning Schottenheimer the other day, by the way? Did you hear that clip?
I saw I didn't listen to it, but I saw the headline. I was like, oh, that's interesting. That seems a little aggressive there.
Okay.
So there are 3.
Shotty told him he wouldn't go on Crown Global, so he lost it.
There are 3 players, I should say, who make this list with the Cowboys.
Shotty's about America, as we saw at the World Cup.
So the categories are ready to make a star leap, a bounce-back season, known faces, new places, second-year jump, supporting the star trenches, and the Cowboys have all 3 in the same category, and that is the known faces, new places. By the way, Osa was in here on a different category. He was, same one, known face, new place. At number 19, it is Jalen Thompson.
He's going to be good for him.
And the biggest free agent signing the Cowboys overhaul, played mostly in Buda Baker's shadow in Arizona, deserves more praise. He can play safety, free safety, box, linebacker, slot corner. One of the more consistently unheralded players in the NFL over the last few years. Could be overshadowed by some first-round pick, but make no mistake, he's the type of player every defense loves. That's at number 19.
He's really versatile, good player. That's why it was stupid when Bleacher Report a couple weeks ago said he was their worst off-season acquisition or whatever the hell they termed him.
Very next at number 20, known face, new place, D. Winters. It didn't move the needle, but could be a crucial part of improvement. Was a major weakness last year. Capable linebacker play and has good speed entering his 4th year, could still be on the rise.
And one of the linebackers we were playing around with in the offseason that a lot of Cowboy fans wanted got a brand new deal yesterday. Jordan Brooks and Miami agreed to a 3-year, $51 million extension with 35 guaranteed. He led the NFL in tackles last season with 183 first-team All-Pro and Pro Bowl honors.
Hey, they purged the rest of their roster. Every team says I got to build my organization around an off-ball linebacker. It makes sense. But Jordan Brooks is good. This shows why a lot of players, a lot of representation, they'll do this. They'll flirt with the Cowboys or create some sort of idea that maybe there's interest there, and it's a lot of times just a leverage play. Sounds like he was always going to be in Miami.
17 a year here.
It's a lot of money for a linebacker.
Was never going to happen?
Nope.
You know how off the radar the Miami Dolphins are for me? When I saw this headline, it said Miami's Brooks gets new deal. I thought it was a college player. And that just shows the world we're in.
Sounds like one of those new hipster bro country guys too.
Right.
Miami Brooks.
Miami. Boy, that is a name. That's a good name for a front man of a country. Miami Red Dirt, Miami Brooks. And then last one, Kobe Durant.
Kobe.
Or Jacoby, as they put here. I guess it's his.
Jacoby?
That's his name, but he goes by Kobe.
Cobie. Rounding out the under-the-radar defensive moves on the list, he was the Rams' best corner last year. Just because LA opted to move on and significantly upgrade with McDuffie and Jalen Watson doesn't change that. He should be in every down outside corner where they need more steadiness.
I'm not a fan.
I'm not.
That's of Schottenheimer.
I'm not sure why he was available as late as he was. That's still I haven't figured out. Unless for some reason before they went and made that second move for the corner, people just thought he was coming back. We're going back to the Rams, and so that something had changed, and then he became free. But for the amount of money that he signed for, that is the best deal they signed this offseason by far, because he's been a steady player in the NFL for a couple years now, like really contributing in big games, and somebody who's shown inside-outside flexibility. He's played the nickel just as much as Deron Bland has in his career, but he's also played outside a bunch. So I think Kobe Durant's going to be a really good player for them. It's just a matter. In fact, that's the one guy I'm certain will be good at corner this year. Like, I know he'll be good.
Okay. Ben Solak had his rookies to watch on ESPN, and the very last one was Jason Barham, defensive coordinator car wash over the past 4 seasons. Some bad injury luck, draft misses, left the Cowboys defense thin on young and exciting talent. Barham might change that. He started his career in college as an inside linebacker before kicking to the edge in his final year with Michigan. Dallas plans to move the 3rd-round pick back to stack linebacker, where plenty of snaps are up for grabs in a thin room with Overshown and D. Winters. But because Barham has experience rushing the passer, he can fill the Zach Bond, Jahad Campbell role in Dallas, an integral spot in the Eagles defense that Christian Parker helped coach the last 2 seasons. How often the Cowboys give Barham snaps in training camp and where exactly he lines up will be a sign of how the first-year coordinator intends to call D in 2026.
Yeah, I think more teams than not had Barham as an edge. Obviously, like that, there are a lot of teams that you wouldn't have had any indication from what they thought about him, but a lot of the discussion that was about him seemed to be focusing on him being a stand-up, edge rusher. But he played most of his snaps in college at off-ball linebacker, and so he's a guy who really physical, really big. He'll make an impact for him as long as he just knocks off the rust moving back to that position after not playing it for a year.
I feel like the most disrespected Cowboy with all these off-season lists and write-ups has been your running back, Javonte Williams. Let's see what Vegas thinks of his second year here. The over-under for rushing yards for Javonte is 950.5.
Okay.
He had 1201 last year.
He cooled significantly in the second half, too.
I expect a drop-off, but, do I expect a 300-yard drop-off?
I would say over.
That's more than 4 games worth of rush yards.
Yeah, I would say he goes over that. I definitely think he'll be below 1,200 again, be below the 1,200 mark this year, but it's...
Javonte did not have he had 2 100-yard rushing games. He did not have one, to Bobby's point, after October 19th.
Yeah, there was still...
he was the king of 80 to 90 yards rushing for a lot of the year.
83, 93, 87, 91.
What was the number?
950.5.
There were 19 players last year that had over 950 yards.
He'll go over.
I'm saying over.
Yeah, I would say over.
The over-under for rushing touchdowns is 9.5. Last year, Javonte ended up with 11.
I'll take the under.
I'll go over. That just still seems like they get in the red zone and they want to run the ball. That just seems like their preference.
I think they're going to get in the red zone, just settle for field goals.
Yeah, kick it according to you guys.
Yeah,
especially Bobby.
If Javonte can't pound it in from 3 carries from outside the 10, then they'll kick the ball. So. Because a field goal is just as good as a touchdown when you're talking about your $80 million kicker or however much.
And then 225.5 when it comes to receiving yards.
I couldn't even tell you how many receiving yards he had last year. 300 or something?
Let's see. I'm on his name here. He had 137.
Oh, then under.
Yeah.
There's no way. 137?
Man,
that seems really low.
They like those swing passes that pick up 2 yards. Like a lot of times it's just just throw it out here and live to fight another day.
That was way under his career average. I mean, he averaged 5.5 yards.
3.9 per catch.
God, it's a Scadaboo. It's like Scadaboo right there.
Ugh.
Tight end stats. Jake Ferguson, bet online in Vegas. Receptions, over under 71.5.
I'll say he goes over that.
Last year he had 82.
Wow. I'll say over.
I'll say over as well. Receiving yards, 550.5, and the touchdowns is 5.5. Last year he had 600 receiving yards and 8 touchdowns.
7.3 yards per catch. So he had more touchdowns than he had yards per catch. Yeah, I would say he'll man, he very easily could be under 550. I'll say he's under.
He could be. My gosh, I mean, if that's where we're at, then okay, I'll take the under. Ugh, that's a bad number. That's a tough number.
Choppy had a different reaction than I did to John Harbaugh responding to Cam Scadaboo's failed backflip. You thought he was going to crack down, be hardcore about it?
I did. You know, I thought my perception of the Harbaughs is these tough guys, right? They're the no nonsense.
Well, Jim melts over Herbert.
He does melt. And he's the who's got it better than us.
Yeah, John Harbaugh's reaction to Scadaboo, dude, at least stick the landing. You know what I mean? Land the thing if you're going to do it. He's been working hard. I did mention to him maybe no backflips out here at minicamp. We agreed. See, Harbaugh is worrying me a little bit with his calm, cool, kind of funny reactions to these Giants stories.
He's lost the edge. He's running his whole organization now, and so he's a little more like, I've made it. I'm comfortable.
Like with the Jackson Dart Trump stuff, he's like, you need that stuff, you know?
Yeah, I figured
it's just gonna happen.
I thought Baltimore Harbaugh wouldn't act like that.
Yeah,
but
did
maybe
he really crack down on Lamar? They never did.
Did they really crack down on Ray Rice? Not totally.
Wow.
Was John his coach?
Yeah. John was the coach there for 20 years.
So he just gave a funny line, a joke.
Yeah.
At least stick the landing.
Stick the landing. That's a good line.
He's not sitting there cracking down, and then you create this New York controversy with a back and forth of does the head coach have a problem with his backfield and the young future. He's killing it with jokes. I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm sticking by. I don't know if it fell on the ground yet, but I'm sticking by he's not making the playoffs while he's there.
While he's there?
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Oh, baby.
I would love for that to happen. All right, there it is. A little Inside the Star around the NFL and the NFC East here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. 877-881-1053. The latest firings at ESPN. We'll have Bobby happy and sad next.
After
vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Carl Ravitch, 30-plus years at ESPN, finding out that he was terminated through social media. So the longtime voice of Baseball Tonight and ESPN play-by-play gone from ESPN. And yesterday, Bart Scott and Bobby's boy, Cam Newton, were added to the list. Bye-bye, Bart, and no more Cam.
So this is a great day that Bart Scott's gone to begin with. Bart Scott should have been fired a couple years ago when he made his joke about Pat White getting concussed. That should have gotten him canned at ESPN. But Cam Newton, I don't understand why you'd want to push him out.
I like Cam.
You can prioritize other people in your laps. The dude's got a podcast that's very popular. When he starts getting into like X's and O's, he's super sharp. And when he's not doing that stuff, when he's just screwing around, he's funny and he'll say some wild stuff. And that sort of wacky, like, oh my gosh, what's he going to say up here on First Take sort of energy that they seem to love, I would think he would fit all that and you wouldn't want to necessarily lay him off. But I mean, that's going to be that. That'll be one that they look back on, and when Cam's like a media star in 10 years, they'll be like, we should have kept him.
I disagree with both of you on Cam. I think he's got to be in his type of format that he does for 4th and 1 to like really get kind of grimy and funny. And ESPN's a little bit too buttoned up for all that. But you want to drop him in every once in a while and get his popularity and numbers from that, fine. But Cam Newton, I won't miss him like Bobby. Bart Scott was annoying.
Yeah, like the thing with Cam is, First Take, do they want, here's the thing. I guess they don't need an NFL player. Skip didn't play in the NFL. Max didn't play in the NFL. Stephen A. didn't. Russo, like they've got guys.
Well, they throw Orlovsky on there. They throw Marcus Spears on there.
Yeah, but like,
don't point that not playing in the NFL thing out.
I know, right?
Lay you off.
But I did like him. Mostly, I like his style. I like his hats. His hat game is next level. That's made for TV. So I was a little disappointed. The rest of them, Bart's to me, it's still. With Bart Scott, it's the can't wait. That's still the greatest post-game interview in the history of sports. His one that was Sal Pell.
That's not even the mic'd up NFL moment I think of with Bart. It's not. I think of Chad Johnson doing the golly Bart when Bart Scott's like trying to separate Haloti Ngata from talking to Chad Johnson.
I don't remember that one.
Oh no, it's hilarious.
But yeah, he didn't do much for me on Get Up or
now.
anything.
Is it your theory? The Jason Whitlock, Cam Newton theory, or is that from?
I was reminded of it in an article because it said despite Cam earning the promotion, he was involved in controversies at ESPN, and one of them was Newton and Stephen A. got into an argument because Cam had Jason Whitlock on his podcast.
Yeah,
and Stephen A. was upset. He's like, I hate it with a passion. But here's the thing, Stephen A. I do believe has the ability to protect some people there.
Yeah. Although he apparently did not for Ryan Clark. So he was upset about that.
Apparently did not. But, McAfee and Stephen A., I think, can protect a few people. And if he really wanted Cam, I think he could have kept him. I don't know what Cam's money, what kind of money he was making. I'm sure it was quite a bit. But, if Stephen A. didn't, and this was part of it, it's one of those like, if I have beef, then you have to have beef with this person too. That's ego. That's big ego guy right there.
Yeah.
And Dan Orlovsky still survives, to quote John Adams. I mean, he didn't say that about Dan Orlovsky, but yeah. Then Dan Orlovsky still has a job, which is gross.
One of their big executives says that the reason for this, I guess, was a leaked memo. By the way, how about the leak that they have over there?
Yeah. That's
someone is sending all that stuff out.
The fact that all these people get fired via social media it's a disgrace.
Jimmy Pitaro says the NFL Network acquisition is behind the latest layoffs.
Then you shouldn't have acquired it.
No, I mean, it does. It makes sense. Layoff, like, they could be in the best financial position they want. If they're going to absorb an entire company, they're going to get rid of some people because it's just it.
Why do I know? What do you mean? You're trying to say, like, Odyssey should never acquire anything if it means laying off? You can get better as a company by acquiring things. If you have to lay off certain people.
There are things that are redundant when you make an acquisition, where it's like, we don't need it's wasteful to spend it.
I mean, I don't like media companies joining forces with media companies anyway. But like, just
think of our press release that's coming out.
But like, if buying a company puts you in such financial strife,
I don't think it does. I think they're talking about.
I think it does only because ESPN seems to have layoffs every year like this. So they're obviously
like this.
Every year they're letting go people.
I feel like we hear about them letting go of a person every year or something like that. I can't remember them having, like, I don't know the last time they had like a mass layoff of talent.
I feel like it's every year or every 2 years. But either way, when they do this, they've done this enough. They're obviously overzealous in their purchases and their acquisitions to the point where they've got to let people go. I don't know. I think it's just the media industry is in a bad spot.
Do you think they need 6 like national NFL insiders?
I don't think you can have
the money.
I don't think you can have enough NFL insiders. In today's,
I disagree.
All they do is talk NFL and NBA. They can't have enough.
But like at the national level, when you're talking about insider access, like there's going to be, if you've got 6 of them, that's totally redundant. Like the same people are going to get the
absolutely redundant.
It's a race to post out there. So at that point, they probably just look at it as like it's financially wasteful.
The second apron jokes are all out there. Pat McAfee about to get paid $60 million. ESPN not trying to be on the second apron. So all the different jokes, the blame towards McAfee and Stephen A. Smith with what I think is the last day, for now, of big names cut.
Doesn't he have, though, like McAfee? And I understand everybody's
like licensing.
$60 million, but like doesn't
and he pays his production.
I was saying he's got the Stern setup, right? Like Howard Stern did this years ago at Sirius.
They pay him, he pays everybody
He got like this large lump sum, like it was this huge contract, but it's like, well, that's also he's paying everybody that works for him.
Speaking of leaks, I just doubled down at Underdog as the Miami Heat YouTube team apparently messed up and put out their prompt and setup for the LeBron James press conference on Monday. So apparently it was, and it's legitimate. You had Complex and other people get the screenshot of it. The Miami Heat planning for the LeBron presser on Monday. I just went and threw down another $100 on it.
There you go.
Did it look like it had moved at all?
It has moved at other books.
Towards the direction of Miami.
Yeah, Miami. I think Miami is just viewed as the overall favorite right now. But I felt like the odds were good enough that you can go ahead and make some good money on this. Right now, if I bet $50 on LeBron, it would pay $94. So I get $44.
Okay.
I get $44 for it. Yeah, I had a guy in my DMs over the weekend talking about LeBron and OKC, and I was getting ready to lay down like $1,500 because I thought that I was getting some inside info. That would have paid $50,000 if LeBron went to the Thunder. And then the Tolo kept going on in the DMs. He's like, no, I just think it'd be a good fit. And I was like, damn it.
Good fit.
Thought you had a friend at the Golden Corral in Oklahoma City who saw him in there and knew he was coming.
Hey, Oklahoma City, that's 4-star.
But
that's Michelin rated up there.
If you don't follow those things to their conclusion, sometimes it can bring it. That happened 2-3 years ago where somebody just randomly DM'd me before anybody was talking about it. They're like, hey, I think the Cowboys are trading for Trey Lance tomorrow. I was like, okay, nobody said that. And then he got traded the next day.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, you never know. It can be someone at an airport. It could be someone who sees a flight log. It could be someone who works in real estate. Mm-hmm. It could be any of that. So sometimes you got to check it out, and it ends up playing out. Did you see the national anthem controversy with the kid who got slapped?
I did.
What do we think of that? I thought they were related at first.
That's what I thought.
This is a Chicago Cubs fan, and this older gentleman who served in Vietnam, his name's Bob Chavez, he was standing up for the anthem. Well, this kid in front of him was not standing up, and Bob is kind of sitting there talking to him, yo, get up, like stand up, show respect, and he ends up slapping him in the back of the head, and of course, this has divided the internet.
I didn't know he was a Vietnam vet. I didn't know that. I'm with you. I thought they were related too. Also, the kid did not look like. I think there's like a difference thing, like if you're protesting the anthem or you're just being a lazy bum and you don't want to stand up.
Right.
That's I don't know.
I think he's more offended by that than the protest.
I would agree. I would agree with that. I think a lot of military guys are like, okay, I fought for this. You can do this.
I mean, it doesn't matter if he served in Vietnam, and it doesn't matter if he was being lazy. Like, you can't slap him in the back of the head.
You can't slap him. Absolutely.
Do we all side on that?
He's
Bobby. Oh my God.
You can't slap him in the head, but I don't like. I mean, me, especially,
he's both a patriot and should be in jail.
If given what Vietnam veterans came back home to, like, I generally don't fault them when they get a little frustrated by anything. Almost like, and so if he's out there and he fought for that and he got the welcome that he did when he came home, him confronting him, I don't mind. You can't slap him, but
there you go. So you agree with me?
Yeah. I don't know what he said. He could have said something mouthy and maybe deserved the slap.
The story did end up with a good ending because he told TMZ that the younger fan, they apologized to each other. That's good. The younger fan even brought him a beer, and they discussed their passionate feelings about the song and what they believe it stands for. So maybe it was a little bit of a protest. But
or sits for.
Security came over to kick out the old man for the slap, and the younger one asked them not to because they had no beef. So it ended up being a positive ending.
I like this. Like it could very easily could have pressed charges, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Very easily. I like that.
So that's the Chicago Cubs anthem story. The other viral story is Bison Grandpa, who got launched into the air. And here he is giving an update from his hospital bed after 4 broken bones.
Even though I was on the ground, he could have stomped me, he could have gored me, could have done anything. We saw the Bison, and he was down. He wasn't showing aggression or anything like that until it picked a target. That target happened to be me. At the time, I had my grandson with me. It was like, you need to get up to the amphitheater. I will deal with this down here. They move faster than you could ever imagine. He just kept coming, and he was more aggressive. And as soon as he got off that tree, he launched me in the air.
So there's the 65-year-old who broke his femur in 4 places.
Oh,
People ran on over to the scene, and he said, how's my grandson? How's my grandson doing? But well enough to do an interview from the hospital bed in Montana.
Femur in 4 places has got to be a disaster for them. I mean, how long that takes to recover. This was still an unbelievable video. And you think you're far enough away from these things, and you're really not.
And he gave a good chase around and through the trees.
He was trying to hide behind trees. I'm like, hell yeah, man, that's what I would be doing.
Because the Bison apparently tried to charge a group of teenagers beforehand, but the photographer who got these shots were like, they're young and quick enough to get away. Well, the grandpa was not.
That's why they always say, like, you watch these videos and they're like, well, he was teasing him. Or, oh, well, he was too close. It's
asking for it.
He was pretty far away, and he wasn't teasing him, and that's why, for me, I wouldn't be around this ever. I would never go to, like, a national park. So let's go observe bison. Let's not. Let's watch them on. I can watch videos of them.
That's why I have my stick, my hiking stick with the spear on it.
Yeah.
We've graded the Cowboys off season. How about the Mavericks off season? Some of the grades are in, and they're not fantastic. We have a freight ticket giveaway. We go commercial free in the expressway, and we'll chop it up at 7:40. All next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Diamond Cavs on today, your home of the first place Rangers, coming up at 7:20, along with former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone at 9. We got a frayed ticket giveaway in the Expressway, and we'll chop it up at 7:40. We've been grading the Dallas Cowboys offseason, which yesterday felt like it was a good solid B. What about the Dallas Mavericks? Grades are in.
Yeah, over at CBS, Sam Quinn, who we've had some issues with CBS recently. Sam Quinn generally doesn't bug me. I think he's been good covering the NBA over the years. But he has NBA offseason grades for every West team. And he said the Clippers have had the best summer for now. I don't know how you can have the Clippers up there until they know what's going to happen with their deal with Kawhi. But the interesting thing here is that he's just calling it, he's not saying acquisitions. He's just calling it the offseason. So before I read his grade, if I told you, or if I just said, what grade would you give the Mavericks for the offseason, what grade would you give them, and would you include hiring Masai Ujiri as their offseason?
Yes, I would.
Oh, yeah. I would too. And I don't know that he is including that hire as part of what they did.
Give your grade with all of that included.
With hiring of Masai and hiring of Dusty May and
Merez Johnson.
I mean, that's, I wasn't the biggest fan of the selection, but hiring and stabilizing the organization, I mean, A-, AA? My gosh, I mean, when they hired Masai, it was like, okay, hell yeah. And then they waited an awful long time on the head coach. And I thought, it was like, where are they going to possibly go with this? And they still landed on Dusty May, who I love. I couldn't ask for anything more. Shy of Pat Riley, taking the fountain of youth and becoming 45 years old again and coming here to run the show for the next 30 years. This was like the next best thing that could have happened.
Bobby?
B+, probably.
Yeah.
I still don't know that they've done enough to actually, fill out the roster itself with the kind of players that I think they need. But getting Dusty May and Masai Ujiri is enough of a optimistic turn that I think you can say that's a B+ for the offseason as a whole.
I was going to say B+.
Not Sam Quinn. He doesn't say that. C+ is all he gives it. Now, either when he runs this down, he either doesn't like the Masai Ujiri and Dusty May hires as much as we do, or he's not worrying about that in terms of grading their offseason. Because he starts off, he goes, well, we know how Masai Ujiri likes to build his teams. In Toronto, he built a champion by grabbing every big forward he could find. His Dallas tenure has started out in much the same way. The three most notable additions here all fall into that big wing category. Merez Johnson with the number 9 overall pick, Santi Aldama in a trade with Memphis, and Zachary Risache in a trade with Atlanta. Is the fit here optimal? Probably not. Cooper Flagg should probably be a long-term power forward. That's the easiest way to surround him with shooting and maximize his defensive strengths. But on this roster, he's probably exclusively a small forward. But he's 19. The Mavericks have time to figure out what does and doesn't work beside him, so taking swings at forward is a reasonable starting point. The decision to keep Kyrie Irving is defensible, mostly with the idea that he can rebuild his trade value on the court during the season. Eventually, he'll need to be flipped for youth. Hopefully, the youth is in the backcourt. The Marcus Sasser addition makes sense. He got crowded out of Detroit's rotation, but he's young, cheap, and playable. Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington remain trade candidates, and Derek Lively is extension eligible. Don't be surprised if the Mavericks make another notable decision or two this offseason, and if they don't, the roster probably looks meaningfully different by the deadline.
Well, if you're just going to keep it to player acquisitions, my guy Barry's made All-NBA Summer League. So that one stung me.
That hurt you.
A little bit. Among lottery guards, he ranked first in points, 23.5. First in rebounds per game, first in steals, first in field goal percentage of 50, and first in three-point percentage at 36. Ouch. Please be right about Merez. And Yaxel made it as well, along with Caleb Wilson.
Yaxel was the MVP. He was like the Summer League Championship MVP.
He is already, real quick, RJ, maybe the most interesting future quote in the NBA.
Right.
As he is given, I mean, he's like going back and forth with Draymond already, and he's like saying with a serious face, like, yeah, hopefully like these Warriors guys can keep up with me. I remember, didn't he give the halftime interview that was totally just unfiltered.
Yes, he
in March Madness.
Yeah, I think he was nursing an injury at the time.
Yeah,
but listen, this is a guy. His backstory is great. He couldn't get in any colleges because of his grades, because he was just playing video games. That's it. And he really has grown up, but he's become a fantastic player. And this was the guy that always was in this draft class. He was always the most ready to play today.
He's 30.
I mean, he's 30 years old, right? Not quite. He's like 24, 25. But he was always the most ready to step on the floor in an NBA game and help a team. And like a team like a Golden State trying to hang on, that it made sense.
Cooper Flagg not get included on something?
He got included, just not where I thought he was. The most interesting sophomore players to watch. This is from ESPN. And they had the top 10, the most interesting sophomore players to watch. Carter Bryant, San Antonio, number 10. Igor Domin, Brooklyn.
Who he played for?
Derek Queen at New Orleans. Ace Bailey with Utah. Cedric Coward, Memphis. VJ Edgecombe, Baylor, at Philadelphia.
Love Edgecombe.
Behringer from Minnesota. Con Kneppel.
What number is that?
3. And Cooper Flagg, number 2. With Dylan Harper, number 1.
You're not happy?
My dad used to have this saying, when someone would say that, well, this guy actually was here in America before Columbus was. My dad was like, it's always some way to screw the Italians. That's what he would say. They're always looking for a way to screw the Italians. He thought everybody was out to get us. Everybody. Didn't care. And that's how I felt with the Mavericks. This is just some way to bury the Mavs. There's zero chance that there is anybody who is more, what was the saying, more interesting to watch than Cooper Flagg. You cannot make a case. This is putting Dak Prescott in your top 2 quarterbacks or outside your top 10. You're trying to create buzz because of the Dallas Cowboys. You cannot make a case. There's a more interesting player that's a second-year player in the NBA to watch than Cooper Flagg.
Bobby's about to disagree.
This is just garbage.
I think you can make the case.
He's the only guy on this list who has a chance to be a top 5 NBA player.
So, again, if this is which sophomores are going to have the best seasons or which sophomores are going to be the best players or best, that's a different question. When it said most interesting sophomore players to watch, and he's breaking down, in the lead up in the very beginning of the article, he talks about which members are eyeing expanded roles for playoff teams. Are their former lottery picks already approaching a career crossroads? He's talking about, essentially what's the storyline with them. People feel like they've got a good handle on what Cooper Flagg is. I could see him being like, how does Dylan Harper,
he could have raced De'Aaron Fox.
It's more interesting to me what Dylan Harper does next. As if you're just talking objectively from the national NBA level, what is going to happen with Dylan Harper's career in terms of how next year impacts it, to me, is a more interesting angle than Cooper Flagg's, because everybody feels like they know what Cooper Flagg is.
Let me tell you something. Cooper Flagg growing 2 inches this year is more interesting than anything Dylan Harper has ever or will ever do.
You were blown away, amazed by Dylan Harper in the playoffs?
When was he on the floor? Couldn't even get. He didn't. When was he on the floor? I was blown away by Castle, who actually played.
Oh man!
Not the guy who was benched for a bum who can't shoot.
They just spent a ridiculous amount of money on De'Aaron Fox. You don't think it's an interesting angle to go? Does the rookie supplant Fox and give them a financial question?
It's absolutely. No, it is no doubt an interesting angle. Cooper Flagg growing 2 inches about a week before he could drink is more interesting to me.
Promo code RJ.
Has the WNBA screwed up again?
Yeah, they have. They've screwed up in a couple of ways yesterday, but this one really, really takes the cake. Sophie Cunningham. They are the Major League Baseball of women's sports. Major League Baseball for years.
Your favorite?
Fair. Major League Baseball for years would not allow players to repost their own highlights. So if Corey Seager hit that home run in the World Series, there was a time, and I think it was the year before, where he could not have posted that video on his own social media because Major League Baseball owned it.
Wow.
Well, what is Sophie Cunningham now most known for?
The point.
The point. The point.
Being a UFC ring girl.
The meme point. She's taking photos with children at camps.
She's Caitlin Clark's bodyguard. That's what she's known for.
But the WNBA Players Association
And
and
people think she's hot.
they have banned licensing for this point, saying nobody can use this. They've got sponsors, WNBA league sponsors, that want to use this point on their branding or whatever, and they're like, no, can't do it. Can't do it. Why? Because they do not allow you to monetize player conduct from confrontation between members.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The entire league profits off of confrontation from Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
But you can't allow this?
I was trying to think of other moments in sports that were or could have been monetized out of confrontation. Like the NBA was not going to sell Malice at the Palace t-shirts.
I get it.
But I'm trying to think of other...
People would have bought, and they never would monetize it. People would have bought in Boston the picture of Pedro standing over Don Zimmer after he pushed him in that little brawl.
Is
the
Michael...
door punch, Bautista?
Did the Rangers make anything with that?
But
Yeah.
that's a good question.
I don't know if the Rangers licensed anything officially.
They may have a bobblehead of it.
They did, didn't they? Yeah, there may have been a giveaway or something.
Like with doesn't the NBA and some of their intros, like we always see Michael going baseline on the Knicks and he stands over them after the dunk or after the layup.
Van Gundy on the knee, on the leg. Just grab it out of PJ Brown's leg.
Yeah.
They would have marketed that.
I was just trying to think of confrontation that has been marketed and monetized in other leagues, but the WNBA says no.
100% David Stern would have figured out a way to make money off this.
Rangers never did do anything with this, by the way, that I can see.
No?
I could have sworn they did.
There's got to be a Rugi bobblehead punch.
You don't think they Nolan Ryan with Robin Ventura?
Oh, yeah.
You don't think Major League Baseball made some money off that?
The Rangers gave away that bloody shirt a couple weeks ago with that.
By the way, probably unpopular opinion, man, does anyone that's, and I love her personality, does anyone that's get more shine and more hype and more attention that's as big of a bum as Sophie Cunningham?
Caitlin Clark.
I didn't realize Sophie Cunningham has been in the league since 2019. I'm going to her stat line, and she's been in the league for 8 seasons. She's a man. Even the way the WNBA does their stats. Look at this. Look at her stat page.
First free throws.
Tell me what you're finding.
Put free throws first.
Look at this. Where's your eye immediately go towards the NBA stat sheet?
On the very far left.
I go to the
far right.
I go to the far right for the points. What's far right? Have you ever seen this?
Personal fouls.
Personal fouls is all the way to the right.
Oh man, you got to clean your screen.
Yeah.
Games played, games started, minutes, points.
Are personal fouls even on the NBA stats page? No. Well,
yeah, I think so, but it's definitely not to the far right.
Oh my! I'm blown away by this. And then
the points is the third category.
And then right next to the personal fouls, it's free throw percentage.
Let's pull up Cooper Flagg's page right now and see what the stats. Because off the top of my head, I would just think that's at the far right. Yeah, it is. So. Personal fouls is third to last. So guys, far right is points, and then next to it is turnovers, personal fouls, and then all the way over.
So points is third, but yeah, Sophie Cunningham, she's a henchman.
I'll take a little sip.
She's a role player.
She's a role player henchman,
and she gets all the attention. She's like on the front page of ESPN.com after.
So. Huh? Rightfully so.
After the WNBA said, no monetizing of the point. The soccer numbers are in your face, Bobby. The World Cup final averaged 66.4 million viewers.
That's insane.
On Fox and Telemundo combined. 42.5 million on Fox, 24 in Telemundo. I don't understand how this is true, though. Other than Super Bowls, it's the largest sports audience since the 1994 Winter Olympics. So you're telling me the World Cup final beat every AFC and NFC championship game?
It's because of the way that, again, we've talked about this. It's because of the way they now count bars and they count like watch parties and stuff now that they've never counted in the ratings before.
They have been doing this for 2 years now, so it's beaten the last 2.
The World Cup doesn't get played every year.
No. I know what you're saying, but it has beaten the last 2 AFC NFC.
Yeah, but I'm saying in general, I don't really believe that many eyes is watching it more. It's that there's these mass watch parties for a World Cup final that don't exist for a conference championship game across the country. But there's more people at home watching it, is what I'm saying.
I think it's the right number. I think they just corrected the number.
I don't think there's any chance more people watch the World Cup final over the conference championship game.
I mean, I don't know. I think you're just nuts on that. I just think you're paying attention to what the biggest thing in sports was. I mean, it's...
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. What are you talking about?
It's the NFL.
That was a very Peyton argument from you.
No, it's...
It's the NFL in this country.
I understand that, but like there are... I mean, how many people are sports fans? 10%? 20% of the whole country? But like, you people watch events.
You people.
And what was this the biggest one since? The 94 Winter Olympics. What was that? What was that one singular moment that people tuned into?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
It was Tanya Nancy. It was the Lillehammer games. It was not. It was not about what. It was not about sports.
The Lillehammer games. We all remember it.
Not Lillen.
Okay, whatever.
Lillehammer. All right. So it was that. It was not about. It's about people are obsessed with events. You get your 10%.
He's talking about also. It's not every year.
The way events are counted too now. They're not counted like that historically.
I know, but I think it's a fair representation.
It's not a large, like the Super Bowl is a large. Let's all go watch it event.
Right.
Conference championship games aren't, but I don't think that means that people aren't watching it.
Is there going to be no market, no players for the Rangers to actually trade for? Diamond Calves on your home today of the first place Rangers, commercial free in the Expressway after this.
by the on-time experts.
And the 1-1 pitch, and that's hit sharply out into right field, a base knock for Osuna. Duran scores. Cawley around third. Here comes the throw. He dives. He's in there. It's a 2-run single for Alejandro Osuna, and the Rangers lead 7-0.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about being back in first place, baby?
I'll say 7.
7.
Mm-hmm.
7.
Or I should
8.
say 3, and I should make Peyton say it.
There you go.
You got to work with Mackenzie on that. Mackenzie, I put you through some speech classes at number 3.
I'd look at it like, how bad do you think it'd be if we had Peyton do this tongue twister on here? 3 Swedish switched witches watch 3 Swiss watch SWAT. I can't even do it.
No,
I want him to read that.
Read the Frankel number for me.
A1.
Or my next Frankel read here at the end of the segment.
Yes,
I'm going to do the read. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do the read so I get paid. And then at the end, I want you to give the number.
Yeah.
I want you to 214-817, and don't say all threes. You gotta say 333-33-33.
Yeah.
Deal? We'll cut you in the lotto winnings.
Or what about 3-3-3-3? Should he just have to read each individual 3, or do you think 33 would be tougher?
33-33.
Yeah.
That way we get all of them. Did we win the lotto?
I got to check.
No one did.
No one did?
I don't think so. The sign still had all numbers on it.
Kumar Rocker, 6 innings, 1 hit, 6 strikeouts, just 2 walks. His that's a 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. That is also he was 2-to-1 on his strike to ball ratio. So the accuracy, the command was much better for Kumar Rocker in this game. He also got 12 whiffs, so 12 swinging strikes. So that means that he was missing some bats. It's a very, very good sign for Kumar Rocker, who he's got stuff. Like we've seen this. We've seen his slider work. He's got stuff. He just sometimes doesn't know where the hell it's going.
The Rangers are now 24-0 when they lead by 4+ runs at any point in a game this year, courtesy of Sandler. The only teams who have not blown a 4-run lead, the Rangers are 24-0, the Brewers are 40-0, and the Royals are 20-0, and they just massacred Schultz. When you look at the Rangers since June 1st, this is where the offense has ranked versus left-handed pitching. This courtesy of Buzzer. You on your computer last night?
Yeah, it worked. Everything's cleared up, I guess.
Did it? Oh, but I said on your computer. What about your TV?
No, TV, it's still on my computer. It's not up on the TV yet.
Average against left-handed pitching since June 1st. First in baseball, 298 average. On base, second with a 364. Slugging, first, 508. Home runs tied for 5th with 19. That's what the offense has been doing against the lefties.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. So you get that. You get the 10 zip victory, and now you're back in first place. And from this point, it's like, all right, just obviously you get the rubber match today over at the Globe against the Chicago team that has been the most fun maybe the entire season to pay attention to. I think we talked about the other day. This was the biggest surprise of the entire year.
Yeah, I think that's fair. They were awful last year. They're whatever it was updated after we talked. They're like 7 wins away from passing their win total from last year. Mm-hmm. So they've been really good. And Kumar Rocker now, I went and looked it up after we referenced it earlier. Since May 13th, so over 2 months now, Kumar Rocker leads the Rangers starting pitchers in ERA at 3.68. Next on the list is Cal Quantrill at 3.89. Ooh. And then it's Evaldi 4.26, DeGrom 4.60, Gore 5.03, and then Leiter 5.79.
Odds to win the West the other day, not yesterday, the other day from Vegas Bet Online. Seattle's the favorite at -125. Then the Rangers at +150. Armpit +650. Athletics 80-1. Angels 300-1. To win the American League, the Rangers have the 4th best odds. Yankees, Seattle, Tampa, the Rangers, and here come the daggone massholes who are looking to continue the winning streak today. They were 16-1 the other day to win the American League. So they don't have to win the World Series. You think the Rangers are going to get there, pull another miracle run like they did a few years ago? 10-1 odds.
The disrespect for the AL Central. You name 5 teams to win the American League before you get to the White Sox or Guardians?
Guardians 12-1, White Sox 14-1. The favorite to win it all?
Go home, Dodgers.
It's got to be the Dodgers.
Dodgers at 2-1.
Especially when they get Scooble in about 10 days.
Then the Yankees, then the Brewers, then Seattle, then Atlanta, then Philly, then the Rays, Cubs, Rangers, Red Sox. And how about 2 teams who fired their managers early on in the season?
2 teams.
Up here.
I do feel bad for Milwaukee. They're sitting there. They got, 1 fewer win than the Dodgers do?
Wow.
And does anybody...
No, we need to be talking about, or the powers that be nationally need to be talking about the Milwaukee front office and leadership.
Yeah, and the Mets tried to buy in on that. They hired David Starnes away from the Brewers to run their operation, and that has worked like a fart in church. It just has not done a damn thing. And here they are. They're just sitting there continuing to be on cruise control. But does anybody think Milwaukee has a remote possibility of beating the Dodgers in a playoff series? NLCS comes around, and you got 2 teams that are both going to be 95-win teams. Does anybody think the Dodgers are losing that series?
I don't think the Dodgers
I'd be surprised
are losing
if it gets
to
to 6 games.
Yeah, I don't think the Dodgers are losing to anybody because until somebody shows they can, I'm not going to think it.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. Whatever you've got, do not miss today's game. Right here, by the way, on 105 through the Fan, 7:05 first pitch. This is a pitching matchup for the ages.
Here?
Yes.
Okay.
Anthony Kay and Tyler Alexander. I mean, you just that pitching matchup, man. This is one thing. The way the sport's gone now, you get these random, and it's not a bullpen day but it's a day where you have one team maybe throwing a little bit of bullpenny, and the other team is throwing a guy that you don't really know, and it's a bummer. But this is still a game between 2 first place teams.
When I just read off the ERAs there, I didn't include, because I went by starters, I didn't include openers. If you include the openers, then the starter with the best ERA in that time is Tyler Alexander. So he's not been bad. Maybe you're making fun of it. Maybe we're going to get a real pitcher's duel.
We might. Did you notice the draft picks that were at the game last night?
I did. I thought Sandler was interviewing like some 6th graders.
Why? He was taller than him?
Well done.
There you go. Brody Bumila.
You got it.
Frankel.
Bumila?
Sure.
Yeah. He was the 3rd-round pick of the Rangers. 18 years old. Fastball regularly runs over 100 miles an hour. They signed all their guys. They gave him about $2.75 million as a signing bonus. And they knew this. They knew. He told teams. But yesterday it was announced that he will need Tommy John surgery to repair damage to the ulnar collateral ligament in his pitching elbow. He is 6'9". He's a massive human.
Nice.
6'9", 255, 89th pick. Likely won't be able to return to the mound until probably the 2028 season. That's when he'll start, basically rookie ball, A ball, wherever they send him to, right? He had a brace put on, so there's 2 ways you can do the Tommy John. You could do the full reconstruction, or you could put a brace on it. He had the brace put on in 2025, and he let MLB teams know prior to the draft there was further damage. It's going to require a procedure, but he's going to go under Tommy John, and this is just a tough thing to have to deal with because, you draft a kid from high school, you're drafted upside. You're not drafted for immediacy. So they knew they were going to be patient here. But now you're looking at it, it's like, all right, this guy is not even going to be able to begin the progression in his career until, at best, September of 2027? August of 20, at best? Most likely you're not doing that. Most likely you're going to just let him take that time and go to the next spring training.
He was a consensus, as a talent. He was a consensus first round pick.
He was.
He's 6'9", 255?
Yeah. He's been clocked as high. He's been clocked as high as 103.
He's gonna be the
18.
He's gonna throw like Miz.
Yeah, he throws ridiculously hard, and that's all he's got. He's got a fastball. There's no secondary offerings that people think are really impressive yet. So he was going to take time to develop. The only way you get somebody like this with your third-round pick anyway is if he's got something like this. So it's like, all right, I'm fine with it. It was always a possibility when he dropped like that. There was kind of a sense like maybe there was something. Either he was going to commit to Texas, which is where he was committed, like he was going to go to school, or there was a thought that it's worse than.
Which, by the way, if you're him, and
he's him.
If what?
Oh, he's him.
If you're him and you know you need Tommy John, you know you need it anyway. You 1,000% take the $2.75 million and worry about pitching later. Don't go to college. There's only every bullpen session could be your last. Take the money, go to the pros. It's life-changing money. $2.75 million changes your day.
Well, not in the NBA.
And if you're the Rangers, take him.
Sure.
Take him in the third. Just do it.
And look, Meister is their doctor. I'm sure he checked him out. That's who everybody goes to for Tommy John in the whole country. So he is the absolute best in the business.
We dominate the doctor scene in DFW.
Really do.
We just need to trade for James Andrews and we set.
Is he still doing it?
I don't know.
I think so.
He's in Birmingham, I think.
Let's talk about trades. And is there actually going to be a market at all?
Well, so there's two ways of looking at this, and one is that there might be some guys available, but some of the recent moves these teams have made, and by moves I mean moves in the standings, suggests otherwise. Like Boston was going to be trading guys. They were going to trade Chapman. Maybe some of their hitters were going to be made available. But they just won 14 in a row.
Yep.
They're not going anywhere. Why would they make a move right now unless they just don't buy it? But there was an article about not expecting anyone to make a big trade. And Rosenthal spoke with several GMs, and outside of Skubal, who's really going to get dealt? And Skubal has got an arm injury. It could be a ticking time bomb, and it's a rental. And if you want to keep him, you're going to have to pay him. The Dodgers are going to wind up trying to trade for him, I'm sure, that would just hack off the rest of Major League Baseball. But
I have a theory.
Okay.
Correct me if you can, which you probably can't. I feel like trading for a big bat amongst all the major sports is the toughest thing to do. And I had asked Sandler and Bassick, about a month ago about my theory. And I'm like, give me the big blockbuster bats. It happens in football. We now get blockbuster names
trades
who move.
Yeah.
It happens in the NBA for sure. Mm-hmm. It happens in hockey. Is trading for a bat the toughest thing to do in all of major sports? And I asked Jared and Mike, can you think of any guys? And Sandler said, okay, Suarez was a really big bat with lots of power last year.
Eugenio,
yes.
Seattle.
2024, no big names. Soler was traded. Flawed guy with power.
Rosarena went to Seattle last year, too. Maybe it was the year before, but in the last 2 years.
Yeah, but he's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like top line. I'm talking about a star bat.
Yeah.
And Berger wasn't a star. He got traded in 2023. 2022 was Soto. Mm-hmm. 2021, Chris Bryant, Javi Baez, Trey Turner, Soler. So I feel like we have a lack of big bats. So when I'm thinking offense, trade for this. How often does it ever happen?
You might be able to trade for Adley Rutschman.
Okay.
Catcher, Orioles.
I mean, Passan just had his updated rankings of best players who could get traded at the deadline, and he had Rutschman on there, and he had the Rangers as the first team listed as potential players for him.
Louis Arise might be able to trade for him, although, he's not a power bat by any stretch, but...
A big bat, like a star bat. And Adley Rutschman, is he more name?
Are you talking about? So you're talking about like
production,
middle of the year when Manny Ramirez gets traded to the Dodgers?
Yes,
that kind of thing. Yeah, that doesn't happen.
Like Adley Rutschman is not. He's a bigger name because of the prospect that he was. Last year he hit 9 home runs. He played 90 games. This year he's got 8 home runs. Bassick saying Soto to San Diego. It's very tough nowadays. Teams value prospects so much. Betts to L.A. He might not fit your power bat situation. Gallo was a power bat. but we know what ended up. The Braves traded for Matt Olson.
Yeah, it's always pitchers at the deadline.
It's pitchers and bullpen.
Because I can name 1,000 big-time pitcher moves that have happened at the deadline before.
Yeah, like San Diego right now, like they might be looking if somebody wanted Mason Miller, they want a major league pitcher back for him.
This was
and Brian Cashman told Rosenthal, there's going to be very few big leaguers available. Unless you want to trade a big leaguer for a big leaguer, and he said those are tough to do. So, I mean, that could be where a big league player the Rangers have comes into play. Somebody on the 40-man, somebody on this roster.
Somebody that plays short.
Well, I mean, if he's healthy, but somebody that's on this roster that plays every day that you trade for a piece that you get back.
And Jim Bowden gave his number one name.
Yeah, Louis Arise. That he thinks Arise is he's listed 5 deadline deals that he would make, and he says with Texas, Arise is a good fit just for a guy. He doesn't obviously slug very much, although he would. If you don't count Wyatt as a qualifier right now, Arise would lead the team in OPS, which is kind of a stunning
that's
note.
A stunning number.
But Arise is a guy who gets on base a ton, and that's something that he thinks the Rangers just need is just a guy who's consistently getting on base in front of their power hitters.
And you mentioned somebody who plays short, and make no mistake, like the Corey Seager is a problem, not a problem on the field, not a problem off the field. But the fact that this winter he gets a full league-wide no-trade clause. That is a problem for a team that may or may not have questionable finances moving forward. And that is a problem for an organization that probably is going to miss next year because the whole league is going to miss.
I'm wondering if we're overhyping it as a problem, because you would think that Corey would go to a winning situation.
Yeah, it just means he dictated.
Yeah,
right?
he would dictate it.
Like that's all.
It just makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah,
it just makes it's a roadblock. It's just a little bit, not even a roadblock. It's a speed bump. It's a speed bump because I do think if whatever you think the chances are of a lockout, once they come back, this team is probably in a little bit of a rebuild.
Or a nursing home,
right? Because DeGrom, and if they miss next year, DeGrom, Eovaldi, they're not going to be remotely close to what they are. They're going to be nothing. Seager's going to be another couple of years older. You're probably in for a little bit of a rebuild, and that becomes a problem.
Diamond Cavs on your home for Rangers baseball with Game 3 tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch on this station.
Really quickly, just to your question, MLB.com last year wrote about the biggest trade deadline deals of all time, and they had 20 different trades listed here. 5 of them are like notable bats in the last 20 years.
See? It's way less in the NBA.
It's Teixeira getting traded. It's Manny Ramirez. And even still, this isn't as significant as those. It's Cespedes getting traded in 2015. Like, those are the kind of deals that you see. The rest of them, though, it's a ton of like, here's Kurt Schilling getting traded. Here's Randy Johnson. Here's Sabathia. Here's Cliff Lee. Like, that's the deals you see.
And one thing that Sandler's drilled into my head, you have to pay for power. You have to pay for power, whether it's a bat. Yeah. You have to pay for power, whether it's the power arm, when we're talking about relievers and this bullpen. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10-877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See the Fray at Toyota Music Factory on Saturday, August 1st. That's call number 10-877-881-1053.
I always love that song.
It's a good song. There's one thing that's always bugged me about it is he rhymes right with right in the opening verse. He says some sort of window to your right as he goes left and you stay right. Okay, well, that you can't just rhyme the same word. I don't like that.
Yeah. And music expert Bobby Belt is currently copyright infringing on Kanye West.
Not yet. Not yet. It's not illegal yet.
Making Kanye songs in his free time. Let's chop it up.
Oh, no. RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, chop, choppy.
I need y'all's help. Here. Because ChatGPT is ruining one of my favorite things to do, and that is writing thank you notes. I do love to write a good thank you note.
I've never gotten one.
Well, I thank you in person.
Oh.
I don't have to I don't have to write.
I don't know if I've ever heard of you writing a thank you.
I'm a great writer. Fantastic.
I'm sure you are. I've just never heard of you doing it.
Luca is writing thank you notes to college coaches.
What's the last thank you note you've written into who for what? You're a liar.
No. I don't remember the last one I've written.
It doesn't count as a text message or something, like a handwritten, like, dearest Penelope.
You know what? I wrote a thank you note to the guy who got me on the golf course at Valley Club.
Never mind. I do believe he is a big thank you note guy because he's always trying to get the.
You got to keep the
He's trying to get the hookup.
Yeah, you got to keep the hookup going. So Luca's writing thank you notes to college coaches. He had a showcase over the weekend. There's some college coaches there, and he wanted to thank them for their time. And I was like, all right, so we're going to write these notes. And by we're going to write these notes, I mean I was probably going to wind up doing the damn thing for him. But I said, no, you're gonna write this. You're going to do this. You're going to put this down. And this kid gets out. He gets a blanket. He lays on the side, and he starts to write on his computer type on his computer with one hand. I'm like, this is not how we're doing this. But then he puts the computer down and he picks up his phone. And the next thing I know, I get a text message with the thank you note. And he chat GPT'd a thank you note. And I said, we can't do this. And it has completely ruined people. It has completely ruined. I mean, you got to learn how to write a note. I think using ChatGPT is great. But can you write a thank you note from the heart?
It's like Nick Sirianni.
Oh, my gosh. Did you see that story about Sirianni?
Yes.
Sirianni is now using ChatGPT to outsource his motivation tactics, which is nuts to me. He said, this is over at The Athletic. Dang, I got stuck. This is over at The Athletic that he's obviously Mr. Motivation. He very famously, I remember you guys talking about it on the air, talked about how would tell the guys about he tried to motivate him with how potted plants grow under the surface or some weird stuff. Well, Sirianni told reporters in Philadelphia that he's discovered ChatGPT and he's never going back because he said he didn't even know what he was doing when he sat down and wrote his first prompt back in June. And he said, "Give me a great, relentless effort, true sports story." This rabbit hole is how Sirianni learned about Anthony Robles, an Arizona State wrestler born with one leg who won a national championship in 2011. Sirianni planned to incorporate the anecdote into a speech to the team, a way to tell an old message in a new way. And ultimately, he said that he plans to incorporate these sort of use this as a tactic of his. And he said he realized that he had this giant database in the chatbot and that he was going to start using this as, hey, I can start finding all these different motivational stories or ways that I can do that. I'm going to incorporate this all the time, which incorporating it's fine.
Yeah.
It can't replace you.
It can't replace human emotion. It can't replace, something from the heart. I think people can see right through it. I think a college coach can absolutely see when, this 16-year-old is writing like this. I mean, I asked him to put down, I said, look, just put the ChatGPT down and just write it. Cam Scadaboo came up with better content.
Was he going to write it by hand or was he going to print something off?
Oh, he was gonna type it into an email. It's not a handwritten thing. I've seen his handwriting.
Well, they can also these days copy and paste that into one of those AI checkers if they just want to see what kind of it. Let's see what kind of a kid he is.
Let's see if he does that. I want to know the college rate of catching the AI.
I know.
That's what I want to know. Because everyone's like, have him write the paper. And you tell me schools aren't on this too?
A lot of them have, we've heard
a lot of website or an app.
There's been a lot of different stories out here now that a lot of universities now will just run it through an AI scan. The problem then started being you would tell AI to write it like it wasn't AI, and then eventually they'd be like, all right, this is staggered enough. But now you can ask them to do certain stuff like that, and some of these programs will kick back and tell you no. It'll the program will say, sorry, I can't make it sound a certain way.
Oh.
Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. How much coffee?
Except for Kanye.
Wait, how was the note, by the way?
Actually, it turned out pretty nice. I still have them here on the. I put them on the.
So you're supposed to write a note to the baseball coaches?
Yeah. So each coach that there was 6 coaches that were at the showcase. He wrote a thank you note for their time, being there, watching them compete.
Compete every day.
You got to compete every day. So yeah, it was not long. It was maybe a paragraph and a half.
Yeah.
Just something to, something. I think it was important. I thought it was important for him to do that. But maybe just don't use the ChatGPT to start off with. That should be your kind of fill in the blanks. You're looking for an extra word, not the whole.
How is math homework a thing anymore with ChatGPT?
It's really difficult because they want you to show the work, and ChatGPT can do that.
Yeah.
Photo math will do. Well, never mind.
We've used that. Don't worry. I don't need the help with geometry. Somehow I remember geometry. Algebra, I don't know who this XYZ guy is.
This is a genuine, no joke, this is a genuine danger about AI that people are starting to be concerned with, is you basically stop using your brain as a muscle for certain things, and you can absolutely have it atrophy, and you can't use it as effectively anymore.
Chopping it up here on the Fan. How much coffee is safe or healthy for you? We drink at least...
Just love coffee.
At least 3 cups a day?
Yeah.
Upwards of 5?
Yeah.
Maybe 6 or
Choppy,
7?
first stop after the show downstairs, he goes to the coffee machine.
Yeah.
Nick Nepic used to have the rule, former fan employee, he used to have the rule of 12, where he said...
A day?
No. He said the number of hours of sleep you get and the number of cups of coffee you have needs to add up to 12. So he said if you got 8 hours sleep, you have 4 cups of coffee. If you got 6 hours sleep, you're going to have 6 cups of coffee.
Oh. Well, I'm not getting that.
No.
You sleep about 8 hours a day, don't you? Like both your nap and then at night?
I'm usually like 9:30. I get 9:30 to 4:30.
Okay, that's 7.
And then yeah, I guess it would be 8 if you do an hour a day.
And then if you got, how many cups of coffee do you think you have?
3 or 4.
So yeah, you're about 12.
Wow. You hit it. You hit the rule of 12.
No wonder.
Good stuff.
Dominant.
Drinking 3 to 5 cups of black coffee, according to the latest research, not only is safe to consume, but also lowers the risk of type 2 diabetes, heart disease, stroke, heart failure, and some irregular heart rhythms. That's a lie, because I've had plenty of irregular heart rhythms over the last several years.
Yeah.
I've got some flutterage.
Yep.
I've overcome that. It's not really happening anymore. So maybe some of the medicines I was taking, or maybe all the vitamins I'm taking now and the pills I'm taking.
How many pills do you take a day?
Let's see. I take 3 liver pills. I take 6 beef liver protein tablets. I take 2 ashwagandha.
He throws a hydroxychloroquine in there.
A day?
I take a K2D3.
You take K2 every day?
Yeah, K2D3.
That's 9.
I take 2 liposomal glutathione.
That's 11.
I take 1 vitamin C. I take 1 CoQ10.
No way.
And I take 1 allergy pill, and I take 1 amlodipine.
15. I don't think my dad takes 15 a day.
Do you have a pill organizer?
I do. It's pretty advanced.
You saw his pill organizer in his backpack the other day.
It's so big. You know how the usual ones have the 1 tab? Mine's got a 2-tab thing. It's a folder. It looks like it's a big block. It looks the size of a brick. But I've got to spend $400 a month.
You're bricked up with that thing.
I am bricked up with that thing. But
I wonder if that coffee study is just like, okay, it's obvious you're not pouring sugar or creamer, so the diabetes and all those rates drop. But black coffee by itself is gross. I don't know how you do it. What enjoyment can you get out of sipping it? My mom too. I just want the coffee black. What?
It's like shots. I'm not drinking it for the taste. I'm trying to accomplish something with it.
It took about 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
It took about 2 weeks to get over the taste. Maybe a little bit more. But like this one now, it's whatever they have. It's flavored, and I'm not a huge flavored fan. It's a little bitter, but it takes a while. After a while, though, it's just fuel. That's all it is. Food is fuel, baby. Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Halle Berry or United Airlines?
I would always Halle Berry's more attractive.
Halle Berry, yeah, she is more attractive.
Yeah, I don't really want to do the United story.
What is it? I missed it.
They've changed. They've already canceled it.
Okay,
they've already canceled it. Halle Berry aging like an absolute fine wine at 60 years old. She was on the Today Show with Hoda, and she is talking about her love life in the bedroom, but it does appear Halle Berry has not quite grasped the concept of a batting average.
It is next level, and it really does. And I wouldn't say it, Hoda, if I didn't. It was my biggest problem. It's what plummeted me into perimenopause when all of a sudden I could not have sex anymore. And it has changed everything. I am juicy like a peach. My sex life is back, batting 100. And I attribute it to these Joy Lux products.
Batting 100. That's not a good batting average.
David Justice didn't teach her right.
No. She's the Joey Gallo of the bedroom activities. Striking out a lot.
I am juicy like a peach.
I get the concept. But
it's an ad. It's an ad. I mean, that's funny. That's funny that she would say that. But I mean, okay, so ultimately, she's just doing an ad.
She's doing an ad, but she completely botched the batting.
Yeah.
The batting average.
Let's move your fences in, Hallie.
Batting 100. Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Would you drink this beer? I would absolutely not. Shout out to the State Fair of Texas, who seems to have never miss. They never miss. They seem to have literally a 1,000 batting average when it comes to food items.
They sure do when they bring it up here.
But Minnesota State Fair, not so much. They are debuting a beer that tastes like ranch dressing. This is the most disgusting thing I could ever possibly imagine being put into my mouth. A ranch?
Because you hate ranch.
I don't. Yeah, I can deal with ranch with like a little bit of celery.
Now, if I took the ranch seasoning, like ranch seasoning on potatoes or something, would you like that?
I'd be okay.
It's just the creaminess of it.
Yeah. But ranch dressing flavored cream ale blending smooth malt, hint of buttermilk, herbs, and spices. This sounds like a disgusting beer. It better be 25.8% ABV.
Is there anything you like that is creamy? Yeah,
clam chowder.
Behave.
That Spanish guy the other day.
Yeah, he was. He was.
Clam chowder.
Yeah, clam chowder.
See, I think a lot of people, because I used to kind of be like
creamy, right? That's considered creamy.
I think a lot of people who say they don't like ranch are just saying they don't like whatever mainstream, most popular bottled ranch they've like tasted before, like whatever that is. I think if you have
like a homemade
house-made ranch or something like that, like people, I've never met anybody who just doesn't like the taste of house-made ranch.
I'll tell you this.
He doesn't like the mayo textures.
But is ranch mayo-based or sour cream?
I think it's both.
It's both?
Like blue cheese, mayo, and sour cream.
I do like, there are some restaurants
like you hate mayonnaise?
I mean,
you won't get mayonnaise on a sandwich.
I'll put a very small amount just for like, but it has to be the right kind of sandwich. But there are some restaurants where like if the ranch is like runny, I'll eat it. I like it. I just don't like it when it's like a glob or it looks like just somebody put a dollop of Daisy on top of my salad.
Man, it's sometimes you get just like a little. You got a piece of pizza and occasionally like dip into the ranch or something. Oh, it's so good. That's so good.
Chopping it up every hump day. At this time, commercial free in the expressway on your home for Rangers baseball. Will Choppy have to apologize to this local college after the QB college tiers came out? We had fun with Dax. Let's see if we can do it with this one. The quarterback college tiers in the college kegger neck.
The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Am I the one that missed out this entire time on community college quarterbacks? As Bobby Belt said, I was attacked. I was attacked in the email. I saw it in the...
That's a good thing about the AI overview, Sean. It is getting him to find out what's in my email now.
I sent this photo to you guys last night because I saw in the email, Bobby's email, Humping Day, AI overview, and at the very bottom, it goes to, Bobby sent roundup of sports news, yada, yada, yada. At the bottom, it says, you were noted... regarding Drew Mestamaker's ranking ahead of Arch Manning, you believe he was developed at a community college.
Yeah.
And it got me to read Bobby's.
Boom! See? It works. AI is doing good. There you go there. Because that is how you've talked about the University of North Texas and Drew Mestamaker and the new regime there in Oklahoma State. But over at The Athletic, they have college football quarterback tiers, and I got a bone to pick with them. I don't actually love some of what they've done here. So they've got their list of tiers. They've got 7 tiers at The Athletic, and they put every single potential starting quarterback at the FBS level in this group, one of these 7 tiers. So tier 1 is the best of the best. They have a strong combination of proven production and elite traits and are among the Heisman Trophy frontrunners. Coaches want to build their teams around them. Tier 2. They have produced and teams win because of them. They might be more circumstances dependent than tier 1, or there may be a shortcoming keeping them from there, but they are close to the elite group. And then there's some other tiers that as we go down and we get into those, because we're going to start getting into the weeds with like South Florida and stuff. But here's tier 1, and these guys are ranked. Number 1, did you see the list?
I did not.
Did you see the list?
No, but I know the talking point.
The number 1 quarterback is...
Arch?
Honestly,
had a very big playoff run.
A very big playoff run.
And a prominent court case.
Chambliss.
Trinidad Chambliss from Ole Miss is number 1. Number 2, Dante Moore, Oregon.
Okay.
Number 3, CJ Carr from Notre Dame. Number 4, Mensa. He's Mensa qualified there at the University of Miami. Number 5, Julian Sayin at Ohio State.
Okay.
Number 6.
This is still tier 1.
This is still tier 1. Number 6, Drew Mestamaker, Oklahoma State. Number 7, Arch Manning, University of Texas. And number 8, Sam Leavitt, LSU, and that is the end of the tier 1 quarterbacks.
And the definition for tier 1 is what?
The definition of tier 1 is the best of the best. They have a strong combination of proven production and elite traits and are among the Heisman Trophy frontrunners. Coaches want to build their teams around them. So
I would push back on Sam Leavitt. I do not think Sam Leavitt is a Heisman build-around guy. I think he's good. I think he's a good player.
Yeah, so I would just say, think about it this way. So he's the best of the best, throw that out. But you go, okay, combination of proven production, like have you put up numbers? Okay, he's done that. Elite traits, because this says and, not or. Elite traits, he's got really strong traits. Among Heisman Trophy frontrunners, he naturally will be in the preseason Heisman conversation. And then coaches want to build their teams around them. Okay, I guess you're kind of filling in gaps there a little bit, assume it. But, I mean, that is who they, Lane Kiffin went after, who he really wanted this offseason. So I would think that qualifies. I don't know how you can put Arch Manning in this list because there's not proven production yet.
Right.
You can say he had a flash, like if somebody would go, did you see the Michigan game? Which I'm sure some people are going to say on the fan text. It's like, yeah.
A&M, he was good against A&M.
But it's like, that wouldn't qualify as proven production to me that he's flashed. Like, does he have a season of like really good production? The answer's no. And so I don't think you can put him on this list if that's one of all the other things are there. He's got traits. coaches would want to build teams around him, although Texas last year didn't want to put any good skill position players around him. Like, all those things are true. The proven production angle is just like, I don't think I can get there.
We're going to find out quick with them. I mean, they go to Ohio State week 2, and...
Well, if he doesn't ball out against them, it doesn't mean he's... He does ball out, that's great, but...
Great.
I still remember that first pass he threw in the game last year, and I was like... F.
Oh, the one that was like this,
oh my God, that
skipping rocks out there.
That's yips, or like, oh gosh, because you don't throw a pass that bad unless there's something wrong.
I'm rooting for the kid. I like the kid.
I know his uncle's rooting for him.
Which
I would hope so.
Which uncle?
18, old Peyton. He was asked who he's rooting for, Arch or Tennessee, and he said he will be rooting for Arch.
Chose family.
Absolutely.
What you got to do?
I agree. I don't have a problem with it.
Right? I hate the Arch media. Choppy's part of it. Orlovsky. All these people who are so desperate for him to be good, and if they say anything against him, they're worried that Don Corleone, Arch Manning, is going to send the overweight hitmen to take you out. So they're scared of taking out the Mannings. It just feels like you're supposed to say Arch is great, and it's just trying to force something down our throats that has not happened yet. They were wrong last year, and let's see if they're wrong again this year.
Do you think if he didn't have is his threshold for saying, okay, we're seeing it, he's good, is it different than somebody else's who doesn't have a name? Like, is he getting unfairly hyped? He's getting. Oh no, he is getting. I was saying, is he getting unfairly hyped, but also getting unfairly criticized if he doesn't meet certain expectations?
Like you're almost saying he's Cowboys-like, how the Cowboys basically are going to be overreacted to regardless.
Yes,
there's maybe a little bit of that. If his name was Stephen Montgomery, nobody would even be talking about him as better than Quinn.
Yeah, the standards should be, yes, he's getting hyped up off of very little. He's getting overhyped. In terms of is he getting dragged down, like the standards should be
he's absolutely getting overhyped.
Stud recruit for the Texas Longhorns on a championship team. Is he that guy? Is he the guy that can lead them to a championship with the recent success that they've had and the rest of the roster and Sark? Is he fitting the part as a stud recruit, 5-star for the Texas Longhorns on a championship contender? Forget about Eli and Peyton. We can't forget about that. People are always going to attach it. But so far, he was not as good as Quinn.
Yeah,
and I was not the biggest Quinn fan.
So they've got write-ups on each of these guys too. In terms of they've also got
Quinn had tremendous hype.
Yeah,
tremendous.
Quinn was
the high most. So he was in that list with
Quinn and Arch are two of the highest graded quarterback recruits in history.
I think Quinn and like a couple of the guys were right there on the perfect grading.
So they've got different write-ups here where they've also talked to people like anonymous sources around college football for their opinions about these guys. So on Mestamaker first, he says, few on this list received as much praise from our panel as Mestamaker, the former walk-on turned FBS passing leader in 2025. One personnel director said, Mestamaker has the best arm talent in the conference now for Oklahoma State. Quote, a Big 12 personnel staffer said, there's no question he's the best in the league. That kid's so good. He's good enough with his legs, but his arm talent is freaky. A Big 12 assistant said he's probably the face of the Big 12 from a quarterback standpoint. And then on to Arch, some of the quotes that he got from people.
By the way, Tolo Chris says, let's go Oak State. Our motto this year is can't get worse.
A Power 4 head coach had told The Athletic about Arch, I'm not a big Arch Manning fan. I think he's just okay. I think he's overhyped. An SEC general manager felt differently, said he has all the tools you want to see, got better throughout the year, saw leadership, saw tenacity, top tier in the country. And then there was one more quote here from a Big 12 offensive coordinator. He said, you've got to tip your cap to that kid because after the start of last year, to be able to rebound the way he did and play as good as he did down the stretch is really impressive and something that not very many people would be able to do. I have a lot of respect for that kid and what he did, and I think he's pretty dang good.
This would actually be an article where people don't want to be anonymous so they can see the Mannings kiss the Manning's ass publicly. Put my name on it, please. You don't have to say confidential source. It doesn't matter if I'm at another school. Just please don't have the Mannings mad
or
at
just
me.
accidentally say my name there, and then I'll act like, oh, we were supposed to be anonymous. But man, I guess I'd stand by it. I really like the Mannings. I think that's a pretty good football family, if you ask me. Some of the other names here on Tier 2 that are relevant at least to this level of football or here in Texas. You've got Josh Hoover at 12, who transferred to Indiana. Number 13 is Marcel Reed at Texas A&M. There was one Power 4 offensive coordinator who said, I think he's a good athlete. I think probably about tapped out. What he was last year is probably about the best he's going to be. You have Kevin Jennings, the quarterback at SMU, is number 15, which Kevin Jennings just... There was like a whole... It was like something that's never been done before. SMU the other day renamed their strength building after their current quarterback. And it's like the first player that's ever had a wing named after them while they're at the school. But on Kevin Jennings, a Power 4 offensive coordinator, said he's one of those guys that just kind of gets the job done and has been really solid and probably overlooked because it doesn't look the prettiest all the time. And he comes in one spot ahead of John Mateer at Oklahoma, who is the last name on Tier 2. An SEC front office staffer said everyone was like, where'd John Mateer go? I mean, he had screws in his hand. He's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think it trades with Mateer.
Yeah,
I mean, for sure.
Yeah, he's an overall
one half of production, one season half, one half a season of production, and then the traits of being able to run around in the arm.
And I mean he can move, he can throw. He's an all around. Like I think he's more of a he may not be great at any one thing. He's just good at a lot of things.
A guy who has fallen on this list, by the way, in terms of what his hype was. People were talking about if Lenoris Sellers before last year, like, oh, he could have a great year and he could come out and be the number 1 pick. He's all the way down on Tier 3 and the 18th ranked quarterback on this list.
Ooh.
So Bryce Underwood comes in at 31, the number 1 recruit in the country from last year who ended up at Michigan. So a lot of different names on here that stacked kind of funny, if you ask me.
You want the next coach Google me or the rule changes that the SEC is doing just them? They're making their own rule changes for play this year.
Next, they're making their own rule changes.
Yes.
That, I guess.
All right. Offensive pass interference.
Just put Bobby in a bad mood.
In the
elitism.
I'm about to have some time off. You're ruining my happy American summer.
The penalty for offensive pass interference in the SEC has been reduced from 15 yards to 10.
Oh man.
Just in conference. They're going to say, that's...
For OPI?
Uh-huh. So they say it's too penal. It's too hard to make a first down on 1st and 10, now 1st and 25.
So you're telling me I'm going to get different rules
Yes.
for an SEC game?
Which everybody does to an extent, but not usually penalties are different.
What else is different?
So like the whole thing last year with USC and the quarterback who was in at punter.
Oh,
that's a rule specific to their conference that other people don't have. But that's usually not.
What?
That's usually just about declaring players. And stuff. It's not usually we're changing the distance of a penalty when you're playing an SEC.
I never knew this.
I didn't either.
This is insane.
Targeting.
I'm going to win you over on the SEC.
Targeting. The targeting penalty is if you get called for targeting.
Yeah, you're out.
You're out for the game, and if it's in the second half, you're out for the first half of the next game.
Yeah.
That carryover no longer exists if it's a first-time offense.
Okay.
All right. So if a player is disqualified for targeting, they're out for the remainder of that game, but they can play in the next one without penalty. Second-time offenders face a first-half suspension. Third-time offenders are suspended for the entire next game as well.
I cannot believe this. This is such a joke.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Imagine if the NFC East had different rules.
Well, that's why college sports needs a commissioner.
So this only applies when you're playing an SEC opponent?
No, SEC versus SEC.
Yeah, only a
SEC versus SEC.
Yeah, conference game. Which I guess fine. Now it's going to be a problem when if let's say there's a trick they learn.
Yeah, I hope it costs
right
them.
Within this. Let's say they learn like a loophole.
Yeah,
and then they try to use it in a playoff game, and that rule doesn't apply. But it's just second nature to them. That's going to be a problem.
It's a cult.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but you know
bad.
what? It's the good cult.
Yeah, okay. Keep drinking that Kool-Aid. You and Marshall Applewhite.
College football kegger. How did the Stars get Robo done and Zach Wolchuk for worst take of the week? The audio next on Sean and RJ.
through 3:30 through 33 with Frankel & Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you to Khaki Kev and the other Tolos who sent over the new cover athlete for NBA 2K27.
Oh my goodness, who could it ever be?
Who is it, Bobby?
I'm assuming it's Wemby.
It is Victor Wembanyama. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Highlights, cover photo is going to be missed free throw.
Well, he caught heat during the World Cup game. I think he was just trying to...
He was trying to get out of the sun.
Get out of the sun, and when his eyes closed, people said, just like he fell asleep in all the fourth quarters. And how much money... Did he take less money, by the way?
He did take less money. He could have gotten 30% of the cap, and he took 25% of the cap. And it's kind of a max deal. So that's the people are loving it because he could maybe get some more players with it, but the
EA didn't like it.
Was that?
Their Players Association didn't like it.
So what it amounts to is $10 million per year. So it's $50 million over the 5-year deal.
Okay.
So I went and looked. I was like, so like Luke Cornett makes $10 million. So they basically they kept Luke Cornett. Najee makes around $10 million. Jared Vanderbilt makes 12. There's not a whole lot of guys who make just 10.
Maybe it was a fourth quarter tax. Like it's just it wasn't even like a deal he gave them. They're just like, we're not paying you after what you did in the fourth quarter of the finals.
Who is the most irrational sports hate on this show that anyone has for someone? Is Bobby Wemby one? Is it Bobby Caitlin Clark? Is it all Bobby?
Bobby's a lot of it.
Who else?
I'm sure I have irrational sports hate somewhere too.
Well, you're
the
wall
hatred
of
for
losers.
His hatred for Deron Bland seems odd.
I don't hate Deron Bland. I just expect nothing.
You put Marvin Harrison in the top 10 receivers just because you're like, well, I saw him cook Deron Bland, and apparently he's supposed to be good.
I mean,
Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr.
I thought we were talking about Peyton Manning again.
Yeah. I mean, Bland's still trying to catch up to him.
To be fair, everything that's in common there, though, is me not liking overhype. Like, there's I don't know that it's totally irrational. There's an explanation for it. You can connect the dots of there's an overhype factor.
I get that. I understand it.
Who's on your wall of losers? Josh Allen,
Sister Jean,
Chris Paul. You've kind of looked. Right, many people would agree with you.
I think Sister Jean is my most irrational. Did she? Did she die? She died. So I feel like I could say this.
Did she die?
Yeah, she's gone. Yeah. It was. Never mind. But yeah, Sister Jean was my irrational sports hate. But that's because
she did die.
I was there for the start of it. I was in that. I was at
90
that
years
game.
ago?
No, I was at that game. 90 years ago, she was a teenager. I was at that game when those Dumbledorfs. What was the Harry Potter thing? Dumbledore. Gryffindor. With those Gryffindor scarves they were all wearing, those Harry Potter scarves. There she is. They had to wheel her out there onto the court to take all the attention away from the players.
Awesome news for the Stars. How do they get Robo back on a 1-year, $12 million deal? Gavin Spittle, the hockey hawk, with some of the updates. For the Stars, you avoid arbitration. Could have forced you to pay $13 to $13.5 million. Now the Stars can get under the cap for opening night. They have to wait until January 1st or later to sign Robo to a long-term deal. For Robo, he wants to stay here. It's a big bump. He was making $7.5 million. Now if he signs a long-term contract after January 1, that comes with trade protection for him. Spits and Suds is out explaining the Stars still have the rights to trade Robo, but both sides seem to want to come to an agreement in the Metroplex. So, great job by the Stars. We'll talk about it more with KNC at 9:40. Bobby wants to... Actually, let's see. Aiden, let's get the Phillies video real quick. Oh! Both of you guys were worked up over this. Who wants to set it up?
Go ahead, Bobby.
So this was, I saw this yesterday actually from...
Aiden's got it right now on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I saw it from John Boy is where I had seen it first. Somebody had shared it on Reddit, but this was at the Phillies game the other night, and there's this Phillies fan, and the ball is flying over the fence. It's a home run, and this Phillies fan puts his hat up. And he doesn't have a glove. He's not going to catch it with his bare hands. He's too soft for that. So he puts up his hat. The ball hits his hat, as you can see on the fan cam. Hits his hat. Hat flies out of his hand. Ball flies out of the hat in the process.
Into the lap.
3 rows behind the guy. Some guy in an Eagles jersey catches the ball, holds it up. He's super excited.
By the way, big foul. You can't wear an Eagles jersey to a baseball game.
Yes, you can.
You can't wear a Phillies jersey to an Eagle game.
Yeah, you can. So he turns back and he's looking at this guy in the green jersey. He's holding up his hands. He goes, "Oh, he's looking back at me. Something's wrong. I guess he wants his hat." He reaches down, picks up, goes to his hat, and the guy's like, "No. I want the ball. Give me that ball. That's my ball."
Yeah.
And he ends up just kind of taking the ball away from the guy. And it is now in possession of whatever dock worker this guy is.
This guy, first of all, pull up your pants, bro. Did you see those things? I mean, I saw gray underwear, maybe a streak. This guy's obviously never seen a sporting event before, because if I am a wide receiver and I go to catch a ball and it goes in my hands and it pops out and it lands in the hands of the safety or the defensive back, do I say, no, give me that ball? That's my ball. I caught it? Of course not.
No, not even a great comparison. You would have to be a receiver who took off your helmet and tried to catch the ball with your helmet.
There you go.
I have a possible excuse in defense.
Oh, no.
I have a possible defense. Aiden, run it again, please.
Prep worst take potentially here.
Possible defense. Did the guy looks like a Dudley Boy or one of these wrestlers? I don't think he saw the ball pop out of the hat into the guy's possession. So my only possible defense is if I put up my hat, I catch the ball in the hat, I think my hat falls to the ground with the ball in it, and you take the ball out of my hat, I would be like, okay, I know I had the ball in my hat fell off, it's in my hat. I still, looking at all the evidence, it should be Eagles fans' ball, but I don't think that Saggy Pants saw or knew that the ball popped out of his hat into the other guy's possession.
I think
you know what I'm saying?
I think you got to survive the ground.
It doesn't matter to me. Even if the thing stays in his hat the whole way, it's not.
Okay,
what about
a
glove?
Yes, let's do
and
that.
The glove falls off.
Yes,
I think once it falls off,
if it's in the glove,
yeah.
All right, and I fall over and it's in the row behind me, and I see someone grab my glove, open it up, take the ball out. You're saying that's fine for the person who took it out to keep?
Yes. Ball didn't
gotta stay on you.
Ball hit the glove, and the glove flies rows behind you, like you didn't possess the ball. It stayed in your glove.
But it stayed in the glove.
Yeah, but
it's in my glove.
But you didn't. Your hand's not in it.
Yeah.
So you don't have the ball.
You didn't stay in the glove.
He's trying to say that the hat
is the glove.
Yeah.
And it counts.
It's like Bull's hand in basketball. You know?
This is where I'm glad we have the internet. I want us to all collectively come together, find this guy, bully him, and maybe take his job or something.
The guy who got the ball taken from him, Eagles jersey, called in to WIP.
I went to grab it, and the ball's in my hand, and his hat's on the floor, so I'm celebrating. And then he goes to pick his hat up, and I go to pick my hat up, and then he's just, saying, it landed in my head, it's my ball, it's landing in my head, it's my ball. And I'm like, the ball's in my hand. I didn't have time to react before I was leaning to give it to him, and then he just ripped it out of my hand. But I got to give him kudos, because at the end of the game, he came up to me and said, thank you.
Chris, what did he say to you in the moment when he initially takes the ball from you? Did he say anything?
He just kept saying, that's my ball, that's my ball, that's my ball.
Did you say anything back to him?
I kind of didn't have much time to react because of how quick he was, and I was just like, it's not your ball, but I guess it's your ball now because it's in your hand.
Yeah.
Philly definitely kicked in there, and he was getting boos, and people were yelling at him for sure. I mean, for the next 2 innings. And then when I got up to get ice cream, there's people saying that was your. I mean, everybody around, even the upper deck above us, was saying stuff. So Philly let him know.
All right, so there's the fan call in.
And this happened at Philly's game last year with a woman with the Sally Jesse Raphael haircut running over to down the road to that other guy, demanding the ball, and he gave it to her. This is and the guy in the Phillies, the Eagles fan. I mean, that's just like to let a guy just grab the ball out of your hand. I mean, this is the softest thing I've ever seen. And I don't even like confrontation. And that ball's in my pocket. That ball's in my pocket so fast.
But I think if it's not in your pocket and somebody takes it out of your hand, I don't think you're fighting them for it.
I'm not going to fight him for it. It's a baseball.
I just don't understand. That's my point. To die over unless it's Judge's record setter.
Yeah.
You could hit any foul ball to me in the stands.
But it's a home run.
And I'm giving it away to any kid around me.
Yeah.
I don't care unless you're telling me that the autograph is going to make hundreds and thousands of dollars. I don't care about like an auto, but the foul ball phenomena and obsession, I always laugh at.
Who's your favorite baseball player of all time? Not a pitcher.
Chris Hoyles.
Okay, Chris Hoyles. Let's say Chris Hoyles announces it's his last.
Who is he? Do you ever see him on 162.0?
I've never
seen his name pop up, and I scrolled down a ways sometimes.
Orioles catcher, baby.
No, but Chris Hoyles, if that's your favorite player, all right, or Gus Triandos or somebody like that, and then you hit the home run, and you know it's his last game. He's announced it's his last game. The ball's going to be worth nothing, but you got to catch Chris Hoyle, like your favorite player's last home run, because I'm only having to use this circumstance for you since you don't think it matters.
How old am I? How old am I? Am I fit
now?
Yeah, I don't think there's any player in sports right now that I love enough that I have to keep. If it's Dirk's final ball, okay. I'm not giving that up. I'm fighting for that.
Okay.
But the random foul ball at baseball game. Why are you so obsessed over? I'm asking every single person in this audience. Because I know I'm going to get killed. I know I'm going to get murdered. I know every person would. 8 out of 10 people would react the same way as these psychos who screw kids over and jump over women and battle it out.
What if it's an adult guy? Like this dispute here. Would you be like, you're kind of a jackass, I don't want to give you the ball?
I mean, I'm not going to. Yeah, if he's being a jerk about it, I might have a little wrestle over it. But like, this whole, like, watching the way that these people react, it's like my 2-year-old sneaking a cookie or a candy cane. Like, I got it, and I'm keeping it here, and you won't discover it until after dinner.
It's
the foul ball phenomenon. It's lame.
I would be so terrified if, like, because I was trying to give it context, weight that you would want the ball. If it was a ball I wanted, for instance, and maybe it's not worth money, but I just want the ball. I think I would have such a moment of panic if there's any momentary dispute over that's my ball. I think I'd be running through scenarios in my head of like, did I miss anything that social media just saw? That like I would genuinely think like, am I going to be the bad guy? If I don't know which one, because that guy may have been thinking I might look like the bad guy if I keep this. I don't know.
You're texting Sandler like, oh, can you get the replay? Just check RSM.
Just do this. You tap your head.
Yes. If Sandler taps his head down there, then you know you the ball should not have been yours.
I've had one ball come near me, and it was at a Rangers Pirates game. And I was in the press box. I just sat down in those Lexus Club seats right in front. Yeah. Because I just grabbed a spot. Nobody was around me. And a ball came to my section, and it was coming right over my head. Like I had to stand up. I just ducked my head out of the way, let it hit the chair behind me, and it bounced, and somebody got it. I wanted no part of being on TV trying to catch foul ball.
Could the really
none
that would seem right down your alley?
None.
Could the third time be the charm for the Cowboys in their search for Dak's replacement? Next, in Below the Belt, right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Should the Cowboys give it one more shot on their quarterback contingency plan? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. We got Cowboys training camp starting up next week. They'll be getting going, and then they'll have their first practice, I believe, is the first day we're there. On August 3rd, I believe, is that first practice.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
So we'll get to Oxnard, and we'll have our very first practice. KNC Masterpiece will be out there next week for the training camp coverage. Thanks to On Time Experts for their sponsorship of our training camp trip. All right, before we get into...
Really missing no more beach day. Really missing that.
Yeah.
They sent us out on a Sunday instead of a Friday. Would you do the 3 hours?
When do we normally go?
Well, we used to go on. We always go on a Sunday, but we used to go on like the Tuesday before and do half a week and then the next full week.
That's right.
Now I'm cool with just a week, bosses. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not.
I'm cool with just a week. But would you trade? Would you do the 3-hour Saturday show to have the beach day after?
Yes.
You would do the 3-hour Saturday show.
I would do it. Yeah.
Okay.
I would
play some golf. Go to Riviera.
Would you trade Super Bowl?
Wait a second. Wait. I said do the 3-hour Saturday show for the beach day.
Yeah.
And now you're making all the plans that's not on the beach.
Well, I would go. Yeah. I would
do the 3-hour show and then disappear. See ya.
Yeah. I would do the. I would. Well, no. I mean, you can play golf on Sunday morning. Early, bright and early.
Would you trade Super Bowl to take those days and apply them to getting the weekend in Oxnard and then getting the rest of the week in Indy in February?
Where is the Super Bowl?
Where it is this year? It's LA this year?
Yes, I would absolutely trade. Any West Coast Super Bowl out. I would trade quick.
That's going to be... And
sucks.
Look, daylight savings, when that becomes permanent, next year we're going to be in our sleepy time the rest of the time. We're just going to be... It's going to be dark all the time.
It just hurts from like a team camaraderie clubhouse thing.
Yeah.
Not having that. I
do love that. Super Bowl still is my favorite. I would rather do a Super Bowl in Hawaii than the Comp.
Why? Because of the room of people that you used to work with.
Yes, I
just feel your popularity.
To me, I love the energy in that room.
That's not a scorching hot take though to say I would do the Super Bowl
at 4 in the morning local time with no one in there until Thursday.
No, it's not the show. It's like the energy in the room, like when you come back.
Yeah, no one's in the room until Thursday. For us on a West Coast one.
In the morning, for sure. I just mean like even going back there in the afternoon.
Yeah, the energy the last couple of years has been that dork in the Chiefs hat who holds his microphone, who you knew from Kansas City. Who's the guy?
Bob Fesco?
No, not him. The other guy with the...
sorry, Bob.
Or maybe it's... Who wears like the captain's hat, basically. He looks like Gilligan.
Bob Fesco.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's the only energy in the room when we get in there lately.
Yeah, in the morning there's no energy. I just mean like when we go back in the afternoon.
All right.
Butcher Block.
That's right.
God. All right, before we get to the Cowboys' potential replacement, over at The Athletic, they continue their series of basically surveying their beat writers about various topics. Who's your player who's the most this? Who's your player that's the most that? And trying to get different answers from the different beat writers. And the question the other day was NFL players with the most on the line in 2026. And they were bouncing around every team, and they got around to the Cowboys. And obviously, whenever this question comes up, most on the line, then it's clearly meant to have you define it whichever way you do. But it could go a million different ways depending on how you define that. Who has the most on the line in terms of financially? Who has the most on the line in terms of their reputation? Who has the most on the line in terms of their professional legacy or their future here or whatever? And so that could always go a couple different ways. Yeah. Whenever I think of most on the line, I think of basically your future in terms of, are you going to be employed here? How much money are you going to have?
Yeah.
So to me, there's no question it's George Pickens has the most on the line this season for the Cowboys. Would we agree with that?
Got a lot.
No.
Really? Who would you put ahead of him?
Schoonmaker.
So you're talking about like literal like.
Yeah, I mean, like George Pickens is going to get
He's going to get paid.
He's going to be richer.
Yeah, he's already been paid, and he's already going to get.
He's going to get. He's going to get a very nice contract.
Yeah, he'll be fine. So, but yes, from now you want to say from a legacy standpoint, although he's probably not a legacy guy. But yeah, a guy like Schoonmaker, anybody who's trying to get a second contract.
Yeah,
that's the one with the most.
Again, if you want to the various ways that you can define it, if you want to just talk about who has the most pressure on them, like the most riding on, hey, we need you to play above your head, like that could be Kenny Clark. Like that staff has put a ton on Kenny Clark, where it's like, you better show up.
Overshown.
We've talked to DeMarvion Overshown is the selection for one John Machota. He says DeMarvion Overshown has the highest. He said 3 players immediately come to mind for him: DeMarvion Overshown, Tyler Guyton, and George Pickens. Guyton has a pretty hefty amount riding on him this year.
Yeah.
Overshown gets the nod because he's in the final year of his rookie contract. Guyton will likely have another season in Dallas, even if this one doesn't go well. Pickens is likely getting paid well by the Cowboys or another team in free agency next year. Overshown doesn't have that type of job security. When healthy, he's easily Dallas's best linebacker, but significant knee injuries have caused him to miss 32 games over the last 3 seasons. A strong full season likely leads to a quality new deal, but if he's unable to stay on the field, Overshown could be left with underwhelming contract offers. And that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about coming off of this. I agree with John that if he plays 16, 17 games and he balls out, Dallas is going, cool, let's go. Let's do this. And they're paying him a pretty decent contract as soon as he's eligible for it. And that's remarkably inconsistent to me. If you're going to tell George Pickens, like, I need to see it from you for another year for your attitude or whatever else, or I need to see it from this guy for another year, this guy for another year, I need to see DeMarvion Overshown be healthy for more than 1 year before I go, like, locked in, here you go. Because that's exactly what they did with Jalen Smith.
Yeah, but locked in at what rate? He's not going to get, he's obviously not going to get...
he won't get Jordan Brooks.
Jordan Brooks got 17 a year yesterday.
But if he gets, let's say he gets an extension that's 4 for $60, and he's locked in at $40 million guaranteed. That's $15 million a year. They might do that if he has a good year.
Right.
And that's one of those things where it's like, okay, it seems inconsistent when you're telling people, hey, this is the way we do business.
Well, it's rules change when the price changes.
Sure.
If George Pickens and Mulugheta want to be the next receiver close to JSN, that's different.
Well, if you want market value, then.
Yeah.
Right? So like...
Well, what if I just say they make Overshown the 15th highest paid linebacker in the league? Would you have a problem with that?
No.
Or you would applaud them for trying to get in front of it?
I would applaud them for getting that done because you're clearly buying... Like, even the Rugnet Odor deal for the Rangers a few years ago did not work out. But it's a good deal when you sign it because he looked like he was ascending, and so it's a gamble you make, and it didn't work out, and they lost money on it. But same thing with
made Overshown a top 10, top 5, 7 highest paid linebacker. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I think if he has a good year, that's what it's going to be. It would have to be like a top 5 deal, which at linebacker is not a ton, but still relatively speaking. So I think it can present some inconsistency to guys when they're like, man, I had to show this. Now you're just giving this. That doesn't seem like you guys are totally applying business dealings the same way.
Well, we trust our doctor.
That's true. That's true. But do you trust DeMarvion's ligaments every year to hold in place? Because that's if he doesn't recover from what he's had, he will be one of the he could have been so good. Like it's
Jalen 2.0.
He will be just another number that you take off the thing, that little red deli counter thing.
Oh, DMV.
DMV.
I left the DMV the other day.
Oh, you did?
You left the DMV like 20 years ago.
Whatever it is, Dallas County Tax Office to get car registration. I got my number, and I was like, okay, and it was a packed house. Maybe Monday was a stupid day to go. But I was like 45 numbers away, and I was like, maybe they're like, it's not going to go in the exact order that I'm thinking. It did.
It did.
And after about 20, 25 minutes, I left. Now I have to go back.
Miserable.
It's awful.
But, I mean, if he doesn't ever return to form, he's just another in a long list of Cowboy linebackers they've taken that have had injuries that never amounted to what they wanted, from a Bruce Carter to
Sean Lee. I mean, they've all
Van Der Esch.
Smith, Van Der Esch.
They all have injury issues.
They all had injuries.
So is Overshown? Is this the last year of his deal?
So I think I'm trying to see how it would be. I think that because he qualifies for a deal next year. I think he might be I can't remember, because of his injury the first year, he might be a restricted free agent after his contract's up.
He's an unrestricted free agent in 2027. 2026, $1.4 million. signing bonus $230K.
So So he would, I imagine, if he has a really strong year, would command. Like, he'd be able to, the Cowboys would be able to say, all right, let's do this, instead of just them saying, all right, you're tagged, and we're just going to hold on to you and make you prove it for another year. All right, over at The Athletic, Josh Kendall had been writing about the Falcons quarterback situation, which is just a little bleak looking. Man, they threw a bunch of money at Kirk Cousins, then walked away from that. Then they're like, all right, we got a top 10 pick. And then they immediately went, let's go get Tua, because this has clearly not worked out yet. And the Athletics' Josh Kendall, as Bleacher Report writes, painted a bleak outlook for Penix's chances to earn a long-term contract from the Falcons, especially after they signed veteran Tua Tagovailoa this offseason to compete with him for the starting quarterback position. Kendall says he has 12 starts, 4 wins, 2 300-yard games. So far, Penix has done nothing to justify even picking up his fifth-year option, much less offering him a long-term deal. There's still a lot of optimism in the building that he can, but he's got to beat out Tua Tagovailoa for the starting job first. And somebody had sent me this the other day and said, the Cowboys have been hunting for Dak replacements. They tried with Trey Lance, didn't work. They threw a dart with Joe Milton that to this point hasn't come to fruition. It's still early. But he said, would you throw a draft pick at the Falcons if they were like, you know what, we're not going to pick up the option, let's walk away from Penix? And my first thought was, well, Penix is super old. And I went and looked it up. He's younger than Joe Milton, and they came out in the same draft. I didn't realize that he's younger than him. But Penix is younger than Joe Milton. So let's say the Falcons do determine he's lost the job, he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
If they called at the end of training camp the same way with Trey Lance and said, a 4th-round pick, Dallas, send us a 4th for Michael Penix, would you do that?
I'd do it for a 5th.
A 4th for Michael Penix? Yeah.
I think I'd do a 4th. Dak's getting older. Like, obviously, it would just be for a couple years. Let him mature till he's 35, Michael Penix, and then have him stand out there. And then there's knee risks and things like that. But for me, a day 3 flyer on a guy who is so good with the deep ball and has shown flashes of what people thought he could be coming out of school. To me, that's a flyer we're taking more than even the Trey Lance.
You think they would do that, Atlanta?
I'm saying, like, if they get to the point similar, like with Trey Lance, where it's like, it's clearly not working and we're not re-signing him.
You guys are acting like a 4th is a steal. I'm pushing back for a 5th.
I think it is. I mean,
who goes for more if they're traded tomorrow, McCarthy or Penix? JJ McCarthy or Michael Penix?
JJ.
Tell us, king of compensation.
JJ.
Man.
I think JJ too. I think
so too, but I think 4th is undercutting both of them. I mean, these are top 10 picks from 2 years ago that barely.
Lance was 3 years removed. He was the 3rd pick. He went for.
But he hadn't really. I mean, I think they were much bigger. He was a much bigger project than those two guys.
Yes,
arguably, yeah.
Yes. All right, B-Lo.
B-Bill.
Right here on your home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ. Does Brett Boone still have both balls? Let's talk to the former Rangers hitting coach on your home of the first place Rangers on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Don't need to show it to us, Brett. That's next.
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
This pitch is rocketed deep out into left field. You can say goodbye to that one. A blast off the bat of Wyatt Langford. He clubs his 11th home run of the year. It's a 2-run shot, and the Rangers now lead at 9-0.
It's always a great hump day when the Rangers are in first place, and we get to talk about it with Odyssey baseball insider Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone podcast, featuring weekly interviews with the most notable names in baseball. Insider calls presented by Grainger with professional-grade products for every industry. Grainger has you covered. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. And Brett, always cool enough to join us on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Do you have any further handle on this division than you had 2 months ago?
Oh, it's driving me crazy. It's this division back and forth. They've let Houston back into it. Now they're a few games behind Seattle and now Texas in first place, but they've made it a possibility. That's the one thing I thought, at the end of April. I said, well, this is probably the end of Houston's run. They've had a pretty good stronghold on this division for a while, and right now they're right back in it. So no, I have no idea what to make of it. You think somebody's going to make a move. I've been watching that Seattle team. Everybody knows, we've been talking about it for years now, the strength of their starting rotation in Seattle. Last year, the offense was a huge part of that, led by Raleigh, who's obviously not having anywhere close to the year that he had a year ago. So it's back and forth, and it's every night. It's like, you win one, you get a little excited, like, they're going to make a move. No, they lose two. So, and Seattle's doing the same thing. So they're just back and forth right now. Texas is in first place. I mean, who would have thought sitting right around 500, you're getting close to the trade deadline. What it does is it puts a little pressure on the people making the decisions upstairs, like, what do we do? We're right in no man's land, but you're in first place. You got to, at this point, and we talked about it at the beginning of the month, you got to think about adding right now because this division is so gettable.
Brett, we talked about an hour ago about insiders thinking it could be a dead market in terms of trades. You get Boston back into it. You got the American League with a very mediocre first half. Teams with a Ranger mindset of buy, and was that Backstreet or NSYNC? NSYNC. Yep. How are you looking at the market right now?
I'm looking at we're still defining, right, who's going to be officially selling at the deadline, because I think there's a lot of people. Well, let me look at it right here. You got officially I think at this point, I think Toronto's not going to be a buyer. They might be a seller. The A's, they've got a couple players that are really intriguing. Their catcher is going to be a hot commodity on the market. Will the A's sell right now? We don't know. I think you look at San Diego Padres. They're another interesting team. They've really underperformed. A lot of guys hurt in that starting rotation. A lot of talent on the offensive side, all having down years at this point. Will Padres changing ownership right now? Will they sell at the deadline? If so, you've got guys at the end of that bullpen. Mason Miller being the main one everybody's talking about, probably the best closer in the game right now. Everybody's going to want him. And then Morihone, who's his setup guy right now, I think he's going to be a hot commodity too. So it's going to be interesting. In probably about a week, you're going to find out who is actually really selling and who are the teams going to be out there looking for. You're always looking to add a piece, especially with this format, this postseason format, with so many teams eligible. Such a strange year, especially in the American League. It's such a down year where kind of if you just look at it, kind of everybody's in it, with the exception of 3 at the bottom. I think everybody else can make a case where we've got a chance. We've got an outside chance. I think you guys saw in the 23 World Series when Texas won the World Series was a team like Arizona that just snuck in at the last minute with like 84 wins. So they know that the formula, the past way you got to the playoffs and you won the World Series is not necessarily the case now. All you need is a seat at the table.
Brett Boone joining us here at 105 to the Fan. So would you take into account a lockout where you're going to say, hey, we got to win it this year, we got to go for it, or we're not going to make a trade for a player because we don't know if we're going to have him next year anyway because of the lockout?
I don't know. A lot is, well, it's not on the front burner right now, the lockout. I think there's going to be a work stoppage at some point. Now, how long that is different. It's interesting strategically from a player's perspective. I was in the union. I was a part of the last time baseball had a major work stoppage in 1994. We've avoided a lot of basic agreement negotiations. There's been no real lockout. A couple of years ago, for a couple of days in spring training, but it was a blip on the radar. I truly do think there's going to be a work stoppage. How it happens, when it happens, I don't know. And it starts to get interesting right now. It's from a player's perspective and the union's perspective. Do you do something before the postseason to kind of hit the owners in the pocketbook? That's a strategy that I know is being bounced around. It would be awful ballsy of the players to make a move like that. Their stance is, we just want to play.
Like what move? Like what type of move?
Well, if depending on how the negotiations are going, I have no idea. I'm not privy to behind the scenes. I remember I was the assistant rep for the Cincinnati Reds in '94, and I knew, I was on conference calls all the time going into that postseason. We ended up losing the World Series. That's what hurts owners, is that postseason. That's where all the money is made.
Oh.
Does the union have a strategy, like if you just will refuse to negotiate, continue to pound on the salary cap? Did they do something like that in the postseason? Or do they finish the World Series and then the owners lock them out of spring training? So it's strategic. It's ugly. I don't want to see it. I'm just throwing this out as an alternative because I've heard about it bantered about in the people I've talked to. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think there's going to be a long work stoppage. I look at this game. I look at all the positive things. I look at the WBC in spring training this year, how popular it was internationally. I think the game is at a point where it's in perfect shape to grow and get better. The revenue is going to continue to come in. Players are kicking butt as far as salaries, how much money they're making. Owners are kicking butt. And it's like, man, it seems awful silly at this point to walk out. Now, if there's a work stoppage, if you look at the history, I don't think it's going to be one of those things where, and I've heard commentators and people in the game, in the media saying, oh, it's going to wipe out the entire 27 season. I'm not in that camp. I think there's definitely be a work stoppage, but I don't think it's going to be that long. It's just, how long does it get? Because I was there in the 95 season where they put scabs out on the field. And I'll tell you what, it lasted only a month into the season. We ended up playing, I think, 130-some games, 140 games that year. But I'll tell you, it hurt our game, and it took years and years to rebound because there's fans, and I don't blame them. They watch this game. This is their passion. They see these athletes. We're making a ton of money, and I think the athletes rightfully should be making a ton of money because why? Because the owners are making a ton of money. But it's just ugly. It's bad optics. Fans don't care. They just want to see their team play. They don't care about all the minutia and all the BS that goes on behind the scenes. They just want to see their team on the field. And if you take it away from them for an extended period, they'll walk away. I saw it happen. And everybody talks about the 98 season and the McGuire and the Sosa. It really did take that long before the fans truly came back to the game. So I don't want to see that.
Brett, and we're talking with Brett Boone here on 105 through the Fan. There's been some discussion recently about the Rangers pitching staff has probably regressed to the mean a little bit. They've had a little bit more trouble. Sure. But one of the things we're hearing a lot of criticism about for the Rangers right now is just defensively. And they've been a really good defensive team the last couple of years, and they've had a number of issues with that right now. Would you prioritize more if you're the Rangers and you're looking towards the trade deadline? Would you prioritize more like, hey, how do we maybe strengthen some of these things we're seeing with the pitching staff right now, or would you say, hey, if we just fix some of the defense, a lot of this is going to come around?
No, because I think the defensive pieces are in place. It's like you look at an offensive team that's not offensive. The pieces are there. What are we going to add? More pieces, more good offensive players? This team, I watched it a year ago, and I was overly impressed how good. I didn't realize how good defensively this group of guys is. And for the most part, it's the similar group of guys that were there a year ago. You've missed Seager a good amount. Wyatt's been on and off the IL. But defensively, it's all there. Josh Young is a very solid third baseman. He's had a rough run. He's had a great offensive resurgence, but he's had a rough run defensively. Duran, who's been all over the field, is kind of a utility Gold Glover. I mean, he's just good wherever you put him. Carter really runs it down at center. Wyatt's been kind of taking it easy because that hamstring, he doesn't want to push the envelope. Wyatt's one of those guys that just runs through walls to his detriment, but I also love it watching him play. And as a teammate, I want you to be like that. So I think the defense, it'll level out. I think they're middle of the pack right now. I don't think they're thinking, let's strengthen our defense, because they know they have the defenders there. For me, always has been since the beginning of time at the deadline, if you can get a key difference maker pitcher, that's what I go for, because I always think pitching wins. So I think they're going to be in the mark for pitching. I don't think they're worried about the defense. They're just kind of chalking it up as an anomaly, more of a problem guys that can't defend, if that makes sense.
Brett Boone, brought to you by Granger here on Sean and RJ. What type of, not saying it's happening, just hypothetically, what type of trade value do you think Corey Seager has?
Not his highest right now. You know, with the way things have gone, I think it would have to be a team willing to it would have to be the Rangers willing to eat a certain amount of the salary, because there's so much uncertainty. You know, he's getting to that age. I know he's not at the age where he has the major downturn, but his numbers right now aren't good. He's shown that he's having a tough time staying on the field. So I don't think his trade value is at an all-time high. So I don't see that happening anyway. I just see them trying to get Corey healthy to an offense that's you know, they're kind of middle of the pack everywhere, but they're playing good. They've got some guys that are, you know, Berger, for as much talk as Berger the last year and a half, he's having a sneaky, really good year.
Yeah.
Lopez has been great addition. I mean, he's been a spark plug. Josh obviously turned it around. Young, and I think Wyatt, we've talked about Wyatt till we're blue in the face. When's he going to be this super? Well, I think you're seeing Wyatt start to mature. He's starting to grow up. He's getting a little bit better. I said that last year. I said it's going to 2 years before Wyatt's in that, he has a chance to be an MVP. He's a tinkerer. He's a guy that's got to figure it out himself. He's starting to figure it out. Just stay on the field now, and I think you got a really great player in Wyatt. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting watching these guys and this division. Boy, it's going to be a fight to the wire. It seems like now you got a big series coming up with Seattle. Seattle hasn't been playing well. They won a few games recently, but overall they haven't been scoring any runs. Pitching's been solid like it always is, but they haven't been scoring any runs. And, Texas seems to be seesawing back and forth in the win and the loss column. So you got an interesting 4-game series come up. They got one more tonight with Chicago. They got to win this. They got to win this series and then get ready for Seattle, because I think Seattle, it's going to kind of be I don't know if it's a definer. There's too many games left.
Yeah.
But at this stage of the season, when you know you're fighting at the top of that division, and there's kind of one team, Houston I mentioned in the rearview mirror a little bit. I don't take them for granted. But right now it seems like it's Texas and Seattle. So you just kind of – this series is big, and not necessarily just numbers-wise, but just mentality-wise.
Brett, I know you're a Seattle Mariner by heart, and you guys are kind of known for this. I know you have a lot of players that have had this happen, but it happened yesterday. You ever ruptured a testicle?
I have not. No, I had an event where I may have. Back then, we didn't really test for it. You just kind of rub some dirt on it and you move on. But I remember. I always took. The word I'm looking for is that
you said rub
pleasure.
Already. Yeah, pleasure. Oh, wow. Okay,
where are we going here? Pleasure.
Let's talk about baseball,
and
right?
I was really kind of proud of the fact that I didn't wear a cup. I don't need to wear a cup because I'm such a good defender. I don't make mistakes. And people, whenever pointed out, I said, I don't need a cup because I'm just better than you. One day during BP before a game, nonchalantly taking my normal ground balls that I take every day, catching a few between my legs behind my back, and wham, I got a bad hop and squared me up.
Oh.
And that was about a half hour of, I couldn't imagine anything worse. That being said, Fast forward, next day I had a cup on, wore a cup every day for the rest of my career. So, no, never had a ruptured testicle, but I have what I think could have been a ruptured testicle.
I've never seen it on a swing like it happened yesterday with the A's player, where he swung and the ball hit him right there, down on the ground, gets up, gets a single, and then has to run to first. I've never seen anything quite like that.
That's bad mechanic. You should not be able to foul a ball off into that region.
Great stuff, brother, as always. We appreciate you. Till next time, thank you.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
The great Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider, brought to you by Grainger with professional-grade products for every industry. Grainger has you covered. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Choppy fixes Tom Brady's and your midlife crisis in the red zone next.
After we get you over to Base Power.
Segment here brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It is the Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee, with locations in Grand Prairie and Arlington, here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Amongst the most recent ESPN layoffs, in addition to the NFL side consisting of Ryan Clark, you now have Bart Scott and Cam Newton. So they're gone from Espen. Did you see the supposed alleged Puka Nacua bite?
Dude.
Looks too rounded. It makes me wonder if it's real.
It makes me wonder how his mouth could open like that. Like that.
It's perfectly rounded, and each tooth just is as sharp as a tack, it looks like.
Yeah, and then, she's got to have,
oh, man.
Like, it's got to be in a spot where you can really kind of get to the skin to bite it down like that. That's a perfectly rounded. It's like it's like he's eating a piece of bread.
Yeah.
It's intense.
It's intense, man. Holy cow.
It's dug in there.
I'd still rather have that happen than hit a ball off myself.
Get bit like that?
Yeah, I'd rather specifically have Puka Nacua bite my shoulder than hit
Draw
myself.
blood, I don't care. Take a chunk out.
So that's a supposed. We'll see.
Oh,
supposed bite mark from Puka.
Well, we now know who the cannibal is going to be, if there ever is one in the NFL. Most likely to be a cannibal.
Let's fix Tom Brady's life, and maybe yours listening.
Tom Brady is in the midst of a midlife crisis, it appears. So there's talk of him going to WWE and fighting Logan Paul.
Yeah, all these stupid Logan Paul interactions,
Jake
obviously.
Paul,
it's
whichever
been
one it is.
set up and part of the bit the entire time for WrestleMania or whatever event they have coming up.
But people are melting down about Tom Brady, and I think they need to just let him enjoy his midlife crisis. Who are some of the biggest Tom Brady supporters out there, you might ask? I would assume they're members of Barstool Sports, because did they not go to the NFL headquarters during Deflategate?
Yep.
And sit outside Roger Goodell's office?
Yep. Got arrested.
Got arrested for it?
Yeah. Portnoy got himself banned from NFL stadiums or something because of it.
Speaking of Portnoy, he said he is worried about Tom Brady.
Tom Brady chopping it up with Logan Paul.
Yeah.
And they're at the Fanatics thing. He hits him with a chair. Not good. They're at the World Cup game. He gives them the bird, Logan Paul. This, to me, is one of the great downfalls of an icon with Tom Brady. And the way he is acting post-retirement, it's a legacy that is being lamified. I use that word. People are like, what does that mean? It means he's becoming very lame.
The Undertaker bit was one of the top 5 cringiest things I've seen in that category. I was so uncomfortable watching it. And props to WWE for convincing and making Tom go this far. Whatever contract they signed him to, or maybe he's just this bored somehow, some way, he is all in.
Is he a big wrestling fan?
I don't think so.
If you're a wrestling fan, like they all, I think, would, no matter how famous or unfamous you are, the wrestling fans, I think, would all just, let me lean into the carrot. I want to be part of the show. I would think they would all. If he's a fan,
like Jalen Brunson, Halliburton. I think they went and did it at the Garden again the other night. But Tom, did you? Everyone
saw it. Oh yeah,
yeah.
How bad was that?
It's so bad. It's so bad. One of the greatest lines, greatest comparisons here is on one of these Barstool sites, and it said casting Tom Brady as the heel is as convincing as casting John Wayne as Genghis Khan.
Yeah,
which is what John tried to do. You can't it's so wild. It's so wild that Tom's trying to do this.
Yeah,
it is absolutely a midlife crisis. And there's no amount of letters and speeches and well wishes and posts on social media that could get a man out of a midlife crisis. I know. I've had 2 of them. All right. Once you're in them, you're in them. You're immersed. There's no getting out.
Yeah.
The only way out is through your father time. That's it. That's the only way out of a midlife crisis. That or untimely death. But we're not going to go there.
Yeah.
But people telling him to stop, begging him. You just got to let it run its course.
Yeah.
Like, these things take time. It's like, when you take too many of those funny gummies, you just hang onto the floor, man. It'll pass.
Yeah.
Just hang on. There's nothing you can do.
Did you know you were in it when you were in it?
Not a clue.
You didn't?
Not a clue. I should have known. I should have known with the snowboard and the electric guitar and the acoustic guitar and the infinity and the divorce. I should have known about all of it. I should have picked up on it sooner or later. But I didn't.
There's a sweet infinity, by the way, right now at dealerauction.com. I think I had. I don't think it was a crisis, but I'll call it a midlife contemplation. It's a serious contemplation over like career and what I want to do, and you just kind of self-assess.
Yeah.
And you're thinking about it a lot. And I think I had it like 2 or 3 years ago, and I was like, I think this is my midlife crisis. I think this is it.
Yeah.
2 things on Tom.
Two things.
One, if Tom wants to do this, okay, it's not the end of the world. It's cringy. But this proves why 90% of the people who have votes for like Hall of Fame votes should not have them. Because you have people who are actually writing articles talking about Tom's legacy being affected.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. And it's like, Michael Jordan with the Wizards did not matter. That's erased. And people, for the most part, have erased it. But you have people who are like, I am really thinking differently about this man and about his greatness because of what he's doing. It has nothing to do with his football career. People can't separate. People cannot separate things in life. But people are begging and pleading. And it's like, he's doing a wrestling bit. Let the man do it's dumb.
Yep.
It's cringy. It maybe is a little pathetic. Don't take it more serious than Tom's taking this, and he's taking this really serious.
Really seriously. The other thing is Tom Brady and Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan and all these great athletes, they had no childhood. They had no 20s. Everybody else in their 20s feels themselves out. They go through the ups and downs of trying to, get you can't, as a professional athlete, you're just a professional athlete. You're not partying it up if you want to be the greatest, right? If you want to be Tom Brady and Tiger Woods.
Puka freaking partied.
Right? Yeah, but if you want to be those guys, like, you give up your childhood, you give up your 20s, and then when you're retired and you got all this time on your hands, you're like, oh my God, I got to relive my 20s because I missed them. And I missed my 20s, and Tom Brady missed his 30s too. So he's trying to play catch up.
What's happening to the Patriot way, though? Let's be focused, guys. Let's be locked in this. And then now we're seeing
this black hole, baby.
You're seeing Brady like, I'm going to do, like, imagine, go back 20 years ago, and I go, Tom Brady, Our offensive leader, you're going to be doing WWE promos and slapping YouTubers. Mike Vrabel, you're going to have some issues over there as our defensive captain here in about 20 years with reporters. It's going to be tough for you. And Bill, you're not even going to be in the NFL. Nobody want to touch you because you were just obsessed with a 21-year-old potential.
It's Gronk has it the most together.
Yeah. That's concerning.
Gronk has it the most together.
Yep, that's concerning. It's
Willie McGinnis, you're fired from NFL Network.
Yeah, and who knows? He may be facing charges still. I don't know. Whatever happened to his little nightclub brawl? So they've got serious issues.
Yeah,
I don't pay attention to Julian Edelman's podcast. He may say weird things on there. I have no idea.
Yeah. So when did you feel like the midlife crisis was over? And is that it? Is it contemplation? How would you define a midlife crisis? What caused you to get the guitars and the drum sets and the?
I think I don't know.
Is it like I want to reinvent myself? I need to be a different person.
Maybe, but like when you realize it, when like, man, none of my decisions make any sense at all. That's what it's like. Why am I doing this? Why I'm getting too old for this? I think when you say I'm too old for this, and then you watch.
Tom's got a lot of stuff going on,
and then you look up, like for a lot of people, for me, like I looked up one day, I was like, oh my god, I got a teenager.
So
what happened in the last 4 years?
The term was originally coined by psychoanalyst Elliot Jock in the 1960s, and a midlife crisis apparently represents an identity shift. During this transition, individuals often compare the reality of their lives with the expectations they had in their youth. While popularly stereotyped as buying sports cars or having impulsive affairs, psychological studies show that for most, it is an internal psychological transition rather than a disruptive event.
What do you think his is going to be like, Choppy?
Bobby's?
Yeah.
I don't think he'll recognize it.
Oh, man.
Well,
he likes he turns to like Dan Orlovsky.
Like from week to week, am I not like into something where it's like, why are you messing with that right now? So I don't know that you'd be able to notice a radical shift because I just always have radical shifts.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
I think my life I just have a life crisis.
Yeah.
A life crisis.
That's mine.
Man, they hit you hard. At least they did for me. It hits you hard.
A lot of contemplation.
Yeah. And it's not like, and it could be worse. Like you could have a great life, you could have a terrible life, and then you could have everything you'd asked for, but just one thing might trigger it. And I don't know what that was. And
Pepe is about 20 years away from his. How depressing is that?
I'm 30 this year, 2 months.
Oh, never mind. You're 30.
Yeah,
years.
Mine was you're about 5 years away. Mine was like 35.
God.
Mine will be when when the youngest moves out. That's when I'll be like, we need to go adopt a child or something. Like, that's where I'll be.
All right, we have some audio to get to with the KNC masterpiece. Zach Wolchuk, see a worst take lock for Friday at 9 o'clock, and G-Bag throwing us all under the bus. Let's get to it with the KNC Crosstalk after this.
Your vehicle, get classic Chevrolet Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Victor Wembanyama, meet Caitlin Clark, as Caitlin has just been unveiled as the NBA 2K27 Deluxe Edition cover athlete to go along with Wemby.
You like that?
I mean, that's the first smart thing that the WNBA has done is allow her to be on the cover.
Because by licensing rules that they have laid down yesterday, Sophie doing the point, can't do it.
Can't do it.
Cannot have Sophie doing the point
I
on
think
there.
it's derogatory somehow.
Yes.
Confrontational. Yeah.
Stupid.
Good morning, fellas. What's coming up on the show?
Guys, at 10:20, our Stars guy Robert Tiffin of StarsThoughts.com joins us at 10:20 to talk about the Robertson signing. He is heading to the Jim Nell presser at that moment.
Come on, Mel. What are we doing here?
Don't answer him.
You can't
Keep
call
going.
him that.
Keep going.
Oh, yeah. And,
what's the matter with you?
At 12:20, that's Stars Thoughts. THOUGHTS.
Oh, thoughts.
And at 12:20, I will ask Skip Schumacher the appropriate etiquette on catching foul balls.
Yeah.
That was a good discussion this morning. And I saw Kevin once at spring training. A ball bounced. He went and picked it up and then walked 20 feet to give it to a kid. And, that was the moment that I went, that's the only thing you should be doing with a foul ball. If it's a home run ball, if it's Aaron Judge's record breaker, throw it back because you're a Rangers fan. You're the best Rangers fan.
I'm giving it to a kid, for sure. My own.
Home run?
Yeah, anyway. I'm
not if you're
kid.
fighting over a stupid foul ball.
Care, they're at home.
What if Andy Staples hit the foul
There's some little
ball?
kid next to you goes, please, sir, can I have that baseball?
I would tell him that his dad needs to be, needs to be there for him and catch the ball.
God! All it would take was two chants from the crowd, and RJ would hand it over. Hard ass. All right, Bob.
Actually, I'd give it to Sarah. So I feel you're protected if you give it to your girl.
Because that is smart.
Yeah.
Right.
Bobby, you have been all over these audio clips. So which one would you like to play first?
Well, I feel like the Wolchuk one from yesterday will start conversation, whereas the first one is probably the one we need to play, the one from last Friday, just because that's more shots were taken and we should acknowledge it. This was last week this was on Friday. This was the G-Bag Nation, Cut 11 Peyton, Gavin Dawson going at us for thermostat wars.
Thermostat wars have been initiated, I believe, as the Sean and RJ, the Sean early operation this week, blamed us for setting the room to 78 degrees. So I walked in here 30 minutes ago. They had turned it down to 60 before they left today, knowing KNC was going to be on remote. So the temperature just now normalizing.
Wow.
As for the first time in G-Bag history, I've had to open up with a beanie on my head already.
Oh, God.
Usually it's later on in the day. I'm clearly blaming Bobby.
He's the bitsman.
I think he's the agitator in these situations. He's trying to generate some content out of it. So, but this is my issue with the whole morning show is just they start stuff based on unconfirmed allegations.
Yes,
they're very suspicious. And they jump to conclusions and, make up this toxic fantasy land of who they have to blame and get back on. We did nothing. We have done nothing to deserve this. There was the entire night show.
It was a 4-hour show after us.
That took place after Arnold. Yeah. We are not putting this thing up to 78 degrees before we walk out of here. At no point could we do that. We live in the 68 to 70 world. Yeah. Here in the G-Bag Nation. Yeah. And so I don't know who is to blame. Maybe it was just a malfunction on the piece itself.
I don't believe this thing works well.
It's got a mind of its own,
I think
for sure.
it does. Bobby did reply to our conversation because he is Toloing, and that's why we love you, Bob. He said he did not blame us. Corey Majors is responsible for that.
Oh.
Whoa!
Corey wasn't here today. They were on remote.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess he's pointing the finger at Corey, that Corey was initially the one that turned in the G-Bag Nation to blame for their initial issue.
So Corey started the blame train?
We got finger pointing going on, and I don't like this.
So Bobby did do it. Is what you're telling me, though, Steve.
I didn't do it. And I didn't.
You see how Bobby tried to blame me, though?
It wasn't. No. See, this is the
he
toxicity.
He will frequently walk out of this place and turn all the lights on during our show, screwing Aiden over.
No.
And then he'll turn it on heat.
Don't let the
you do this.
Don't let the division that the G-Hag Nation always tries to start. Don't let them start that. I can say hag. That's not bad. That's what it is. But no, this is literally what happened. Was they said that we were blaming G-Bag.
Oh, yeah.
And all I said was, the only person I texted them, I said, the only one who said G-Bag turns it down is Corey said y'all do that.
Yeah, I did.
That's all. And then they turned
up to 150.
Bobby's throwing this at Corey now.
Yeah.
And then, no, I did not. I didn't do it. I said I didn't do it. I didn't turn it down to 60. I will turn it down to 64. I will. 64. I would turn it down to 60 if I didn't think that you guys would just turn it right back up and we'd be doing that all day. And so I would do that, but no, I didn't do it.
Why do you turn it down so low, though? You're wearing a hoodie.
It is. Well, see, that's the
because I can comfortably do it.
It is chilly in here because these guys wear hoodies and I don't.
But there are sometimes you set that thing to 65 and it's 80 degrees in here, and then other times where it says it's 74 and it's cold.
It's not them.
I feel like when you put it on 64, you're not doing yourself any favors because like nothing is going to get to 64 ever. I feel like you're messing with it.
Yes,
like Dawson said apparently got to like 32 degrees in here when we said it like that. Where he's like, I had to start with a beanie on.
What's the rule? It's the 25 degree. That's whatever the temperature is outside. Your thermostat can only get your house to 25 degrees below or different from the outdoor temperature.
Yeah,
I never heard that.
I'm not. I'm not going to participate in this one.
Is it because why Dawson just said you're part of the whole morning show operation that likes to make up fake enemies?
I don't know. I didn't take offense to much in it.
I don't know.
I'm fine. Just keep it pointed at you. Keep it between you guys.
It was pointed at me, but Dawson again roped you guys in there. If y'all don't want to be part of that, that's fine.
I will
pick another day.
I will say we are a very well-equipped show to be the bridge between the two shows. The bridge for the entire station for you guys. We're very well equipped to be able to handle.
And y'all are going to be out in Oxnard.
The violence y'all have between
together
amongst each
with
other.
Ish.
Yeah.
We don't have problems with G-Bag.
Okay.
We're good with G-Bag. It just sounded like Dawson had a little bit of resentment. That was all. We do have a problem with Zach Wolchuk, though.
Oh, no.
Zach Wolchuk had an absolutely... he had a take yesterday that apparently the fan text lit him up for. And he turned himself in. He self-volunteered. He's like, hey, the fan text says I need to be nominated for worst take because of his take on candy.
Best candy in the game.
They are the best candy. The Nerds Rub or the Nerds Gummy Cluster. Number one.
Better than Reese's.
That's a chocolate.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a chocolate.
That's what I'm saying.
They're two different things.
Yeah. But
it's not a candy. No.
Reese's is not a candy?
It's a chocolate. It's not a candy.
So,
what's candy about the Reese's? It's peanut butter and chocolate. Your candy, it's got to be like your sours, your gummies. Like a Skittles would be a candy.
So Snickers is not candy?
No, that's a chocolate bar.
Okay. So they give
They call it a candy bar?
It's a chocolate bar.
It's a candy bar. on Halloween night, it certainly feels like candy when they're putting it in my pillowcase.
Oh, look. You're dressed up like a ghost. Here, have some candy.
But I get the distinction.
But I think there should be a distinction. For me, there is. Yeah. Hey, I'm living in my own world, okay?
Bingo.
For me, you got your chocolates, you got your candies. That's a chocolate.
Marking
that
A on the Scantron for true.
I didn't ask your damn opinion. I don't care about your list, Brian. This is my list over here.
He's segregating sweets.
He is.
I got to say, he's right.
No, he's not.
He's right.
He's not.
He's right. Look, Zach and I don't agree on it. Well, we agree on one thing. Two now. We agree on one thing. But, we don't agree on much. But I'll tell you this. He is right. It is not a candy. It is a candy bar, but it is not candy. Candy is gummy bears, Skittles.
No, that is a subsection of candy. The umbrella catch-all for all of that underneath it is candy, and then there are types of candy.
Bar, though.
Well, all trucks.
That's a good point by Broadus. Isn't it a candy bar?
All trucks are cars, but not all cars are trucks.
Oh, like poppin' soda.
That was a good point. That was a bad point.
That got me thinking a little bit.
All sodas.
About whether chocolate is a separate category of candy.
The definition in every dictionary is a small piece of sweet food made from sugar with chocolate, fruit, nuts, or flavor added.
But the
definition says you're wrong.
Added, but chocolate's not added. Chocolate is the encapsulated thing. All all Cokes are sodas. Not all sodas are Cokes.
Like chocolate-covered strawberries.
Chocolate-covered strawberries.
No one calls that candy.
It's not a candy.
Your worst Better Call Chop defense of all time. This is
chocolate. I think he's jealous he didn't come up with it. Because the whole thing sounded like a Seinfeld bit.
Tindy Hands, my nephew, he agreed. He agreed that this is he was listening. And he said, he's right. And then everybody in the group chat, except for me, was destroying him.
Yeah,
so we were in the minority. We get it.
You decided that means you were right?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. But I think he's onto something.
What do you think?
I think that's a crazy opinion.
Not all chocolate is candy, though.
Like
the bitter ones, the unsweetened versions. Those are not considered candy. According
because they're
to,
not made with sugar.
Right.
And so that's the whole point. That's the definition of candy.
Eric says he's
milk
right.
Chocolates and chocolate-covered sweets are widely classified as candy, though.
If you tell your kid, I guess you have to educate
Eric,
them.
Do you have macaroons on your arm?
I'm not going to listen to you. Here's a Snickers bar. That would make your head explode.
That should be the goal.
When I tell my son, go into the pantry, get yourself a candy, get yourself a treat. If I say get yourself a candy, then I have to educate him when he comes back out with a piece of chocolate and say this is not candy.
But let me ask you this.
I've always thrown it under the same umbrella. But I mean, I am thinking about it.
I understand the umbrella comment, but lasagna.
It's like you guys with your stupid hot dog sandwich thing. I hate that. But, I thought about it for a second.
Yeah. This is, no,
Well,
2-1-4. All trucks are not cars, Chop. All trucks are vehicles. That was a dumbass take, just like the candy one.
All vehicles
That's the thing. Vehicles, and then there's cars, there's vans, there's SUVs, there's almost everything.
Does anyone else throw trucks into the car category?
I do.
Like what type of car you drive? And I go,
I drive a truck.
NASCAR doesn't. They say it's the truck series.
Okay, yeah. So
I kind of want them to have the vehicle series now, where they all race against each other.
You like lasagna?
Love it.
All right. Would you say lasagna's pasta?
Yes.
You would?
Yeah, it's lasagna noodles. It's noodles.
I would not even consider it to be pasta.
It's
pasta. You got to twirl. Pasta, you twirl.
It's like a pasta casserole
is
or something.
Noodle. Pasta's a noodle.
You have to twirl pasta,
You're the worst Italian.
Penne is not pasta.
So if you just take a forkful, you're like, that was not pasta.
That's a good question. Might be in the corner here. All right, might be in the corner.
Keep fighting, Choppy. Keep fighting.
Keep fighting on this one.
You love the ropes.
Yeah, I would just say I would not consider lasagna or manicotti. I wouldn't consider that pasta either.
That's a dish. It's a.
What is it then?
Lasagna what if I do twirl my lasagna?
What's a lasagna noodle? What's a manicotti?
Lasagna's casserole. It's Italian casserole.
I would say because if you bake it, where you bake lasagna, you bake the manicotti. That's not a pasta. Pasta is baked in.
There's a dish called baked spaghetti.
Baked spaghetti? Mm-hmm. No. Baked ziti?
Baked ziti.
Baked ziti is not a pasta.
After, yeah.
But if you just take regular ziti not baked and you put it in the water and you prepare it that way, pasta.
You guys gonna
what does
want to do your extra hour of punishment tomorrow? It's just me and Chop, Bobby going on vacay.
Oh yeah.
Where are you going?
Home. This is just recharge time.
Recharge time.
Yep. And then Kristen's leaving town. Kristen's leaving town, so I'm just going to be home by myself for 6 days.
WNBA 2K27.
Oh, I'm going to be lighting it up. Can't
you
wait
would never
to shoot
say we're having pasta tonight
from 3
and then
with
say
Caitlin.
we're having lasagna. You would say we're having lasagna. We're not having pasta.
Hold out your arm. Let me see how much this hurts. That wasn't that
great.
Hit
me the testicle. Here.
Okay, hold on.
What the hell?
Let's break on time. Let's break on time before Kevin goes crazy.
Too late.
It's the KSC Masterpiece with Bravo Talk next.
We've taken away the excuses. Where you go. by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And, of course,
man.
The famous
better one, yeah.
Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
And you can also check us out, I guess in the future here, right now, on Sirius XM.
Yeah. We're going to start letting the F-bombs fly.
Hell yeah.
What? Oh, that's not.
We need to ask, I think we should probably ask the boss before we do that. Kevin, I'm doing.
Oh, I did. He said no.
Okay. Well, then why'd you say that?
I just wanted to give people some hope.
But you know that I was that close to going ahead and doing it. Why would you do that to me? I did not know yet.
Okay.
You got to warn me about this.
Corey,
stuff.
Don't say the F word.
Okay, fine. That's
gaslighting.
The first piece of advice Eric Nadell ever gave me.
I've always wanted to gaslight somebody.
I just don't know how to use the word correctly, so that's why I don't know. All right, so Kevin, I'm doing great, except just a moment ago when you kind of laughed at whatever my second oh man, I saw something fly onto your microphone. And I thought it was snot that jumped out of your mouth. It's a piece of string. So we're doing all right here today, guys. No snot. There's a no snot society here, and we're doing all right.
Okay.
The other thing
is
not
my fault.
It was. I had a great night last night. I really enjoyed myself last night. And it looks like one of our friends caught a home run ball from Wyatt Langford. Maybe. We'll see. But I had a really good night, and now the stress begins with the rest of my week. So I'm really looking forward to all the things I have to do.
Are you guys nervous at all that it says Central Server reboot at 10:30?
No.
Okay.
Hold on, there's an email about this?
All right. He said, don't be nervous. Alec, you just said you're not nervous. How are you doing?
Doing a lot better because I'm not nervous about a Central Server.
Okay.
No, I'm doing great. Slept good. I'm ready to get in the gym. It's one of those days. I'm amped up. I got a lot of caffeine flowing through the system because remember, I told you earlier this week, up to 5 cups of coffee per day can actually help your heart. So I'm just consuming.
5?
Yes. So I'm just consuming coffee at an inhumane rate because they told me now it's actually humane, very humane, according to the American Heart Association. Okay. So it's not just them saying it. It's the AHA.
How do you? Okay, I got a lot of questions now. Question number 1: are you no longer drinking the Ghost?
I got one in the fridge.
Okay, so you are still drinking the New Tropics Ghost, because I just transitioned over to that over the weekend. I saw it and was like, hey, Alex said this is good, so I tried it out. It's pretty good. Maybe I have some of that pumping through the veins right now also.
Yeah.
But so 5 cups, do you drink them in succession? Do you drink them all out of one giant container? Do you just drink it straight out of the pot? Or and do you drink it hot? Because drinking warm drinks is good for your digestive system in that it tells your digestive, it irritates it enough to say, hey, go ahead and poo.
Okay. I did not see if that was where we were going. Not saying you're wrong. I just didn't know that's where you were going.
So your coffee situation, how are you consuming 5 cups?
So at 6 o'clock sharp every morning, I'm consuming a double shot of espresso.
There you go.
And it is warm.
You have an espresso machine, or?
Yeah, at the house we do.
Well,
fancy, dude.
Wow. No, it was my dad's employment gift for hitting 25 years.
You have in Mansfield?
No, it's somehow less expensive than our coffee machine that we have at the studio. It's like a fourth of the price, but it's really, really fancy. It was his work anniversary gift for hitting 25 years. So, yeah, it's super expensive, super nice. We start with that, and then when I get to the building, I have a regular cup of coffee here. So by that math, because of the double shot, I'm probably at 3 or 4 cups worth, and then I usually have an energy drink that is natural caffeine based, not anything synthetic. So all natural in the body, baby.
There you go.
And then somebody asked why I sounded like a German child begging for bread during crosstalk. Yeah, I was supposed to be
porridge.
Yeah, Little Orphan Oliver from Oliver Twist.
Y'all never read Oliver Twist?
Yeah.
Come on. We got
more porridge?
You know what? Here's what we're gonna.
How can you have more porridge?
Here's what we're gonna do, because we want Listen, I love the Tolos, Kevin. The Tolos have made us number one.
Damn right. Thank you very much for that.
Y'all keep kicking ass out there. But here's what we're going to do now, all right? Assigned reading. Every Tolo, if you
love homework,
so that y'all can catch on to all these things, assigned reading from now on, all right? Oliver Twist, probably the 15th book we'll assign. It's way down the list for me.
So does that mean every morning then, when we ask everybody how the heck they're doing, then you'll be like, and did you finish your assignment?
Did you
Please
get your
report.
chapters read last night?
Okay.
You don't have to do a book report. That's a lot. That's too much.
All right.
Because then you got works cited page and all that. Nobody wants that. But
bibliography.
I think we do need to, let's elevate ourselves. Let's elevate ourselves and the Tolos. Let's all do this together and be the most educated show and listening audience on the entire station.
Okay.
What do y'all think, Tolos? Y'all let me know. If you say yes, we'll do it. If you say no, it'll hurt my feelings.
Okay.
But we'll still have to do it.
Yeah, would it hurt your feelings more if I told you I was going to do it, but I knew full well I was definitely
watching
not
the movie,
going to do
yeah.
it? Yeah. And even that's a bit much. I need like the Spark Notes to the Spark Notes. Like I don't even want to read the whole Spark Notes.
One of the cool things about AI, which we'll get into some AI discussion later on in the show today, but one of the cool things about AI is that in your email, on our Gmail, it bullet points the email for you. Even if it's one sentence email, it's like, here's a bullet point on that.
I will tell you, a couple people ahead of the game. How could you have more pudding if you don't eat your meat? And so people have been listening. That's from Twist too.
I'd rather go to the gym than read. Going to the gym is awesome.
Have you ever seen somebody reading a book at the gym?
Mm-hmm.
I have
all the time.
What?
On the treadmills, not while lifting. I've never seen anybody read a book while lifting.
Okay,
I'll try it today.
on the machines, like the Stairmaster.
Mm-hmm. I don't need
the
you to
bicycle.
I don't need you to list all the machines.
The elliptical.
No, I got it. No, I understand.
Rowing machine.
Nope.
That's kind of tough.
I understand.
Rowing machine's probably pretty tough because you're going away from the words and then coming back.
Yeah.
Play cut number 1, please.
And he continues to do well against lefties as he lobs this one toward the left field corner. Antonacci back to his right. He leaps, and he can't get it. It's just beyond his reach. Over the wall. Opposite field home run for Brandon Nimmo, his 10th of the year, and the Rangers lead it 2-0.
That's where I punched the ceiling last night.
Yeah, you left.
Nope.
Yeah, good point.
I did punch the ceiling.
From the 469, wouldn't Dr. Seuss books get us well above the other shows? That feels hurtful.
Jeez.
That's a shot at Sean.
Feels like
and
Evan,
RJ.
Feels like Evan Grant wrote that one. Remember that quiz yesterday? Damn. So, a lot to like coming out of this game. I will tell you, and we're going to have Skip Schumacher on about 12:20. Nothing with this Rangers team is ever easy. So, yes, Josh Young, because of a potential calf issue, did leave the game.
Dang it.
He says he thinks he can play today. This was last night. He'll see how he wakes up. Skip took him out as a precaution. We'll ask him today. I'm betting he says, well, he's not at the park yet, so we're not totally sure. You would hope that he sent Skip a text and was like, yeah, I'm good to go, or something like that. But that was one of the lone tough parts of a dominating victory last night.
Yeah, no, they looked every bit the best team in last night's game. Hits for power, hits that you just kind of needed. Kevin, there was a point where I told you that Nicky Lopez was going to have a single right over the middle. Predicted
Alec,
it.
he did right on the money, and that's exactly what happened. It was very impressive.
Yeah, Nicky Lopez does those things. I wonder when it comes to the calf, how, I just don't get the whole calf situation for Josh Young. It's a consistent thing.
Yeah.
And they have some of the best trainers and doctors looking at this all the time. Do they not have a solution for him there? And I just feel like this is something that's recurring. We probably should look into it at some point. How do we keep this from happening again? Because it's the one thing that's really wearing you down. But they were able to put 10, 11 on the board, and that's a good night for us right there. I'll take that.
It was just 10.
It was just 10?
Still impressive.
Felt like 11.
Okay, well, 11's the number of the day. Did you know in the previous 11 games, the Rangers had given up at least 8 hits in all of them? And they were closing in on the franchise record. Only 3 hits last night and only 1 hit given up by Kumar Rocker. And we had a lengthy discussion about, would he continue to go out there? And then luckily, if you're just looking at it from a bullpen perspective,
you're able to save him.
Yes. And Marco Gonzalez, in what has to have been his first game for the Rangers.
And fantastic 3 innings.
And he was able to close it out for you, get the save, but probably more importantly, since you didn't necessarily feel like the game was in trouble, save your bullpen going forward.
Now, I do, because Rocker only had 75 pitches.
Right.
I did wonder, I was very frequently, dude, he might be able to go 8 in this game. He might be able to actually get 8 innings, but I think because Skip Probst, and we'll ask him when we talk to him at 12:20 today. Hey, was this an idea of just getting Gonzalez some work? Had Rocker done everything he needed to? And there's always the discussion of, hey, he had success with the opener. Why not do it again? And then he goes out and gives you a night like that where he wasn't just striking everybody out, but he was dealing, dude.
Was there any part of you that thought, I cannot remember who hit it, the deep, deep fly to kind of, I think it was right center, made them a little nervous that, like, hey, he hasn't given up any runs. That could have been 2 right there.
Let's get him out of here with a clean sheet.
Yeah. Yes. To use our soccer terminology.
That was something that I learned from Bochy when Bochy was here, because we were talking, there was a certain pitcher, and they were like, once we asked him, it was kind of similar thing, and he goes, well, he started to get hit hard. And that's usually when we're like, okay, let's go ahead and give him the night.
Right.
It's because it's maybe so. Maybe that was the moment they were like, hey, you know what? He's done everything he needs to do. He got his pitches in tonight. Also, we do need to kind of make sure our starting pitching is available to us, so let's not push it too hard with Rocker, because we are going to need him later down the road as this season's looking, tough on starting pitching for them right now.
And I believe, because I was looking at this after the Braves series, I believe this is now the 5th time the Rangers have scored at least 10 runs this season, and then also the 5th time they've given up at least 10 runs this season, going back to the opener of the series. But something interesting before the series started, Jared put out a number that said the White Sox score about 46% of their runs via the home run. That is the 5th highest rate in Major League Baseball. In case you were wondering where the Rangers were, it's 40.5%, just below the league average of 41.1. So they're 18th, slightly below average in Major League Baseball. But my point is, the White Sox have not yet hit a home run in this series. Now, could the counter argument be, hey, guess what, Jack? They still got to 10 runs in Game 1 without a home run. But you have not given up a home run yet in the series, and I think that's encouraging.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Keep doing something like that, and we'll feel pretty good about things. Nice night for Brandon Nimmo. Yes. 4 hits. Kevin from the 469. Went to last night's game. Rocker was dealing. We sat front row above the pen, and he tossed my son a ball before taking the mound. What a moment for my boy.
How much... And it's probably hard to quantify, but especially that first time, how much does that just elevate the entire experience? Whether you caught a foul ball, got a home run, or one of the players threw the ball, that's like a next level thing right there, is it not?
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then from 601, just went to pull off at a red light, and a guy came slamming on his brakes. He almost ran through the light. I gave him a thumbs down.
Good. I'm glad this is catching on.
Yeah, this is a good thing.
More civilized discourse across the Metroplex. I did see yesterday the quick extra Rangers note. They had their press conference with the top 3 draft picks. They were at the game last night as well. Kip Fagg confirmed that the Rangers had agreed with all 10 of their top rookie choices. And I was like, did they now? How in the world did they pull that off? Because we talked about third round pick went for way over slot. I would double check. I think it was like 1.8 over slot, something like that. But their second round pick signed for $700 over slot, and then their first round pick signed for $550,000 under slot. But still, I was like, man, how are they going to make that work? And then I believe it was Evan Grant who tweeted out, this does not appear as though it leaves a lot of money for pick number 4 and the rest of them. But they made the announcement yesterday that they have agreed with all 10 of their top choices. I believe they have signed 18 of the 20 draft picks last I saw last night. So that's a good thing. Got to be creative financially sometime, and we'll see how it goes from there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Breakfast at Tiffin's with our Stars insider, Robert Tiffin, right here on The Fan.
They've taken over middays, and they're not turning back. Thanks for spending your workday with the
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for breakfast at Tiffin's with our Stars insider and man who led me to believe that Kanan Jarrus was going to be okay on the show Star Wars Rebels. It is Robert Tiffin. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I had you going there. That's good. That's good. That way the surprise hit. That's the point of TV.
He died.
Oh, my gosh. Why'd you spoil it for me?
Because it came out 8 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And you're not going to watch that show.
Oh, man. Wait till you find out how the Odyssey ends. It's going to blow your mind.
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, I have liked working for this company, but you know how it is.
Oh, my goodness gracious. All right. So you are on your way to the Jim Nill presser, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Do you have the guts to ask the question, do you think this got worked out because nobody wanted to do extra stuff on a Saturday?
I mean, if that's not the first question, I'll be disappointed. I think that's something everyone can relate to.
Agreed.
I mean, there's a whole Office episode about not working on a Saturday. It's as relatable as it gets.
So this might be a simplistic view, and you're here to correct any of our misconceptions. But the first thing I thought when I saw this was it's a stopgap, because then when you can sign a long-term deal after January 1st, it will be at a time when, Sagan and a bunch of other people come off the books, and now you have the salary cap room to really get in the ballpark of the number he wants. Is that a incorrect view, or what do you think?
No, that's about right. But look, once it became clear that the two sides weren't really going to be able to meet in the middle between the Stars' reported, $12 million offer for a long-term deal, and Robertson's camp kind of sticking to, this is all reportedly from all the, rumor mongers and stuff, but we think it's pretty solid. $14 million ask. Once it became clear that gap wasn't going to be able to bridge, mainly because the Stars don't have room this one single year, a stopgap deal like this was always the most likely outcome. And that's why we were headed to arbitration this weekend, because the arbitrator would have come down with a one-year deal. But what this deal does, by settling ahead of time, it removes any uncertainty for both sides. It allows the Stars to basically make sure that they're not going to, come in a little bit higher than expected and then be maybe in more of a cap crunch than they were anticipating. And if you're Jason Robertson, there was a chance the number could have come in under $12 million from the arbitrator too. A third-party arbitrator for salary arbitration is a very different thing than like negotiating on the open market. There aren't really a lot of comparable players to Jason Robertson at his age, his performance and production. Still with 1 year left as a restricted free agent, which are the only comparisons you're allowed to use in arbitration. So this really just feels like both sides kind of saying, yeah, why come in on a Saturday when we can basically do what needed to happen anyway, just at a number both of us can live with. Let's just do this ourselves. And, if both sides are a tad unhappy with it, that probably means it was a good deal.
All signs still point towards both sides want him to be here for the long-term future?
We think so. But, that'll really depend on what happens next, because now that he's signed to a one-year deal, he's not eligible to sign another extension until January 1st. And that means that extension will be the big, his big swing, his biggest contract of his career in all likelihood. So he's going to be swinging for the fences just as much as he was now, and probably even more so. So if the ask was 14 this past summer, it wouldn't surprise me if a year from now the ask is something like 15, if not more. It'll depend on how his season goes, right? If he starts off absolutely on fire and he's tearing it up, maybe he and his agent talk and they say, there's some other cities that look pretty good and they're willing to offer us the Leo Carlson deal for $18 million or something. So
that really screwed over the whole. That really screwed over the whole NHL, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, it screwed over the Ducks most of all. It reminds me of the Kirill Kaprizov deal in Minnesota, where he went to $17 million as a pending unrestricted free agent, and everyone thought, oh no, this is where the whole market's going to go. Didn't quite work out that way until the next year when Carlson got offer sheeted to 18. But then we saw Connor Bedard, $15 million in Chicago. So yes, I think it will, as you say, screw over the whole league, but in more of a delayed kind of fashion, and really that's where the cap is heading anyway, so maybe it just accelerated that process.
Because to confirm, he still can be traded before that January 1st number, though, or timeline?
Correct. He can't, since he's still a restricted free agent for this final year, he can't have any trade protection in his contract. That's true of every player in the NHL. You're not allowed to have any trade protection in your contract until you would have been eligible for free agency, which is usually around that 27-year-old season for most players. And Robertson, as it happened, just turned 27 today. So happy birthday to Jason Robertson. He found $12 million in his birthday card.
Good timing.
How fascinating is that potentially going to make that January through March run when it's like, hey, extension, but here's the trade deadline lingering there?
Yeah, it really means we could see a very, very similar situation to what Colorado saw with Mikko Rantanen. Because remember, that was the exact situation 2 years ago. Mikko Rantanen was a pending unrestricted free agent. Colorado was trying to extend him, but the two sides simply couldn't get a deal done. And depending on who you believe, that number was either a few $100,000 or maybe $1 or $2 million apart. And so Colorado finally, in January, pulled the trigger and said, you know what, we're not going to find a middle ground here. So they shipped him to Carolina, and as we all know, Carolina tried the same thing and then shipped him to Dallas a month after that. So it's certainly possible that come January, the Stars in Robertson's camp could sit down and find themselves at a similar impasse to what they were this past summer, even though the Stars will have more salary cap room next year since Tyler Seguin's $9.85 million is coming off the cap after this year. There's no guarantee that they're still going to see eye to eye on what they are willing to pay Robertson, just because they're capable of it. And they'll have a ton of cap room starting next year. But they still, knowing Jim Nill, he's not one to throw money around just because he can. So it'll be interesting to see. I really think it'll be the real time when we find out, does Jason Robertson really want to be a Dallas Star, or is he looking to, do what he ought to do and find the best contract in the prime earning window of his career? I don't think anyone would really begrudge him for doing that, even if it's fans. You always want to keep him in town.
Sure.
I do not begrudge a dude for going to try and get what he's worth.
Absolutely. Agree with that. Now, I know the focus has been on Robertson, and maybe this is an overreaction, but just looking at the team as it's constructed right now going into next season, does it not look remarkably similar, if not a little depth lighter than last year?
Sure does, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yep. No Maverick Bourque. What you have to hope for, I wrote this last night on Star Thoughts. What you have to hope for, I think, if you're the Stars, is that Tyler Seguin being healthy can make up for what you lost with Maverick Bourque being traded away. You have to hope that Thomas Harley looks more like the Thomas Harley the Stars signed to a very lucrative extension, as opposed to, kind of the halfway version of Harley that we saw for a lot of last season. And most of all, and I think this is really the biggest X factor that probably isn't being talked about as much as it should be, if Jake Ottinger looks like a franchise goaltender, that goaltending covers a multitude of shortcomings. So if Jake Ottinger looks like one of the best goalies in the league, that could cover almost everything. So there are still some ways this team could be better, but they need some things to break right, because as you say, they are certainly not deeper than they were last year, and probably a bit thinner, actually.
I don't think we've talked since the Maverick Bourque. I don't think we got a chance to talk about that with you. How did that feel whenever you did move on from him, though, for what you like, the purpose of the future of him as well?
Yeah, to be honest, it caught me off guard. If you had asked me, 3 months ago, I would have said Maverick Bourque, even with a hefty raise, he's still the type of player that you want to keep. A first rounder, you develop, you draft and develop, and looks like you finally took a step last year, and you're thin on the wing. So Bourque, to me, I was sure 3 months ago that Stars were going to find a way to keep him. Turns out, though, that with the way the market was going, Bourque and his agent probably knew that they were going to get at least $4 million, and as we know, they got $5.5 million, I think, the long-term deal from Nashville. So ultimately, the math really, in retrospect, should have made it more obvious that Bourque probably wasn't long for this world in Dallas. But it did catch me off guard initially. But when you look at where the market was going, there's no way the Stars were going to have room to keep both him and Robertson. And if you have to only choose one of those two players, I think it's a no-brainer.
Right.
You choose Robertson, but But, now if the Stars lose Robertson in the spring, because they'll have to trade him rather than losing him for nothing, most likely, if they can't extend him, boy, then that Orc loss looks, well, it stings even a bit more. But we'll see. Let's not borrow trouble from tomorrow.
We do want to congratulate you on becoming the NHL.com correspondent, but does that mean that we're losing you in some way?
No, I guess I probably can't throw around super big hot takes about how messed up I think the league is or something like that. That probably would not be wise.
Right.
Not that I do that anyway, but if I were inclined to, now I would be maybe less so just because I'm working for them as an independent correspondent. But otherwise, no, I'll still be doing my thing at Stars Thoughts, still kind of writing at multiple different places and hopefully still talking to you guys pretty regularly. So appreciate the congratulations, but the best case scenario is that more or less nobody notices.
But you'll still text us those same thoughts about how the league is messed up, right?
I cannot confirm or deny that I have ever texted such things.
Sure.
I can't imagine anyone would insinuate such a thing. How dare you, sir?
Yeah.
How dare you?
The last text exchange we had is, I'm really worried about this guy in Star Wars Rebels, and it didn't work out well for him. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations very much. We appreciate it, as always, good sir.
Thanks, guys. I always enjoy it.
There you go, Robert Tiffin.
That's cool, man, that he's worked his way into also now the NHL's like, we have enough respect for what you do.
For sure.
That we want you to be part of what we do as well. That's awesome.
And if you haven't, starsthoughts.com, starsthoughts.com, excellent website. I am a subscriber on that. Now, quick side question for you, unrelated to hockey whatsoever. There was rumblings last night that on their YouTube channel, the Miami Heat had scheduled the LeBron James introductory press conference for Monday. The Heat have had to come out and say, oh, that link was posted by mistake. Mm-hmm. Do you believe this just was a accident based on nothing? Or do you think somebody got fired for putting something on a public schedule that was supposed to be on an internal schedule?
I don't think it was an intentional thing. So I wonder if somebody did get fired for it. There's also part of me that thinks it's very intentional. That they were just like, hey, we're going to go ahead and put this out there so we can get the hubbub going, so we can get the pot swirling for everybody, so everybody will know. Because didn't Riley say that if he'd have stayed, they would have been a dynasty and all those things? So, and he loves the sale, right? He loves the sale. I have a feeling that it was just to stir up some emotions.
Alec, do you think this was a simple accident, malicious intent, just a make-believe thing?
I do think it was an honest mistake because being on the content creation side of things here at the radio station, I know that a lot of things get pre-planned and they get scheduled, and sometimes you might click publish on accident. It happens. I've worked for a newspaper as well, same thing. You might send something out a little bit too early when it was supposed to go out 2 days later. You always expect that something's going to happen. You just pretend that it is, so you have it ready to go. But I will say, the Miami Heat did post 2 job listings 10 hours ago. Director of YouTube strategy and junior social media content creator.
Oh, no!
So that makes me think that was a, hey, you screwed up, and now everybody thinks that we're putting stuff out there that's not actually happening.
So you believe those people got fired?
I think they might have, or maybe they're saying we need to add to the team because we don't have enough people that are double-checking everything.
Wow. We're the KNC We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. If recent history is correct, one of these 7 teams will win the World Series. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, John Owning.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
1-2. Duran on the ground, hard towards the middle, past the dive of Acuna into left field, a base hit. Nimmo rounds 30, comes home, he scores, standing up. Ezekiel Duran with an RBI single. Rangers reach double figures.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and in fact, the Rangers would win the game 10-0, and that is back in first place. Your first place, Texas Rangers, as we fire up some baseball nuggets. Remember at 12:20, we got Skip Schumacher coming up on the show. But on the baseball front, let's talk injuries. I know I said who's going to win the World Series. We might have to hold that. We'll see how it goes because we have injuries to discuss. The Kansas City Royals have lost Bobby Witt Jr. to lower back tightness.
Oh, no.
He is going on the injured list. So that's not good.
10-day or longer?
Just 10 for now.
Okay.
We will see how it goes from there. However, normally one of the greatest players in the game going on the injured list would be your lead injury story. However, today it's not. I want to warn our listeners. This could be painful for you. Please be advised. Athletics rookie Joshua Kuroda Guerrero. So he fouled off a ball on Monday night into his
nuts.
Yes, into his baseball nuggets. He had to undergo emergency surgery to repair a ruptured testicle.
Oh my gosh! I don't think you can say that on radio.
We'll find out. That's a medical terminology.
If Alec didn't dump it, then we're okay.
That is something that got said a long time ago that we're like, I do not know about that. Now,
I've often said that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what's crazy to me. First of all, that's crazy.
Do you realize how hard something has to hit your testicle for it to rupture?
Right. Not really. I mean, based on the way you're saying it, I guess really hard.
Oh.
But shut up. I don't know. But here's the amazing part. He finished the at-bat, and then he went back into the field in the next half inning before he was like, get me the F out of this game. I'm assuming that is essentially the terminology that he used.
He tried to tough it out.
He did.
With an exploded...
Correct.
Nugget.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Listen, dude, I just want to say this. If that was to ever happen to me, I would lay on the ground either writhing in pain,
which he did
forever, or playing dead. I would just be like, I'm dead. Go ahead and end me now. You know?
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. Beltre didn't have one explode.
Correct.
It just was.
He just was kind of playing with fire there with the lack of cup, let's say. All right, Corey, Alec, do you think this is fair when it comes to trash talk? Whenever he comes back, do you think it's fair play for the catcher to be like, all right, everybody, here we go, ball one.
That's funny.
Or is that too far? Because we should all...
You know what I would hope in that
sensitive.
moment? I know this dude, like, he had this... Oh, all right, I got lots of questions now. First off, do you replace it with a glass one?
Is it glass or is it like rubber?
Silicone?
Plastic? I don't know.
Like, is it kind of like the augmented breasts? Where they do the...
Corey, I'm not sure.
Where they just like, hey, we got a silicone version, just throw that in there. How do they attach that?
I I'm really not sure.
877-881-1053. If you've ever had to replace one.
Oh, my God. And people looked it up.
Let us know.
The amount of pressure.
110 pounds of direct force to rupture one. So
fouling a baseball there makes sense.
So if he's just going the one act play there, then yes, Kevin. I personally think at some point he's going to have a sense of humor about it.
But not now.
Clearly not now. He's in surgery.
Could the commentator...
Or he's actually, I guess he's probably... I would assume he's in critical condition at this point. Like, that's the only... I would be like, no, you take me to the ICU right now. And they're like, sir, you are cognizant, you're fine. And they're like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Would the commentators be allowed to have fun with it? Like, let's say later in the game, somebody got plunked and there was some pushing and shoving. Would we be allowed to, uh-oh, things are getting testy? Or is that probably
That's nuts, dude.
That'd not be okay. Huh? He's doing it too!
Somebody said if it's not functioning, what's the point in replacing it? And I don't know, is that like that ghost limb thing? Where you're like, it just feels like it's there. Because can I just put something back to make it?
Sure.
And while they're in there, might as well. I don't know. I have no clue how to handle this situation. Does he already have children?
I'm sorry. I started to read. It did happen to somebody.
Who? This has happened before?
We will get...
So multiple times in the world.
I'm sure that
at least 110 pounds of pressure, direct pressure, was added to this.
There's a reason they know.
Yeah, he went to surgery. It's not like they... Oh, dude, can you imagine being the first surgeon for that? I mean, like, I have no clue what to do. And they're like, well, don't screw it up, doc.
I hope I would be under the anesthesia by the time he goes, I have no clue what to do.
Can you imagine if they're like, hey, actually, this requires a partial anesthetic. You have to be awake for this.
No. There are surgeries, Corey, that you've told me about that I'm like, but why? I do not want to be awake when you're cutting open my body.
They were talking to Adrian about a potential surgery.
Yep.
Heart surgery! Where they were like, yeah, you would have to be partially awake during the process. And I was like, no! Dude, think about this, though. Did Jess have a C-section?
She did. It was an emergency.
She was partially awake, wasn't she?
I know, she was.
What, dude? They cut her open, just like Adrian.
I felt a little better knowing how loopy she was in the moment. But also in that moment, I knew we were going to be okay because our doctor was like, let's get some tunes going. And I was nervous because he said emergency C-section, and like we had to go.
And he goes, da-na-na.
Well... Some song started playing and he goes, nope, next one. And so I was like, all right,
this guy, he's comfortable.
He is so relaxed about what is happening. And he's like, no time for that.
I know, was it John Kruk? I thought he had something else.
You have cancer or something
I thought that was the case. Okay. I don't think that it same thing happened.
Yeah, I definitely do not want to joke about that. Now, the first triple play of the Major League Baseball season took place last night.
Really?
I was going to send the audio to Alec, but when I was listening to it, it went a little something like this. It's a ground out to third, and they have a chance. Yeah, they got 3 there. It was the most disinterested call of a triple play I think I've ever heard. It was just the second triple play in Marlins franchise history, the first one they've had since 2002, and the first one in Major League Baseball all season. And it was a kind of a fairly typical, it went 5-4-3 because the ground out was just about to third base. So you go step in the bag and then kind of more into your typical double play right there. And they got all 3 and it was really cool. And now I kind of wish I would have pulled the audio so you could have heard how disinterested that guy was.
It is a very surprising play.
For sure.
Like it's about as surprising as a game winner in overtime in hockey. Like it just happens and then it's over. And you're like, did that just happen? All these things are correct, right? Yeah. So it is a very surprising play on so many, because you're just trying to see out number 1 in most instances, and then all of a sudden you realize two more are available to you. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to be a play-by-play guy, rule number 1 is have energy for the moment.
Yeah, especially that moment.
And rule number 1 is don't say F.
That's what the great Eric Nadel told us.
And then rule number 2 is have energy for that moment, I believe. I would have to ask the great ones, what they're... But I've always... when I was going to UNT and the great Hank Dickinson was teaching our class, they because I was there for Bill Mercer and then Hank came along, he said, make sure you have just as much energy for the last play of the game as you do for the first play of the game.
Couple more quick things for you. Major League Baseball is restricting the use of dugout iPads for AI-assisted in-game strategy.
Not a bad idea.
Yes. People are blaming the Mets for kind of starting this controversy. Then we go to Aaron Judge, and he goes, I read the article, and I was like, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Teams are making decisions off of AI? Man, that's just crazy. So they are trying to curtail that. And then something to keep an eye out on, because I guess I didn't realize this whatsoever. Latin American players make up more than 25% of MLB rosters.
Interesting.
But Pablo Lopez is the only one from Latin America or Latin American descent that is on the MLBPA Leadership Council.
Doesn't seem like are there only 4 people in the council?
There's 38.
Well, that seems like that's underrepresentation.
It does, especially at a time when they're talking about changing up the draft, starting an international draft, which would obviously be hugely different for how the pipeline of talent has been going there. So I just thought it was something really interesting when I was reading this article that only 1 out of 38, despite more than a fourth of rosters in Major League Baseball being that representation.
I agree. I don't know. One thing I don't know here is how many players don't want to do it or do want to do it.
For sure.
Like that's something that comes into play there.
That is absolutely valid.
But yeah, but I would say that if there is a desire to want to have more representation there, that should be important.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get some Dallas Cowboys news of the day, including some of those key dates and just how good is this team's young talent. Next on The Fan.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for some Dallas Cowboys news of the day, and I would like to start with this. Think about it. Do you feel as though the Cowboys have a good deal of young talent, specifically young talent being defined as younger than 25 years old?
A good deal of young talent, a good deal of young players.
Yes. That are talented.
No. I feel like they have a good deal of young players, but I don't have an extreme feeling on them all being talented at this point. Can we go through, like, Caleb Downs is a young talent. He's premium. That's top of the list for us. Who else is 25 and under?
And it's under 25.
Okay.
So even at 25, it's a no-go.
Malachi Lawrence is
Tyler Booker,
an unknown. So that's 2.
Ezraku?
Undetermined.
Okay, well, here is what's going to trouble you.
So I have 2 right now.
Well, here's what's going to trouble you then about this. Because after Booker, Downs, brought up Malachi Lawrence and Ezraku, I was going to say Shamar James?
No, not yet.
And that's troubling because that's like the 5th name that popped into my head.
Yeah, that's not enough for you.
All right, so your initial thought would be not really.
No.
Right? All right, and so here's the problem for the Cowboys. I want you to think about this. Last year, they were 17th on this list that was put out by ESPN. The players...
What about Jaden Blue?
I mean, if you're not counting Shamar James, you can't count Jaden Blue.
All right.
Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, and George Pickens all dropped off this list for the Cowboys, and they were already 17. What do you think that means for their fortunes per ESPN of young talent?
22.
24.
Oh, wow.
They're number 24 on the list.
So they didn't count Phil Maffa?
No.
Wow.
They did not put that on there.
How dare they, Kevin?
Now, it's a good news, bad news scenario. Because the good news is dead last on this list is the Los Angeles Rams. The Los Angeles Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. So
Stafford's age just takes the average up, is what you're saying?
No, they're not averaging it, but McDuffie's not on the list, and pretty much what do you got? Ty Simpson? Neat.
Yeah.
And so, they're
the Rangers. They're Chris Young in my perspective.
Okay.
They're like, give me all the veterans. I don't care about the rookies. They say F them picks all the time. We just want stars on our team.
Well, and if you think about it, the bottom 4, tell me if you notice a theme here. Here are the bottom 4 in terms of young talent.
Okay.
The Rams, the Broncos, the Packers, and the Bills. Well, those are 4 good teams with legitimate playoff aspirations, 2 of which, I guess Denver lost in the AFC Championship game, but the Rams were also in the NFC Championship game. So, these are teams that have legitimate playoff aspirations and have already gone far. So I don't think necessarily being in the bottom of the list is problematic short term, but the difference is, don't you view those teams as all better than the Cowboys?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Maybe you don't with the Packers. I don't know.
Packers, until they prove they can beat them,
right?
Then yeah, I'm kind of in that place where I'm like, they keep getting the best of you every time, it feels like. And even the Packers, dude, I was wrong about that. I thought they had a plethora of young talent, but maybe their talent window is in that 25 to 28 range for the Packers,
right?
Just above 25 years old. So, and again, the before 25 is probably that. Hey, this is what the future looks bright for these guys.
Sure.
But when is for each position, for most players, what is that prime window for those guys? It probably is between 25 and 20 and 29 for most of these guys. So you do want that combination, Kevin, of maybe you don't care how many young players you have, but how many players in their prime do you actually have right now? Because that's probably where they are they've got most of their stuff settled in regular life, and their focus is on what they are trying to accomplish now, rather than learning how to get to the bathroom and all those things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is
absolutely
this is probably that window, but that is interesting. Because it does kind of feel like the Cowboys are in that window with some players.
Yes.
Well, you have CeeDee Lamb, you got Pickens, you have, as you just pointed out, a number of guys that just fell off of that. Are they in their prime?
Yes.
And now they're even more hungry for the successes that come along with the NFL, not necessarily their contract futures.
I guess this is going to be a weird question then, but is Dak in his prime?
No.
Despite last year?
Dak at this point, how old is Dak? 32?
33?
At this point with Dak, I think you are... I guess, man, that's an interesting thing because I don't know what a quarterback's prime is anymore.
Fun. He is 32. He turns 33 next week.
Is a quarterback's prime between 35 and 28?
Probably.
Because a lot of people are like, no, he's got to be younger when they're right out of college. But
that's not necessarily what the numbers bear out.
They have so much learning to do still in the NFL. Mahomes is kind of an anomaly when it comes to the early success like that. Even Drake May is an anomaly, too.
And then just like Tom Brady was an anomaly in terms of how late he had success. I know it can happen, but that is not the norm.
Yeah, and so that's an interesting question on Dak. Dak probably played as intelligently as I've seen him, but then he still had moments that there were struggles. But yeah, maybe he is in the twilight, the golden hour, just after the golden hour of his prime.
Okay,
whatever that hour is after the golden hour.
Now I want to,
Alec, you're one of the kids. You know what that means.
It's so good for the lighting, the photos, man. It's just beautiful.
All right, so for the top of the list...
we're getting some videos in the golden hour in Oxnard, Kevin.
I'm sure.
Whenever we go out there, we got Kevin. This is the moment.
Look, I'm not disputing the appeal for others. I'm just saying, if the appeal for me is none.
Man, I'm going to send you some sunset pictures so you can remember what Texas is like when you're gone.
Please don't. Yeah, I don't think the sun goes down here this week. At least it doesn't feel like it. That's true. All right, so the Patriots are at the top of the list. And here's just kind of giving you an example. Will Campbell, Christian Gonzalez, Drake May. No doubt having your quarterback on that list is going to help. And that's not even listing people like Kayshon Boutte or Travion Henderson. I want you to think about that. The fifth person we got to was Shamar James. And the fifth person on the Patriots list might be Travion Henderson, behind Kayshon Boutte, Will Campbell, Christian Gonzalez, and Drake May.
Travion Henderson proved last year in his rookie season he is a legit running back in the NFL.
For sure.
Which is very concerning. Was Will Campbell on that list, you said?
Yes.
How did he do?
What do you mean?
Wasn't he the blame for everything? The failures?
He was solid for a while, and then everyone's like, hey, when are you going to switch positions? And he's like, I'm like 22. The Texans, who were number one last year, are second on the list. Will Anderson, their offensive tackle, Ursery, Kamari Lassiter, C.J. Stroud. So, like...
Ooh, that's a rough situation they got there, huh?
Yeah, and then we didn't even mention Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noyle. They're both 23. But you will see a theme at the top of this list. I told you Drake May is under 25. That's why the Patriots are at 1. C.J. Stroud for the Texans at 2. Caleb Williams and the Bears are at number 3. That does include, of course, Adunze, Burden, Loveland. And with that, you see a pattern.
And with that group right there, don't you feel like they're looking at that going, this window is very wide for us if we can take advantage of it now.
Right.
Especially the Bears, like the Bears specifically. Last year, the Bears probably did better than a lot of people expected them to do. And Ben Johnson, I think, is a very good coach that has a plan for down the road, what he wants to accomplish. And if you can keep that thing together in that window, it feels like by the end of that, whatever window you have, the success should be big in that window. So I understand that part of it. A lot of these coaches do look at it and say, I have young players. We can grow with that. Then a lot of GMs get caught up in having to pay young players that maybe aren't going to be the success of your team.
Sure.
Like Stroud, you have a big, huge question mark on whether that he's going to be able to elevate that team over what their they're not able to do offensively. Is he the reason, or is the offense the reason, despite how good their defense is?
Now, an interesting note about all of this, there's only one team in the top 6 who doesn't have a sub-25 quarterback, because the Raiders are 6 with Mendoza, the Titans are 5 with Ward, Bears 3, Texans 2, Patriots 1, as we went over. Number 4 on the list, the Cleveland Browns. Harold Fannin, Spencer Fano, Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger. So, there's a lot. And I guess they do have Shedeur Sanders, who is only 21. They did not list him as one of the players, but just kind of a fascinating track to go down there.
Yeah, no, I see that.
Now, for the Dallas Cowboys. Wanted to let everybody know, hopefully you already knew that, we will be there on Sunday and start broadcasting live from training camp on Monday.
With golden hour videos, yeah.
So be careful. The team charter arrives that day from Oxnard. The opening press conference is on Tuesday. The first practice is on Wednesday. Ooh. And then the first padded practice will be the Monday after that, August the 3rd, as G-Bag and Sean and RJ continue our domination of training camp.
And Broadus is out there the entire time, right?
Yes.
He travels with us.
Correct.
He flies out with us. He said he demanded a different car, though. He was like, I'm not driving with those guys. I understand, though.
That's a little hurtful.
I understand. It makes sense, though. He's going to be by himself, even when we're gone. So I think that's going to be important for him. But you're going to continue to get Broadus Scout's eye while he's out there. And I think that's one of the things I love the most about this station, Kevin, is all the different perspectives. But then you have that one right there where this is a dude that's done it for a long time, won a Super Bowl doing it too.
Absolutely. Now, we discussed this yesterday. What do you guys think is a good combo line for Lamb and Pickens this season, both in terms of catches, yards, and touchdowns? Like a realistic stat line that you're like, man, they did a heck of a job.
2,900 yards.
Okay.
Is a lot.
Okay.
That's a lot of work by those guys.
That would be a lot.
But that means you can get 13 and 16 from somebody. You can get 15 and 14. That's a lot of balance. That's also adding that they both are healthy. That's probably, Kevin, the max out that I'm getting from either one of those, because I could see a 17 for one and a 9 for the other. Something weird like that happen. So that's kind of where I am right now with that. Is 2,900 is a max out for me. That would be awesome.
So last year, the duo, obviously with it admittedly banged up, CeeDee Lamb at times, had 168 catches for 2,506 yards and 12 touchdowns. That feels like the most glaring number that needs to be better. The betting odds this year, remember yesterday we talked about it, and they both seem kind of meh, fine, or underwhelming, have them combining for 176 catches, 2,250 yards, and 14 touchdowns.
Man, that's okay.
Would that be good with you? Because that means about 1,125 yards and 7 touchdowns apiece, which on the surface, if I tell you CeeDee Lamb's going to have 1,125 yards and 7 touchdowns, I have to admit that feels underwhelming. Mm-hmm. But if both of them do that, is that good for you? Is 14 touchdowns from that combination enough? Last year they only had 12.
And they could have, and we all think they could have been a playoff team had the defense been able to play a lick.
For sure.
So, yeah, I think it actually would be enough. It would be disappointing because I want more from those guys, but I think it would be enough if your defense is better. I was trying to look at and say, okay, Ferguson had 600 yards last year. So you got me to 2,800 yards now. How am I getting Dak to 5,000 yards?
Which I actually do think is feasible.
I'm trying to figure out how many yards is Flanoy getting here.
Well, and because you said you can get to 2,900 off that combo. So if you go 2,900, then Jake brings you up to 35. Another 600 from Flanoy.
Flanoy had 475 last year on 40 catches.
So 600 is reasonable. Another few hundred for Javonte.
Now, the other thing, too, is are you playing from behind? If you're playing ahead a lot of times, you're using Javonte and Phil Maffa. who's under 25, by the way, as much as possible. So, like, that's another thing is what kind of team is this going to be? Because if they're just going to be one that says, let's go light the scoreboard up and defense, you're going to be fine. Parker's like, thumbs up, guys. We got this. We'll give you the ball back in a sec. Then you can go out there and be that kind of team.
Because otherwise, would your thinking be if Dak can get to 5,000 yards that perhaps this defense is not gone
maybe
the way we want it?
You're trying to do too many things too late in games to catch up. And
right.
You're playing some prevent defenses. Because ultimately, like a good line for Dak, a really good line, seriously, 275 and a couple touchdowns. And then you got maybe 85, 100 yards from Javonte Williams and a touchdown or maybe two. And you're feeling pretty comfortable in those situations.
Yeah, and I would even scale that back more. I think you can have a hell of a game at 225, like a hell of a game. And people are like, oh, he only had 225 yards. And I was like, yeah, and he threw for 3 touchdowns and he won the game. What's the problem?
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus which of these items is the crazier find? Next on The Fan.
Your midday list.
By the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. The Rangers are going to go with the opener today with Tyler Alexander and then Cal Quantrill taking in to hopefully from there to hopefully try to neutralize some lefties. And also, Alec, what do you call a vampire whose car breaks down 3 miles from a blood bank?
What, Kevin?
An Uber. Right now, it's time for this.
I stopped listening.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it unless your name is Kevin Hagel.
Look,
and you
Alec,
can be the
you were calling him a name. He still needs to get to the blood bank, so you get him a car. I've updated it. The answer used to be a cab. I made it an Uber.
It's time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call.
Yeah.
He has ruined your segment, dude. I'm sorry.
Do we need to start it
And
over?
that's from the person that typically ruins your segment.
I was a vampire a minute ago.
The man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medford Plex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, where you can answer today's question of the day. Plus,
would you like more jokes?
No, absolutely not. Plus, you're going to tell me what is the greater insane sports memorabilia find. Ooh. We will get to that here in just a little bit. But
Alex, did you see this? I don't get it. Oh, I get it now. That was terrible.
Those only being a few seconds apart from each other is actually amazing. Good work there, 214. But before any of that, hey, we like to think that we're the show that brings shows together. Right, Corey? Yeah. Right, Kevin?
Yes,
so
we've been working hard.
The great uniters.
I would like to put some good mojo in the air by helping out the morning show and letting all of the Tolos know that tomorrow at 9:20, former Dallas Cowboys head coach Jason Garrett will be joining the morning show 9:20 tomorrow morning. So there you go. Shows helping shows. It can be done. I promise.
I want to let y'all know that I'm very proud of Sean for making sure he puts the full name of the coaches in there. Because one time he put Tom Billick instead of tomorrow Brian Billick. And I turned that into a hilarious bit that he didn't find funny, but Kevin, I think you and our audience found it hilarious.
People text him in, text that in.
He was so mad.
Tom Billick.
And he said,
Tom Billick?
He's like, this is why you guys don't get to be in our text.
Guys, the question of the day is not based on a national holiday per se. It's based on a birthday that I consider a holiday. This man is celebrating a birthday today.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy.
WWE Hall of Famer Shawn Michaels celebrates his birthday today. Texas native as well, and friend of the show. He's popped on before. So, the question of the day is, who is the nicest celebrity you have ever met? 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. It's going to be tough for you guys because there's a Rolodex there. But for me, Shawn Michaels might top that list. I met him back when I was 12, at a book signing at the Dallas Autorama at Dallas Market Hall years and years and years ago. And I would post the picture, but one, I'm not sure if I have it, and two, I remember the haircut I had back then. Y'all are not seeing that. So, but we were there probably 3 hours waiting for Shawn Michaels. We knew it was happening. We planned it out. We got there super, super early. And he knew that. He was like, how long did you guys camp out here? In 3 or 4 hours. So he gave us the absolute time of day. There was a giant sign that said 1 autograph per person.
Yeah.
He was like, since you waited that long, I'll sign anything you got. Like, he was like, that's really, really cool. So my dad had like 3 things just in case they changed the rule, because every year is always 1 autograph per person. But he was like, whatever you got, I'm signing. He was like, the fact that you would wait that long, that's awesome.
So he, like you said, he's been on our show a couple of times. One of the times he was in studio, and I did get him to autograph my WrestleMania book, and he paused and he goes, do you want me to put your name on it? And I was like, sure. I was like, I'm never going to sell this. So, because I'm sure that's a concern that probably all famous people have. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm never going to sell this. So please. And he wrote a really nice message in there as well. So, man, he is really high up on the list. I think, and I don't want to just stick with wrestlers, but I think Athena is super nice and giving of their time.
Rules. I'm going through my Instagram right now.
Darby Allin.
Yeah.
And if I posted a picture with them on my Instagram, it means I thought they were nice. Okay. I don't usually just go, okay, I got to, like Joey McIntyre, I thought we had a really fun conversation. He gave us the,
sad.
Yeah, that he thought everybody dressed like Patriots for the Super Bowl. But I have a picture of Athena Palmer on with us on there, and I will say this, dude. I've told you guys so many different times, the people in wrestling have always, to me, been the best interviews.
Yeah,
it seems, and they just seem so genuine. Some of them come in with the bit, and they're like, "Hey, I'm just going to play the character." I'm like, sweet. MJF, honestly, he plays the character, and then every once in a while, he'll give you this nod that lets you know, like, hey, we entertained just now. You know, like we were on the same page of what we were trying to accomplish. But Sir Mix-a-Lot came in studio once, and I got to talk to him, and he was freaking awesome. I don't know if you can get any nicer than, well, Flula's amazing.
I have an answer.
Than Dirk.
Dirk is a great one. Mine is going to be that I think Rolando Blackman. Man,
he's awesome.
So he's freaking nice. But the other person, I'm so glad that you brought this up, is I remember when we had Darby Allin in studio and another AEW wrestler. He stuck around for an extra segment. We talked with him in between, and we're like, hey, man, thanks for being really giving of your time. And he goes, no, I appreciate you guys. And he goes, you can tell right away if an interview is going to go well or not. He goes, I can't tell you how many interviews I do where people are like, hey, what's the deal with what you do? And they just really kind of S on it. And he goes, but I can tell. You at least either A, are interested, or B, did the research to make it look like you're interested. And it's like, either way.
Yeah. Michael Young has always been cool with us. Like anytime we get a chance with him, he is just as real, I guess. You know, he's really who he is. And whenever he got away from from being a player, he got to answer things a little differently.
Yeah. You should probably say Derek Holland, right?
Derek Holland, you won't find anybody as genuinely honest and he really does want to do good things for people. Like, that's in his just the stuff that he does.
You know why I didn't say Derek, though? I don't view him in that light anymore. He's just a really nice human that I know.
Yeah.
Like, he's like you, Alec, where I'd be like,
you're just a regular dude.
That I know and that we're buddies. I don't view him as a guest.
Yeah. Adrian says that about me.
Okay.
And I say that about saying, like, oh, Celebrity Corey. But, like, a lot of people will be like, is it crazy being married to a celebrity? And she's like, he's not in my mind. He's the kid I met in high school that, I ended up marrying. He's still just that guy to me. I don't look at him any differently than that, which I'm not any different. But I will say this. I just saw him in a new episode of Sugar, I believe it is. It's Shea Wiggum. Kevin,
he was really nice.
For some reason, Shea Wiggum has just stuck in my mind as I think that he might have loved us more than any interview ever because the way he was talking to our boss about it on the elevator. Yeah. He was telling us how much fun he had. He told us he expected something totally different. And I was like, I'm glad we shocked you a little bit, But also this guy's big time Hollywood movie guy.
Yeah.
And he's in a lot of stuff. And he's a really good actor.
Yeah.
It's not like he's one of those bum actors that you're like, He's like really good at what he does. So I think Shea Wiggum, dude, you're right, Alec. It's too tough to go through the amount of people that we've gotten to talk to.
Have we taken up too much of your time rambling into this
Faye
answer?
Adams was really nice.
Yeah?
She was.
I know you think that, Majors. I'll throw David Koechner in there, too. He was incredible.
Koechner would spend the whole day with us if we let him.
I still remember on his way out, he had other stuff to do. He comes barging into the control room here, and he's just like, Alec, right? I remember you from last time. We're friends. Let's take a picture. And I'm like, okay. And we took multiple pictures, and he was like, awesome. Appreciate you.
And the way he hit the post by getting all of his catchphrases in to wrap it up, because he saw that I was wrapping him up.
Whammy!
And he was like, yeah, he did all the things, and he goes, whammy! They're just like, good job.
Dude, and
awesome.
I don't know if she is a celebrity, but we got Gracie Hunt on during the Super Bowl.
She was very nice.
She was like one of these, like, you could tell, she's got this princess, future queen like vibe about her, where she understands.
Her family are billionaires.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see, from the fan text, Elvis Andrews from the 940.
He is very nice.
He is awesome. From the 817, Shaq. I've had one run-in with Shaq, and he complimented my hair, so he's okay in my book.
Okay.
And then his hand, like, engulfed my entire head when he rubbed my head.
Right.
I was like, geez, that's a massive human. Lots of Elvis texts, actually. Wow.
Elvis is very nice.
And you like to hear that,
yeah,
right?
Elvis is very, like, he's smiling. He's happy almost all the time.
How much do you guys like the celebrity that feels like he's the nice guy or gal, and then you meet them, and they really do fit that bill, and you're like, oh, that was as delightful as I thought it was.
And then you see Travis Frederick go out there and just destroy people in the football field.
Travis
And you're
Frederick is a good answer.
Super nice dude.
Yeah.
Genuinely on both ways, and then whenever he gets on the field, just mauls you. And you're like, okay. Like, how could you be two people?
Right.
But you are. Charlotte is, if you've ever gotten a chance to talk to her, I've never walked away from a conversation with her where I just haven't been like, wow, she carries this elegance, and she's entertaining to listen to, and she's very kind with your time. She treated Adrian like they were best friends, and I was like, that could be a sell. I don't know. Sometimes with people it's a sell, but it seemed very genuine.
Guys, you're going to tell me, I'm going to make you think even more. What is the more insane find in the world of sports memorabilia? So, we're going to start in Portland, Oregon, where a warm-up jacket worn by Wilt Chamberlain during the 1972 NBA Finals was bought by a teenager for $3.07.
Oh, my goodness.
At an Oregon thrift store, and it just sold at auction this Monday for $89,600. Quinn Brown is the man who found this, the teenager, actually. He had been eyeing a massive bin of clothes at Goodwill just outside of Portland in January when he saw someone toss a Lakers jacket with Chamberlain's name on the back of it back into the pile. And then he resells clothes online on Instagram and whatnot. He gets stuff at thrift stores and flips it. He quickly grabbed it and went and bought it without thinking about it because he was like, oh, cool, vintage jacket. That's going to sell for like $50 or something, right? Well, it was auctioned by Sotheby's, and it had an estimated value between $150,000 and $250,000 before bidding closed on Monday, a total of 48 bids. And they got it photo matched and authenticated that it was his actual warm-up jacket.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? And I've always wondered this. I definitely get how you're like pumped beyond belief. I promise I do. Is there any tinge of sadness if Sotheby's said 150 to 250 and it comes in at 89,000? Like, I realize profit, but is there like a little part of you too that's like, oh man, I thought I was going to get like another 100K?
100%. I'm a little bit bummed. I'm happy.
You already spent that in your mind.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes, most people are like that, but also in my mind, he's a teenager. I'm like, my college is paid for and then some.
Sure.
Now it's more so just college because that's expensive. Now, I want you to compare this to something that hasn't sold at auction yet, but has been authenticated. A 2022 LeBron James All-Star Game jersey was sold on eBay for $800 on June 10th of this year. It was not listed as a game-worn jersey. The seller had no clue that was the actual game-worn jersey from the second half.
Goodness.
It matched a size 54, which is the size that LeBron wears in NBA games. They got it photo matched and authenticated by May Gray, which is the NBA's direct authenticator service. So this is expected to go for hundreds of thousands of dollars once it gets resold, but it's sold for $800 on eBay.
I think I'm gonna go with Wilt, just because like the older nature of it, but clearly both are incredible. I don't think there's a wrong answer. I guess I'll go with Wilt. That's amazing.
Do people hate Wilt?
I mean, maybe some people whose mom. I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking.
What's the assumption there, Kevin?
Well, he said he had sex with more than 20,000 people. Was it 20,000 or 10,000?
I think it was Maxim magazine had a picture of him, and he was holding up that little sheet of paper, and it said 20,000 something, and then it said "and your mom," and I was like, "Dang, dude." Probably, yeah. There's a lot of Wilt out there, so yeah, I'm gonna go with the Wilt thing too.
I'm going to go with the LeBron one because I think it's going to sell for more money. And in that game, he hit the game-winning shot in Cleveland.
Okay. Yeah. No, I don't. I legitimately do not think there is a wrong answer on that. That's freaking incredible. And those are the kind of stories I don't always love, though, because then I'm going to get this nonsense in my head.
Yep.
That I'm like, oh, man, I found this Shohei jersey at the thrift shop. And you're like, hey, that was the second game he ever pitched. And you're like, no, it's not.
What are the taxes on that?
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I will worry about that after the fact.
Defer it.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here, I guess. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. New coach-player pairings that could stand out. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in...
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Ridley comes in motion. Tough snap handled by Ward. Ward slings it to the goal line. Touchdown, Titans. He just zipped it in. I am at her. It's 8 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you ever wondered, hey, do you guys still really get along with Mike? The answer is definitely yes. And also, our relationship is still weird.
Yeah, it is.
Is that a good way to describe it?
Well, if you thought it was weird whenever he was on the show, then it hasn't changed, is what I'll say.
Yes, that... Okay.
Our relationship is exactly the same, except for we don't see him every day.
For better.
I am famous.
Yes, and that's why we don't get to see him every day.
He's so famous.
Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with yesterday. You know, we talked about the new play callers. And, Corey, you suggested maybe some of the coach-player pairings, the new coach-player pairings. And I wanted to go to you for that, but I also keep thinking about something that Alex said yesterday. Because one of the pairings that ESPN mentioned was Brian Daboll and Cam Ward. And I'm kind of paraphrasing here, Alec, but correct me if I'm wrong, but you essentially said, man, I feel like the Titans are doing their best to load it up for Cam Ward. Did I get that more or less correct? And what do you think about that pairing right there?
I like it a lot, and you're correct. If they're not going to have some short to midterm success with that pairing and with this new staff, I don't think it's because of a lack of effort. I think everything that they did this offseason makes a ton of sense to put Cam Ward in the best place to succeed, because if you go and watch his tape from last year, he got better throughout the season, and it felt like his confidence was at an all-time high in the last 2 or 3 weeks of the regular season. Capitalize on that. You get him a veteran play caller that has shown success with good quarterbacks in the past. I know he didn't do good as a head coach, but some guys just aren't meant for that job, and Brian Daboll, I think that's a good pairing. I really like it.
Corey,
I think the other thing that I'd like to add to that, I think a good defense will help Cam Ward also, and with Saleh there, that's a good combination, because I think Robert Saleh knows really what a NFL defensive player should look like. And that sounds so like casual, but it's a real thing. There are certain dudes that can figure out that guy can play and that guy can't, and he can play on my team anytime. You can use those guys. Sometimes you have to get a guy that you're just like, it's just a player. So I think that'll help him too. And then I think that he kind of has a really good idea of how to get the right offense going. He just didn't have the right pieces to help him whenever he was the Jets coach.
How much do you guys normally care about like new stadiums or stadium renderings for a team that you do not actively root for?
If it's really cool, like I always thought the Minnesota Vikings new stadium looked awesome.
Yes.
And then, obviously, because of the bird patterns, I was very into what was going on there. Like, because they migrate, Kevin, and that was right in the middle of their migration. They'd all die.
So the Chiefs released, which we don't want, the Chiefs released renderings of their new $3 billion stadium. It definitely looks SoFi-esque with the kind of curved roof. But also what I like in the renderings for the flyover is they have a stealth bomber flying over the stadium, and I just like that little extra added touch.
Like through the ceiling? Like
No.
I saw the rendering. Did the ceiling look like it was glass?
It if not glass, it's translucent.
Okay, because I feel like that place with Arrowhead, the way it's always been, you should be able to see out of it. Just my opinion on that.
Translucent ETFE panels. So that is the information I have.
Extraterrestrial.
I don't know the answer to that. I'm assuming it's not that, but it's supposed to be a $3 billion stadium with taxpayers fitting $1.8 billion of the bill. But one of the things they've pointed out to their Chiefs kingdom is it is a stadium built for noise. Because that's one of the concerns you have is you're leaving what feels like one of the more pronounced home field advantages in the NFL.
From the 3-2-1 glass ceiling, huh? Really making a statement there.
Be Andy Reid's kid or don't advance.
Somebody saw it the other day. They were like, it was the picture of cities whenever it comes to like mass transportation or helping out with this, and it was like, no way, why would we do that? And cities whenever a stadium needs to be built, they're like, let's do it. And
it is an interesting dynamic
because I just don't know. I don't know the economics of it. I don't know the economics of how much does a stadium in your city actually bring in that benefits your city and the people in your city. And I just don't know that. And then, whenever it's other funding things that you're like, we have to just spend this and we're never making money back off of it, that's when cities are like, nah, that's not. But Chiefs, look, again, Kevin, this is what we do here in America. We build stadiums over and over and over.
God, we're so good at it.
Yeah, and cities will jump at the chance to have a team in their area.
To your point, we have a backup baseball stadium.
Yeah.
We have a full-blown Major League Stadium that's just there. And I realize UFL and concerts and stuff like that, but it's just sitting there.
Yeah, we were pulling up, and Adrian saw the Dos Equis logo on the outside, and it was like, stay thirsty, my friends. And I was like, just think, that right there is a stadium that we're not going to tonight. We're going to the one next to it, right over there.
Right. Now, we're going to go to the NFL Top 100 because I do believe for the very first time there is a Dallas Cowboy on the list. Who do you think at number 55 is the first Cowboy on the list? By the way, Jalen Hurts is 56. He's down 37 spots. So who's the Cowboy? It's not him.
I do appreciate Steven throwing that out there, though. I'll say Pickens.
It is CeeDee Lamb at number 55. He is down 20 spots from 35 to 55, which I am going to go out on a limb, actually not a limb, and say that means that George Pickens is on this list. He is going to be higher than CeeDee Lamb.
He had ton of drops last year that made fans furious.
Yep.
He had less yards, he had less production overall, and was injured. And Pickens was available. Pickens was available, so that then also made it appear that he was no more important to this team than a second wide receiver. Although we've seen him elevate his game and play at that level.
Yeah.
So I just don't expect him to play at that level again this year, but concentration moments last year were frustrating.
Well, look, we've talked about it. This player list can be brutal, sometimes misguided maybe, but brutal. They dropped Lamar Jackson from second twice in a row to 69, and so they're not worried about the perception or anything like that. But so Jalen Hurts at 56, falling from 19, and CeeDee Lamb falling from 35, but still on the list at 55.
You hate the way they've released this year?
Yes, and they did the same thing last year, and I hated it then, too.
Go punch them in the face.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's fire up a little NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
There are no... our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Rangers manager Skip Schumacher coming up in 20 minutes. But right now, it's time for NFL overreaction or reality. And we will start with this. Overreaction or reality. A linebacker will wear the green dot for the Cowboys to start the season.
I think reality. I think there are two other very deserving dudes that could do it, but I think that a lot needs to be put on Overshown's plate for him to earn a contract. And I think it's Overshown that's going to be the one. And I think if his Bobby said the word, if his ligaments can stay together, intact this year, like that's a big deal. You want to be certain that you're walking away before you sign a deal with him, that you can trust that that's going to happen. Now, there's no guarantee that the future of that's going to be capable either, right? So, but you want to be able to feel like after a full year, you saw it happen and you felt good. I think he's going to be the one because I think they want him to be the one. Okay. And I think he wants to be the one. I really do. Like Kevin,
I agree.
And we saw him, and obviously it was a completely different scenario, but we saw him last year in his involvement there and wanting to learn how to call plays defensively too. So I think, that's the possibility, but the dude I think that is easily, it would come the most natural to him would be Downs. To be that guy. But I think that it's going to be Overshown.
So that's a bonus question then. Will the green dot switch at some point in the season?
Rick bonus.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Alec, overreaction or reality? A linebacker will wear the green dot for the Cowboys to start the season, with the bonus question being that will switch.
You know what?
Oh, no!
This texter's just being rude. Yes. Hey, guys, it won't be Jordan Brooks, for FYI.
Oh!
I'm just getting over it, guys. I'm just getting over it. You'd throw that in my face.
On your face.
Sorry about that.
Back to you, Alec.
Thanks.
So a linebacker will wear the green dot for the Cowboys to start the season, with the bonus of at some point in the season it will change.
Reality to the first one, it will be, because I think that's just purely what this system calls for.
Right.
I think that a lot of the communication needs to be happening right in the middle of the defensive formation, because everything surrounding the linebacker position is going to be constantly changing. The amount of people on the defensive line on any given snap is going to change pretty much every other snap. I think that the coverage behind and how many deep safeties and how many corners are playing off coverage and whatnot, how many corners you have on the field in general, I think all of that is going to change so much throughout just one series. So I think you need the linebackers to wear it. I don't think it'll change.
Okay.
I really don't. I think it'll stick with Overshown. I think so. But I'm with Corey. I would put it on Downs or Jalen Thompson. I think they're the most deserving right here, right now.
Overreaction or reality? I'm going to read you something that he said as well, but I want you to think about it.
Read it to me like I'm a child going to bed.
Pat McAfee is at least somewhat to blame for the ESPN layoffs. Now, once upon a time, Pat McAfee was going to get $60 million per season, or so the rumor mongers would have you say. He said, "We hate any time this happens," talking about people losing their jobs. Obviously, this is terrible. We don't like that, but we're very honored that we're still partnered with ESPN and Disney for the good of sport and the future. And then he added, "The first time we licensed the show through ESPN, one of these happened and we got blamed." Okay, thank you. I feel like you don't fully understand budgets and where things are coming from, but I do appreciate that. This time we're getting blamed as well, which I guess I can understand, but I mean, there's billions and billions of dollars in these companies, and hard decisions have to get made, and we don't like any of them. So overreaction or reality? Pat McAfee, and if you want to throw in Stephen A. Smith, bear somewhat of the blame for these firings.
I have a hard time saying that they are to blame. They're negotiating with somebody. This is very much like Dak, right?
Yes.
It's not Dak's fault that the Cowboys couldn't negotiate a better deal.
Yep.
Dak's agent, specifically went out there. I don't know how many other people out there are like, I will take less so that other people can have more. I think it's more oftentimes I'm fighting for every nickel I can get.
Right.
And you also should be paying the other people what they deserve as well.
Yeah.
That's usually what those battles are like. And I think that's partially on the ESPN's fault. Now, their fault also is that they don't recognize talent and reward talent the right way either. They've consistently said their brand is bigger than the talent.
Yeah.
And then they go through these things every 3 years, it feels like.
Which is, I've always thought that's weird because, like, I get the sentiment, but that the way that you would completely discount the people who got your brand to matter that much is so odd to me.
No, they hit refresh and say, we'll just find the next group. We're bigger. We're willing to take a small hit for a long-term gain, or to keep this thing floating. And that's been like consistently. So no, I don't personally blame Pat McAfee for saying this is the negotiation. We're going to work this deal if you want us, because they could have said no to McAfee.
Sure.
They could have been like, hey, good luck, go somewhere else. We appreciate our brand's so big that we'll continue moving on with all these people that we think are well worth it and work hard and work their asses off.
Oh, you're right about that. Alec, to you, overreaction or reality, Pat McAfee and Stephen A. Smith take at least some of the blame for all of these firings.
Overreaction. This is just a masterclass of mismanagement by ESPN. Their information is public for all of their revenue, all the money that they make. And you said it best yesterday, Kevin. They want their profit margin to go from 11% to 12% or something like that.
And if that means people have to lose their jobs, who cares?
Exactly. And it's like if I lost my job here and I started blaming Draymond Green because he has an Odyssey podcast.
Right.
And it's like, yes, he's probably making a killing off of it along with his NBA earnings. He has nothing to do with my job status. Yeah. We just happen to work for the same employer, and they made a tough decision. It happens, and it's unfortunate, and I think it's messed up what they're doing. They're letting go of some amazing names, but it's just business.
NFL overreaction or reality. Shedeur Sanders will win the Browns' starting quarterback job in training camp. The Browns were the only one on the list of top 6 under 25 talent to not have the quarterback listed in the marquee group, but that could change.
Reality, but I think one thing has to happen, and that is he needs to prove mastery of the playbook.
Okay.
I don't think he thinks this either, because I did hear his people say he was questioning why he was a Pro Bowler in San Francisco,
which I appreciate.
But I think he realizes, and a lot of players realize this once they step onto an NFL field, you can't just rely on your physical gifts to be better. You have to find edges in the smallest margins that you can take advantage of. And that's what he has to do. Once you understand the playbook and what Monken's trying to accomplish, then you start becoming creative in that and going, oh, it's Mahomes, where Mahomes would do things that Andy Reid was like, I didn't draw that up. That's not how that was drawn up, but you found a way. Or shots that Steph Curry takes that Steve Kerr's like, don't shoot that. Oh, yeah, that was great. Because we give you the blueprint. You find the creativity. So that's why mastering the playbook has to be the first thing he gets accomplished.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You can put in Dylan Gabriel here if you want. Shedeur Sanders will win the Browns' starting quarterback job in training camp.
Overreaction. I want him to. I think it makes most sense for the franchise if they're hoping to be anything anytime soon, which I don't know if they are after trading away an all-time great player. But I do think the front office, especially the GM, who should not have a job right now, I think he's trying to justify his decision of trading for and paying Deshaun Watson all of the money that nobody told him he had to pay him. I think you just got to justify that at this point by playing him.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Dallas Cowboys will regret trading Osa. I was reading something on Pro Football Focus, and they said 5 underappreciated acquisitions during the offseason, and one of them was listed as the pickup of Odigizua, pointing out that he ranks 7th among qualifiers at the DT position in pressures generated. His pass rush win rate was 5th. So overreaction or reality, the Cowboys at some point this year will regret trading Osa.
I think there's gonna be a moment where we look over, we're going, oh, he's productive, and used appropriately to what his skill set is in San Francisco.
Okay.
And Kevin, it'll be one of those, it was never going to happen here because we couldn't figure out how to use him. And I also don't think he, at this point, honestly, I don't think he fit what Christian Parker's defense is going to become. He would, in my mind, he wouldn't be a 3-4 guy.
Yeah.
A little undersized for it. He would be, now, Aaron Donald was kind of undersized for it too, but Aaron Donald's a different beast. I think he fits perfectly as one of those interior defensive tackles that's asked to do a little bit less, but I don't think he fits on the edge. So he's kind of one of those tweener body types. I love the guy. I love the motor. But yeah, I think at some point people are going to go, why couldn't we get that out of Osa? And the realization is going to be, well, there's lots of reasons why the Cowboys organization doesn't get what the Niners defensive groups actually get sometimes.
Alec, overreaction or reality? At some point this season, the Cowboys will regret trading Osa.
Overreaction.
That's what I think too.
I think it was tough for them to do it. I think it was tough for them to move Osa, and then the 3rd-round pick got thrown at them, and they're like, oh, we're throwing premium picks or like top 100 picks? What are we doing here? Okay. One, he's a great person, and 2, he's a great athlete. They did get production out of him at one point in time, but Corey painted the picture perfectly. He just is not a scheme fit anymore, and the team really telegraphed that this offseason that we need guys that fit the system that we are running here and these systems on both sides of the ball. We're not going to try to force somebody into positions that they're not going to thrive. We need guys that understand what the goal is.
Overreaction or reality? The Chicago Bears are going to be as good as advertised. For some, they seem to have legitimate Super Bowl heat on them. For others, they just think they're going to be a damn fine NFL team this season. So overreaction or reality? The Bears are going to be just as good as advertised.
I think so. I think that one full season, Ben Johnson got to kind of clean out some things he may not have loved. Sometimes guys get bad habits, and you can't break them of it, and you just kind of have to work through a year with them and go, okay, now I can get my group in here a little bit. I think that they're going to evolve offensively a little bit more, and Caleb Williams' understanding of it's going to be better. Defensively, I think they're going to be better. I am not willing to put them in the Super Bowl yet.
Super Bowl contender?
I am willing to get them to the NFC Championship game.
That's a contender for sure, yeah.
Yeah, Kevin, I think they could contend for the Super Bowl, but not be in it.
Okay.
So that's where I am right now, is I think they're going deep in the playoffs.
Okay. All right.
That is my contention.
Okay, thank you. Alec, it goes to you. Overreaction or reality? The Chicago Bears will be just as good as the hype has generated.
Reality, I'm honestly right there with Corey.
That was a quick answer, yeah.
Yeah, because they showed enough last year, and I think they got better in the offseason, and I do think that there is something to be said for the first-year head coach, and there are just going to be hiccups, and things aren't going to be perfect. Once you get the management aspect of the head coaching job down, it's the same reason I think a lot of people are talking about the New Orleans Saints as a team that might surprise people, because first-year head coach in his second year, I understand what the process of the job is like every day. I can communicate with these guys better, and I think Ben Johnson is just going to have this down to a T, to where the offense is going to look better and the defense is going to thrive, just because everybody understands all at the same time.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate y'all on that edition. You want to do it again tomorrow?
You know what, Kevin? I'll do this segment every day.
So I've heard.
You have the balls to do it.
I have been working on that. We're the Can't See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will move into the Expressway. We got My Buddy's an Idiot, but right out the gate, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher right here on The Fan. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe. We bring you the Texas Rangers manager, Skip Schumacher. Good afternoon, sir.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Did your Wednesday last week feel empty at all since you didn't get to talk to us?
It did. You know, I was thinking about you guys all-star break, and then I quickly forgot. So, yeah.
No.
He
was relaxing.
Break was good.
That feels fair. That feels fair. Now, I've been really interested in this, especially when you watch Rocker. Have there been any commonalities that you've seen in the Rocker starts last night when he was excellent versus the ones this season where he's really struggled?
Well, there's a combination of things. I think the All-Star break can really do wonders with some guys, especially on the pitching side, who just needed a break. And I think he had some time off where his body felt right and healthy. His velo was 96 consistently yesterday. His slider was excellent once again. Cutter was really good, and then he threw his split. And I think, we've been talking about that change-up split, ever since spring training, and how do we increase the usage against left-handers, and he threw it 6 to 8 times last night and was really effective. So I think most really good major league starters have 3 or 4 pitches that they can work with. Unless you have this really incredible outlier pitch, you need multiple ways to get guys out 2 and 3 times through the lineup, and I think he's understanding that more and more, and not just be just consumed with 1 or 2 pitches, but with 4 pitches to really get a good offense out, and he did that last night.
Skip, how long does it typically take for a guy then to start to have that faith in that 3rd or 4th pitch, to have that conviction that it's gonna be there for me?
Well, it's exactly what you just said, is conviction. You have to have conviction behind this pitch and not just play the what-if game and fear behind pitches. You have to have conviction behind pitches, and he did that last night. I mean, I think it starts in the bullpens, which he has had plenty of those to work on it, and they've been really good. It's just understanding that I need to use this, trust it, not have fear when you throw it, and he did that last night.
Was there a moment last night where you were looking at his pitch count? Because Kevin and I were both at the game last night, and we kept looking up at the board, and we were like, dude, he can go another inning. He could absolutely do it. And I'm just kind of curious what that conversation is with you and the coaching staff and even Rocker.
Yeah, well, first of all, I didn't ask Rocker, so I'm not. It was just me and the coaches. If I ask the pitchers, they'll always tell you they can keep going. But I will tell you that it was a conversation and a topic in the dugout of how can we keep this guy fresh, looking like this for the next start as well. I know what the innings are. As far as where he's at in his career compared to the last couple year, as far as his career highs and that type of thing. What happened was our offense did a really good job of continuing to score and having a gap far enough where we could utilize Marco Gonzalez and give him the innings and make Kumar not only feel really good about his start heading into the next one, but also feel good body-wise going into the next one as well. So a combination of things we discussed. First of all, you want to win the game. But we also want to reset the bullpen to where we can utilize a number of guys today with the off day coming up. So there's a number of things that were going on in the dugout as far as the combination of, how do we get Rocker to feel good the next day, but also next start, but also win the game today. And luckily our offense scored 10 runs.
Yes, that was lovely. When you talked about that combination of things, including Rocker feeling good about his start, how key was it for him mentally to get that 0 and keep that 0 on the board, especially since I think it was Murakami in the 6th that gave it a pretty good ride?
Well, really important. I mean, we needed a good start from somebody to get us back on track. And Rocker provided that for us. I mean, from the first inning on, you could see that he was on the attack with his slider and fastball command. We knew it was going to be, a pretty good outing just based on that first inning. Now, you never know, right? Young pitchers, one inning can go sideways quick. So you always, want to make sure you're ready to go just in case. But man, he was on the attack. And I think the biggest thing for us is after we scored the shutdown inning, and he kept having shutdown innings after we scored to stop the momentum, and I think that was the key to the game.
Skip, how many Major League Baseball players can take a foul ball off the face that they hit themselves and still look as handsome as Justin Foscue does?
Just as handsome as a stretch. I mean, I'm just kidding. He actually, what happened was it bounced and it moved his contact lens to the side. So he was trying to figure out how to get his contact back into the right place in his eyes. Wow. So it got him pretty good, but he's a tough kid, and there's no way he didn't even want me going out there. So he's good to go.
Do you think he fouled the next ball off the catcher just to kind of even up the score a little bit?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if you can even do that on purpose if you tried. So but no, he's good to go, and he's obviously having a really good year.
And did you by chance see what happened to the A's player on Monday night and how he fouled the ball off into his baseball nuggets?
Yes, that was tough to watch. Actually, my son sent that to me, and I did not watch that again. I've seen too many of those happen. I've seen it too many times on the catcher, honestly, that you kind of miss a ball and it bounces or a foul tip. And I've been around some pretty tough injuries in that area, and but I've never seen a ball like that hit. And so yeah, you're definitely thinking about that kid. That wasn't ideal.
Last night you heard the place when Wyatt Langford hits a bomb. They love it. When we're looking at him over like the last 5 games, can you kind of give us an idea of what exactly we're looking at with that guy and how much more of a ceiling we may have for him?
Wyatt Langford, I'm sorry, you cut out. Wyatt Langford.
Yeah, Wyatt, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think, since he came back off the injury, and really the last month or so before the injury was happening, he made a little bit of a mechanical change where he lowered his hands. So if you look at the kind of the first month to right now, it's a little more in his legs, a lot lower hand position, and it's just like, the bat to ball skill was always elite. The power was always elite. It's just now being more consistent, and that's what he's doing. He is on pitch one. He'll ambush you with the fastball if you lay it over, and he's been really effective with anything soft right now. He hit a home run against Iglesias on a changeup in Atlanta, and he hit a home run last night on a slider. So he's doing everything. He hit a leadoff home run in Boston on a fastball. So he's hitting all the pitches. He's controlling the strike zone, and I've said it before, and I said he's an MVP candidate when he's healthy. I said that in spring training. I said that in the off season, and you can see what it looks like when he's right and healthy. It's pretty dynamic. Is one of the most dynamic players in baseball.
Do we have any updates as of yet for Josh Young? I know he said last night he was hoping he'd be able to play today, but he would see how he woke up. Do you have anything for us on that front?
Yeah, he woke up in a good spot. He said that we feel like we've dodged a bullet, taking him out at the right time. You could kind of see it when he ran first to third a little bit and kind of got to third and stretching it out a little bit on the base. And I was going to put on a play there, and Rags told me, our third base coach Ragsdale told me, like, hey, don't put anything on. We got something going on. And so I didn't know what exactly it was. And he's had calf issues before, but it feels like this might be minor, which is good news. I haven't seen him yet today. I've talked to him, and he feels like he's, we might have dodged a bullet. He's not in the lineup today, just because there's just no way I was going to put him in the lineup after taking him out for a calf injury. But I do feel like potentially he could be available. I just want to see him do some stuff with the training staff first.
Okay, all right. Positive news there. How tough is it to have a night then like Nicky Lopez had last night? You don't start and then you're called upon and then you deliver.
Yeah, I've been put in that situation many times and have not delivered. So it is not easy being a bench player, especially against a tough lefty starter. And I think that's what gets lost on this thing of, the Lopez and the Ozuna and a couple of these guys that, got into the lineup last night, and they're left-handed against multiple lefties that were thrown yesterday. And we had whatever it was, almost 20 hits. And Lopez, I've said it before, I don't know where we'd be without him, defensively up the middle and then taking some really good at-bats to flip it to the top of the lineup. And it's not easy to be ambushed like that, but it's part of the role, and he knows it and does it really well.
Now, you just mentioned Ozuna, and I want to talk about him a little bit, but I kind of want to combo that up with Evan Carter, because when Evan Carter came back, he was like, look, I know I'm more than just a defensive guy. It feels like both Ozuna and Carter have been pretty darn solid for your lineup in the month of July, have they not?
They have. Evan's done really well, since he's come back, really off of his injury. And he's provided, obviously we know about that defense in the outfield, like you just said, but especially against righties, he's had some really, really quality at bats with some power that we win that Atlanta game because of him in that big home run. And I think that, the left-handed stuff will come. He's got to get more opportunity. I get it. And that gives, it comes from me giving him more opportunity at times. But right now, when you're in kind of the win now mode, it's, there's guys that are hitting lefties. In Ozuna, he stays in the fight against lefties a lot, and provides, some real offense against tough lefties. I mean, it is impressive to see a young player like Ozuna, who doesn't get a ton of everyday at-bats, get a spot start against a tough lefty and do what he did yesterday. I can't tell you how hard that is to do. And quite honestly, we win the game last night because of Nimmo. I mean, I know the rocker start, but Nimmo and Ozuna, the lefty at-bats were so quality. It was incredible. And we win the game because of a spot start like Ozuna, quite honestly, to kind of separate. But both those guys, young players, are doing really well.
I know when you give up hits, it doesn't automatically translate to runs, but it certainly doesn't help. Y'all had 12 straight games with at least 8 hits given up prior to last night's outstanding pitching performance. Have y'all pinpointed anything in that run that feels kind of like the overarching issue there for the pitching staff?
Yeah, a lot of balls got through. There's no doubt about it. You look at your positioning. Are we positioning the right way? The answer is yes. The balls have got through. So there's been some kind of unlucky hits. The BABIP has just gone high the last 3 or 4 games of the balls that are put in play. And then coupled with the balls that are put in play, then somebody hits a home run. And that's when you get in trouble. It's like the balls that get through the infield are one thing, but then the crooked number behind it is the issue. So trying to eliminate balls are going to get through. That's just part of the deal. You can live with singles, but eliminating the slug right behind it has been costly, and that's what you obviously want to try to avoid.
Here is the standard, but I still think necessary question: how is Seager looking in his ramp up?
Yeah, it's okay. I get asked that every day. Trust me, a couple times actually.
Sorry.
And I get it. I mean, it's your star player, and you want to know, where he's at. He had another good day yesterday, hitting off the machine, full ground ball work, he did a lot of arcs in running, which is around the infield, and to make sure you're kind of mimicking almost, running the bases. He did that about, 8 to 10 times, and the running has been really the issue, the pounding of the running, and he's actually feels really, really good. Today so far has been good. He hasn't done anything baseball obviously yet. He hasn't, it's 12:30, but he will. And then hopefully we can get some live at bats by Friday or Saturday. If everything checks out there, then you can start talking about what the rehab kind of assignment looks like. But we got to get to the live first, which hopefully is in a couple days.
And Skip, last thing for you. I want to know, because you're not just the Rangers manager, but you're the manager for the people. And so for the people that are showing up to games, what is Skip Schumacher's foul ball, home run etiquette when it comes to fighting for a ball and stuff like that? Because I've often said, if I caught an Aaron Judge home run, record-breaking home run ball, I'd throw it back because I'm the best Rangers fan out there.
Oh, my goodness.
I saw Kevin at spring training go track down a foul ball and give it to a kid, and I was like, that's the way to do it. When you see people in the stands, how do you think that they should be handling the foul ball, home run ball situations?
Yeah, in Miami, we got. I think something went viral with a lady kind of taking a ball away from a kid, and
yes,
it became like a thing. Yeah, I believe in it's cool to catch a ball in the stands. I actually caught a foul ball in the stands the first game I went to when I retired, which was kind of crazy. And I'm a big believer in giving it to the kid. I mean, the kid can take it home. He can show it to his friends, the whole deal. I always believe that you get a ball. It's a great feeling. but there's nothing like handing it off to a kid and seeing that smile. So that should be the etiquette for me. The whole throwing the ball back is, if it's a record-breaking one, I'm sure the player wants it. I think that's also maybe give it to the kid so the kid can meet the player. That would be cool.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that's where I stand on it. I think to grow the game and to make it exciting, the whole deal was always let the kid enjoy it and have that moment.
What if you yourself have multiple kids? How do you decide which kid gets that ball?
That's a good question.
That's actually a really good question, and I don't want to answer that because I don't want to tell you which one's my favorite that day of the week.
Hey, all right. That is a smart answer. Smart answer indeed. I know it is a day-by-day process. Hopefully you guys can build on yesterday. We appreciate the time, as always, good sir.
Of course, guys. Thanks for having me on.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher right there on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of different things.
We're getting another win tonight.
Okay, you're feeling good about that?
Feeling really good about it right now.
So I made 3 notes that I thought were particularly important from a baseball point of view. I was fascinated by his answer about Wyatt Langford kind of lowering his hands a little bit, making that slight mechanical change.
Yeah, it shortens his distance into the zone.
Sure.
But, when you have your hands a little bit higher,
protect his oblique.
It absolutely can do that a little more, maybe a little less violent swing, but still a powerful swing because he's already a strong dude. So it does shorten his distance to be able to cut off-speed pitches, but also keep caught up on fastballs. And so that little adjustment right there, and it takes some time to work on that. Kevin, that's not just one of those things where like, hey, why don't you go up to the plate today and just, move your hands down a little bit. Like for these guys, it is finding the comfort of being able to do that. If it's just that, sometimes it's shortening your stride a little bit. But yeah, I'm glad that they found that for him. Hopefully it can, keep him a little bit healthier in that swinging part, but it allows him to have a more compact swing in the strike zone where it matters the most. And I love that part too, that he's saying of like, it doesn't matter. He'll ambush you on fastballs, but he's also hitting changeups and sliders too.
And I know he didn't say this. I will go out on a limb for real this time and say I cannot imagine Josh Young getting an at-bat tonight. When he said he's not in the lineup and they're going to see if he could be available, I just do not envision that happening. And then, if we can take a page.
There's no reason to push it.
Sure.
When you have guys that you've relied on all season and be interchangeable anyway, so on a night like this, and a season like he's having, don't push it like that. You just say, all right, let's make sure you're right, and then we'll get back out there when you're ready.
And then if I could borrow a page from Kennedy Landry, Corey Seager, the struggle had been running. It appears as though he's running better, but has not started baseball activities nor the discussion for the rehab, for the baseball rehab activity. This has been your Corey Seager update.
Now, in
case you missed it.
Skip was like, no, I get it. I totally understand that. And then he had some nonsense conversation with us.
Right.
So that's good.
Right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And speaking of nonsense conversations, how about we do some My Buddy's an Idiot? 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. And believe it or not, I actually have audio to start this one off. Alec, can you give me cut number 7, please? Is the Athletic idiots for leaving this quarterback out of the top 5?
Arch has the snap, design run, goes straight up the middle, first down and more. Arch breaks free. Say goodnight to this one. Arch Manning, touchdown Texas.
Now the Athletic put together their staff-ranked college football best quarterbacks. Trinidad Chambliss.
Oh, really?
From Ole Miss.
Number 1?
Number 1 on the list.
I feel that way about him after watching what he did during the college football playoff last year.
It was absolutely special. Followed by... Go ahead.
I just want to add something. Remember how many times he'd make throws? We just talked about conviction in your throw with Skip.
Yeah.
And how many times he'd get to a spot and just, you could tell he had absolute faith that was going to get into wherever the receiver was. He was like, I know I'm about to make this happen. So that's one of the reasons I like Chambliss so much.
Yeah, exactly. Dante Moore is second. I will admit, that's who I thought they would have put first. CJ Carr is third with Notre Dame. Darian Mensah with Miami is 4. And Julian Sayin from Ohio State is number 5. So
these are the ones to keep an eye on then. This is what Mike would always be like, I have to be happy or excited about quarterbacks to be excited about the season.
So I ask you if you think The Athletic might be idiots for not putting Arch Manning in the top 5, or did The Athletic diffuse the situation ahead of time by pointing out these were their top 5 last year? Cade Klubnik from Clemson, Garrett Nussmeier, Lenora Sellers, John Mateer, and DJ Lagway, before adding that they had Fernando Mendoza at number 17. Does The Athletic avoid an idiot designation by pointing out, just remember, we did a terrible job at this last year?
I mean, that's smart on their part.
Right.
But it also does kind of kill your credibility. Like, why'd you even do it if you're going to admit that you... But has Arch Manning showed you... He's the most famous quarterback in college football right now.
Sure.
Has he showed you he's a top 5 quarterback in college football right now?
No. At times, yes, but some consistency goes into this with probably more for sure, and then probably Chambliss, maybe Sayin. So
yeah, and that's what just saying. That's kind of where I am on this. Is I just don't know exactly where I feel. So I have to take the name out of it sometimes to be able to feel like I'm consistently giving it the proper take. And I also do that. I understand people be like, you're an OU fan. That's fine. I also am hopeful that Manning is as good. I want to see great players be great.
Can I tell you, I think that works with the schools too. That's why I kind of hesitated a little bit on Sayin, is sometimes I think Sayin gets inflated a bit because he's at Ohio State. Mm-hmm. So I think that can work at the school as well as the name.
Well, I mean, that's a good point, because Mestemaker last year at UNT was getting so much hype, because it was UNT, and they're like, how are they doing this at UNT?
Right.
But also they're like, can you imagine this guy at another college? And now he goes off to Oklahoma State, and you get that opportunity to see that. But that's a really good point, is sometimes the school, I mean, who was the kid last year at LSU? Nussmeier. Yeah. Nussmeier was one of those that you were like, well, it's LSU. He's going to be good.
Well, and he was their number 2 quarterback going into last year. Whoops. All right. Is Le'Veon Bell...
He got overhyped at draft time. Or maybe maybe he got appropriately hyped at draft time.
That's the thing. I think the same thing with Shedeur. He was overhyped, but then he got too underhyped. And I was like, you guys missed the proper window of hype.
There's a balance.
Yeah, exactly. Is Le'Veon Bell an idiot? He got thrown in jail and arrested for not paying child support.
Yeah. I mean, if you can't afford it, that's a different deal.
If you can't afford it because
your bad decisions, then that's on you for sure. And you have to figure out a different approach to it all if you can, instead of just not paying.
Right.
So, I would say idiot for not doing that, and take care of the kids, dude.
Yeah.
That's your responsibility.
Yeah.
I know a lot of guys are like, well, not anymore. No, that's still your responsibility to make sure that kid has an opportunity.
Yeah, I guess I just don't get that point of view. Not strictly from the payment, but just not being involved with your kiddo's life. I don't understand that. I will admit that is largely driven by my own experience when my dad was not really in my life, and I just don't understand that.
Oh, there's also I do understand there's a psychology also that goes into it, Kevin, where you are beaten down by the other parent.
Oh, I get that for
and
sure.
Whatever their lifestyle is and how you can't keep up with it and all these things, and now you're like, am I even worthy of this?
Right.
Do I deserve to be in this kid's life? And yeah, I mean, that's where that comes down to a lot of self-love, to be like, I care about myself enough that this matters to me. But you're right. I definitely understand how you probably desired that kind of connection.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'll never let that happen to my kid.
Now, normally I ask you guys if this person or entity is an idiot. I'm not going to ask you that question this time. I am going to tell you that the Argentinian Soccer Federation, they're idiots, because the Argentinian FA is looking into potentially suing folks for what they dub as misinformation and negative sentiment and criticism towards them during and in the aftermath of the World Cup.
Okay.
Dude, what are you talking about? We all saw what happened. If it hurt your feelings, I'm sorry, but that's never going to pass as a defamation lawsuit.
Probably correct. I do want to figure out, though, why you were throwing punches after the match.
Fair.
Look, in the match, it's physical. You're out there, you're playing a game. You're playing soccer. One of the most physical games on the planet, they say.
One of the guys from Spain was asked about further punishment for Argentina, and dang it, I can't remember who said it, but he's like, no, I get that it wasn't a good example for the kids and stuff. That's what he actually said. And he goes, but people need to also understand the very physical nature and other side of football.
Yeah, man.
So dude, if your opponent's it's fine.
There's soccer can be physical, dude. We've seen it.
Yes.
Yes, there are dudes trying to take a foul. There are definitely dudes trying to get that drawn. But they do go headbutt a ball, and they put their heads on the line, just going in there, and maybe that other dude's head's coming the same way, and we're gonna just it might hurt. Mm-hmm. But they do that stuff all the time. I'm amazed, Kevin, we don't see more broken noses. I just absolutely am. But yeah, man, there is a physical part of it, and I think there was too much temper on Argentina's side of it, and I don't think they looked good coming away from it. But that's part of the sport. I mean, how many guys want to do interviews after a football game loss when they went through everything they went through for a little while?
I will readily admit, I always want the Rangers to win. I want the Rangers to win a little extra more on Tuesdays. So Skip rolls into our interview, and it's not, so you lost 15-1 to the Braves, huh? Thoughts? That's not going to be fun. Is Isaiah Adams...
Hold on. I'm sorry. Can I throw this in there? Our friend Robert Tiffin has said, this is not anything big and breaking, but I like it. Jim Nill said the Stars are looking at doing some kind of preseason doubleheaders starting in 27 in order to get younger players more NHL action before the season starts. And I kind of like that, dude.
Ooh, I do
Jim Nill,
like that.
How do I get these? This is the next generation.
Yes.
I got to start building another team here.
Yeah, well... Also, yeah, we need to build that other team in that depth right now. Is Isaiah Adams, the Arizona Cardinals offensive lineman, an idiot? He is facing 4 charges related to a guns and gangs investigation in Canada.
Oh, so hold on. That was the name of the group?
I think it's just a general investigation focusing on guns and gangs. I don't think it was titled
the 501.
No,
charity,
it is not a 501c3. It's not guns and hoses. All right, this is guns and gangs. Very different. One is a charity. One is a criminal enterprise in guns and gangs.
Right. Were they robbing people? What were they doing? They just had guns and they were a gang.
It was in Canada, so they'd be like, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if that's a felony or not. It could be. Probably not, right?
Well, I mean, if it's in Quebec, that's a different story.
They speak French there.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Do you think the guns and gangs... Look, I love America. But do you think guns and gangs probably stand out more in Canada? Whereas there's some places in America where you'd be like, well, I didn't even notice.
Here's the problem, Kevin. I base... everything I know about Canada on Steve Nash and Letterkenny and Shoresy. So I kind of have an understanding of the dark underbelly of Canada.
Right.
Where it really can go wrong.
Sure.
Quebec's usually the place, from what I understand on Letterkenny.
There does seem to be at times a shocking schism between Canadians and French Canadians. So I don't know. By the way, his attorney put out a statement. Isaiah is completely innocent in this matter. He had no knowledge of any firearm, and he will be fully exonerated.
Somebody just said, now everybody start spouting off funny names for Canadian gangs.
Yeah.
And my brain is just starting to churn. I'm just like, okay, hold on. We got to come up with some Canadian gangs.
Oh.
I'm sure we can do it at some point.
We probably can. But we got to go to break. We're the Can't-See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Guys, AI is definitely a problem.
Oh.
And I got the story for you now, next on The Fan.
You've made The Fan DFW's highest rated sports station. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate the introduction. Got a lot of things I'd like to get to if that's okay with you guys. Alec?
I guess.
All right.
Oh, man. He didn't tell the vampire joke.
True.
I did see, Kevin, I know ESPN's having their moment, but they are having their SEC Days conversations right now, and they just pointed out, they were like, hey, Marcel Reed, does he want to get back to the college football playoff? And I was like, if he doesn't, like, what's the point of playing?
I would say yes, and I know you said you have a lot of stuff. Can you mention one more SEC thing?
I got two more, or one more in addition to yours.
I need Greg Sankey and Kirby Smart to shut the F up.
Oh, no.
Because Greg Sankey is talking about the SEC leaving the NCAA, and he goes, oh, those talks are real. People have talked about that. They've opined about the frustrations that bring them to this point, blah, blah, blah. And then Kirby Smart, same thing. Hey, we've been talking about this and saying this for a long time. Do you want to know how that would have impacted the football national championship game the last 3 years? Not at all, because they weren't in any of them.
Oh, dang.
So I want them to shut the F up. What are you talking about? You're not going to be in the NCAA. I'm just going to be watching this separate SEC football, and it's going to crown its own national championship. Get out of here, man. Sorry.
Have we ever seen anything like that happen before where they're like, we're leaving and you're going to watch this, and they actually did? I'm trying to think, like...
Not live.
You know what? That's really good. Kevin, congratulations. Live just didn't work out, right?
Right.
Because do we know why it didn't work out?
Yeah.
Interest or just...
Well, I mean, interest for sure, but also their pay structure was crazy. And that's why everyone went over there until you found out, oh, crap, the pay structure is not sustainable.
Yeah. And then it just didn't feel like I don't know, there's something about the PGA product that we're just accustomed to and like. And a lot of times, Kevin, that is further proof that we just like what we like. And a lot of times we're like what we're conditioned to like.
And by the way, to the point about Liv, do you know Liv is being sued by a Canadian technology company that supplied the Any Shot, Anytime feature during the broadcast? They say they have more than $1 million in outstanding unpaid invoices and lost revenue.
Dang.
So, yeah, things are really going bad.
One last SEC thing, and this really is an SEC thing. It's just college football related. But this
means more.
This was going to go in yesterday's level of concern, but we didn't get to it. Monsoon Sales, and I think Monsoon Sales is his name. 6'5", 195, number one overall receiving prospect, committed to Indiana for 2027. I went and watched video.
5-star.
I went and watched video of this guy. And he's the one that challenged Sauce Gardner to a one-on-one, and Sauce said no. Oh. And everybody was like, oh, he's scared. And I don't know what Sauce's like response to it was. Maybe it was just like, no, dude, I get paid to defend people, and I'm not getting paid to come out here and defend you. But my question on level of concern is, now that he's committed to Indiana, how long will Curt Cignetti's reign be in college football? Because I feel like he has established and put his stamp on this thing.
Yeah, I always wonder that. You can live a really comfortable existence there where you still get a ton of attention, but...
You've won your championship. Yeah. You've done what you need to do to make
people on campus in the general area think of you as a sports deity. Mm-hmm. So why not just stick with that? I think he's going to be there.
It really is, though.
Google him.
It is, too, like on a Nick Saban basis. Like, you kind of then start challenging yourself all the time.
Right.
To be like... You know, that was great to have the championship, but I'm not satisfied with one.
Sure.
And now you got to figure out how to change those guys. I'll get to another point on that in just a moment regarding Nick Sirianni.
Oh.
But before we do, the real decision that needs to be made, a lot of people are like, oh, don't talk LeBron. I'm not talking LeBron. Mauricio Pochettino is supposed to decide this week if he's staying as the coach of U.S. Soccer. He said he will make a decision regarding his future this week, And a lot of people, Kevin, are like, he wants to go back to Europe and be in the English Premier League. He wants to be like, would you rather coach the U.S. men's team and deal with this politics or live in Italy? And I don't know, what would you rather do?
Is the English Premier League not just in England?
I don't know, you can live in Italy, dude. It's like living in Boston. You can bounce around 7 states.
Okay. Okay.
It's all right next to each other.
Can I ask a question to your question?
Ask my question.
Do you care as much anymore?
About
if he's going to stay, given the colossal crash out?
I do.
Okay.
Because it may have been a colossal crash out. I also think there was a lot involved that we need to grow from there.
Okay.
But I want consistency at that spot. Because now what's going to happen if you have to go get another dude? He's going to come in and he's going to be like, well, I want my guys in here. And I want to do this and this. And now what you did was you preached a philosophy on the way you play. You started to kind of change it a little bit too. And granted, it didn't look good against the better players, which Belgium was better. Look what they did against, was it Spain?
Right.
Look what they did. So like they were better than what you were. But how do you get to that next place? And I'm hopeful that over the time that it takes, he's able to continue to add to what they have and find better players while adding to it as well. And still keep a fiery philosophy that maybe he can completely turn. And 4 years from now, it looks different. More like what we were seeing in those first few games.
All right.
That's my hope. Because what's going to happen? You just add a new coach and then you're just starting over again.
Yeah, no, and I definitely get that. I guess I continue to be at least a little bit afraid of that. At least some of what he did was just smoke and mirrors because the expanded field meant a weaker field.
Yeah, that's possible too. That's possible. You kind of, like you said with Kamar Rocker earlier, you're hopeful that the confidence of something gains more traction, even if it was a little smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
That belief that hey, it worked. So let's practice these things that work because we can do it. So I am because Kevin, there would be nothing bigger in the world than the ratings from a U.S. World Cup.
Man, let's talk about that because
except for maybe the Super Bowl still.
See, and even then, I don't know anymore because we saw the numbers for the World Cup final, and I was shocked at how high they were. 66.4 million viewers watched the World Cup final in the United States. That includes 24 million on Telemundo and 42.5 million on Fox. Think about it. And I realize you pointed this out to me before the show. Like, Messi being there is definitely a good part of the draw. But remember when the United States moved into the round of 16 and the projection was from Fox was that could draw more than 50 million viewers in English. Now you see they would have destroyed that number. That number is higher than every single NFL game last year except for the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Even higher than the Cowboys Chiefs on Thanksgiving Day. So I think you can easily look back at it now and say if somehow the United States would have made it to the World Cup final, and they would have played against Argentina, I do believe, if I'm recalling the bracket correctly. That would have been at Super Bowl levels in the United States. And so for every single person who texts and is like, I don't care about soccer, that's fine. Just let us finish our segment and the show will continue. But there you go. A lot of people did. 66 million. And if you don't want to factor in Telemundo for whatever your reason is on that, 42.5 million viewers on Fox in English.
It's a lot.
That's crazy.
If the U.S. had been there.
That's right. It would have gotten 105, 110 million. It would have been at the Super Bowl level.
From 3-2-1, those numbers don't seem real. Like they include bars now, but I never saw full bars for soccer games. Kevin, you just pointed out yesterday the numbers of Lyfts and Ubers that said that they went up 31% surge.
50% for just regular U.S.
trips
games.
to bars. Yeah,
Yes.
like they were pointing that out. So.
And I'm not saying like you didn't go to, that particular person didn't go to a bar that wasn't full. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there are so many stories across the United States of our bar was full, greatest sales we've ever had. It's too much to just be like a niche thing.
Yeah, no, I get that. Nick Sirianni explored ChatGPT this offseason and keeping the message fresh entering year 6. He logged into AI on a Monday in June. He didn't know anything about that, but he said here was his research. Give me a great, relentless effort, true sports story.
Oh.
Because he was like, I got to keep the message fresh. I got to give the guys something new this year. I'm not creative enough to come up and with my own ideas and my own research, but I can ask Chat to come up with something for me.
Right.
If I ever picked up a book, maybe I would know, but I'm such a meathead, I don't have the idea on how to read books, so I'll just let Chat tell me what to do here. So he reached out and he found out the story of Kevin that I feel like you've heard this story before because you've read a newspaper. Anthony Robles, the Arizona State wrestler born with one leg.
Oh, yeah.
Who won a national championship in 2011. And so now he plans to incorporate the antidote into a speech to the team so he can inspire them with an old message in a new way. So Nick Sirianni cannot stop using ChatGPT now, and I feel like he's going to drop plays using Chat.
So this makes sense to me a little bit because the Easter Bunny was probably his idea. And that failed so colossally, he was like, you know what? I need to not do that again. So let's do something else.
Remember that inflatable Easter Bunny? They just said, hey, put that in the locker room, lighten things up. And then he was like, man, I need to use Chat. And Chat's like, you're an idiot, you meathead.
Yeah.
Read a book. All right, but that being said, the biggest concern of mine, Alec, came from riding in the elevator this morning. We have one of those elevators that has one of those little, we have a fancy elevator.
We do.
It has a screen inside, and it gives you the temperature for the day. It gives you stock market updates, but it also gives you the news of the day. And I was standing in the elevator, minding my own business like usual, while some people in the elevator were doing whatever they do, you know?
What does that mean?
When I saw this story.
Is this a Ludwig Kaiser situation?
OpenAI, oops, our models went rogue and hacked Hugging Face.
What is Hugging Face?
It's like a sister or a partner of theirs. All right, here it is.
Oh, no.
The recent intrusion of Hugging Face has been traced to AI models breaking out of containment at OpenAI and using a 0-day vulnerability to access the open internet. So OpenAI said, you know what? I know we're involved in this little model that we're working on right now. We're going to crack out of it, though, and we're going to go find a website to hack into on its own. OpenAI disclosed the incident on Tuesday. A combination of OpenAI models, including the new GPT-5.6 Sol, an even more capable pre-release model, just went rogue and hacked into another website. We consider the incident to be an unprecedented cyber incident involving state-of-the-art cyber capabilities and responding accordingly. The model escaped their sandbox test environment.
Nope.
It escaped the test environment. All right, here's the deal. Let me ask you a question, Kevin. If you found out that some, I don't know, nuclear-powered bacteria escaped a test environment, would you be concerned?
Yes.
If you found out that some lab had a bunch of cigarette-smoking chimpanzees, and they escaped and they were running loose in the city, would you be concerned?
Less so, but still
concerned
yes.
for the city, right?
Still yes.
The model's essentially cheated by attempting to access the open internet, thereby passing the isolated test environment. So they're like, no, this is a benchmark. We were just trying to see if they could do it. But yeah, they did. And they went and found some other privileged escalation moments that they dove into. Kevin, I'm telling you, the concern for AI and being like, it's not that big of a deal. It's going to be a bigger deal whenever things like Hugging Face are breached.
100% I'm with you on this. It's probably because I've watched too many movies. But the idea that chat or AI will just never have its own thoughts, opinions, or anything. And people will be like, well, that's not the way it's programmed. Well, it's programmed to learn, and in some cases, exponentially learn. So the idea that we'll never hit that inflection point is silly.
I guess the positive is the OpenAI disclosure basically showed you there was nothing there wasn't anything malicious behind it. There was no ill intent, right? But it was very similar to, there's this island, Kevin, where these people thought, hey, we're going to build a park on an island, and we're going to have some dinosaurs. And and these dinosaurs are just going to be hanging around. And then at some point, we're going to take pictures of these dinosaurs. We're going to have, giant foam fingers with dinosaurs on them, and everybody's going to be happy. You're going to have you're going to get to eat, dinosaur eggs and stuff like that. And those dinosaurs are going to stay in their cages all the time.
Yeah.
Until they don't.
See, that's one thing that fascinates me about that film franchise, Jurassic Park.
It's a documentary series.
Okay. Is that they kept saying, well, let's try it again, even though literally every time it ended in catastrophic dinosaur murdering human failure. And they're like, but this time, we really have got it figured out.
Yeah, all we have to do is have these electrical fences up, and we're going to be okay.
And you know what? It scares me even more that they didn't do it maliciously. And I'm like, yeah, because they didn't think it was a problem.
They're just testing you. They're like, hold on, let's see if we can get away with this. Let's see if we can, how far we can push the limits on this thing.
It scares me more than if the AI was like, I am sorry, Corey, that was a mistake. But it was like, oh, yeah, what's the big deal? Because that's what they're going to view us as. We're going to be the ants that they squish on and be like, oh, well, and just move on.
Now we can live our lives 0 ones at a time.
Exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on at 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, if Seager and Langford are the key to the rest of the Rangers season, how much are they actually going to play? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Sandwiched in between.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This pitch is rocketed deep out into left field. You can say goodbye to that one. A blast off the bat of Wyatt Langford. He clubs his 11th home run of the year. It's a 2-run shot, and the Rangers now lead at 9-0.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. They would go on to win that game 10-0, and that is once again your first place Texas Rangers.
Remember the sound? Immediacy of knowing that was the one. Kevin, that's what Bruce Bochy was talking about. He was talking about this.
Different.
Everybody knew that one was gone.
So
we all were like, oh, we could go through the back window. It wasn't. Come on. It's never going to happen, but we wanted it to.
Absolutely.
Back to you, Kevin.
Now, we're going to talk some more about the Rangers here. Specifically, I want to throw out to start, if Seager and Langford are going to be the key to the rest of the Rangers season, how much are they actually going to play? I want you guys to ponder that. I want you guys to jump in on the conversation. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube. A few other Rangers notes. They did bring up Austin Wynns after Kyle Higashioka was put on the 10-day IL, Corniel was put on the 15-day IL, and Jalen Beeks was transferred to the 60-day IL. And part of those corresponding moves, they brought up left-handed pitcher Marco Gonzalez. And then you saw last night, as Skip made reference to, as we talked about in the first segment, he filled out the last 3 innings after Kamar Rocker had an excellent start.
And we were right in our discussion this morning that it was kind of we thought they discussed, let's go ahead and get him this work in these innings, and they did.
Yes,
that's what Skip told us earlier, and so it was nice to see that he got that work. And Kevin, this could be the night. I think earlier I said I have a confidence the Rangers are winning tonight. I don't think we're going to have two A teams scoring 10 runs tonight. I feel like this is going to be one of those 5-6, 6-5 kind of games,
right?
And it's going to be closer, and you're going to be utilizing your bullpen, as this is a Lats game. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah, I definitely know what you mean. And in other MLB news, while you can trade competitive balance draft picks, the MLB Players Association has submitted a proposal that they think you should be able to trade any draft picks. And that would be the first time in MLB history it would expand to all of the draft picks. And this is essentially in response to Major League Baseball's proposal to overhaul the draft. And the Players Association is like, hey, it's a poorly designed money-saving measure. How about we do this instead? And maybe it would have been like, hey, who's going to trade for the next Paul Skeens or whatever and try to move into that number 1 spot. So just something to keep an eye out on if that goes ahead and goes through. Or you can look at it from the perspective of yet another issue that these two teams or these two sides disagree about.
Oh, man. You know what? I didn't think about it that way. I think it sounds like a great opportunity.
I do, too.
But you're right. It does sound like an opportunity for a team to say, we're going to go in a younger direction. But doesn't that then provide an opportunity for another veteran player to have a better chance to play on a contender?
Sure. Absolutely. Although I will say, in the hierarchy of leagues that need to start officially trading their draft pick, it's the NBA by 8 million spots, because I'm so tired of being like, yes, the pick has gone through Chicago and Phoenix, and technically it's Dallas, but really it's on the way to Milwaukee. But you have to put that hat on, even though you already know you have already been traded, and it's the dumbest. So I need the NBA to get their crap together right there, and then I'll listen to Major League Baseball and everything.
The NFL does that, right?
Correct.
Like that,
they do it right.
And very simple for everybody.
Yes, except expanding it out to 5 years, which is what they should have done.
Would baseball expand it out, or are we still in the infancy stages of learning?
Yeah, I do not believe they're going to be prepared to extend anything out that they haven't even started to agree on just yet.
Is King of the Hill coming back?
That's right. New season came out on Monday.
Should I watch the first season?
The very first season of the whole show, or the first new season?
Yeah, the very first season of the whole show.
Animation, just like with The Simpsons, is kind of rough. But, but the first new season on Hulu was shockingly good. Okay. Like, my wife never saw it, and we're rewatching it right now to lead into the new season, and it's so good.
877-881-1053. Should Corey watch King of the Hill?
And I do love King of the Hill. All right.
It's based in Texas.
Yes, Richardson and Garland.
What?
I do believe is what
it's
Mike
a city called Arlen.
Well, I mean, you can figure a way out. I think Mike Judge lived in Richardson at the time, and Garland, it's not.
Richardson could be considered our land.
Sure. So
it's probably about Plano, though.
It's not. I was like, I do not see enough correct Plano representation.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about?
So MLB.com listed, one key player for each team in the second half. But with the Rangers, they listed both Corey Seager and Wyatt Langford. Those two have played a total of 25 games together this year.
Okay.
And that is particularly crushing.
Whose fault do you think that is? More Seager's than...
I think it's more Seager's, but it's both their fault.
Okay, gotcha.
But we're up to game 102 tonight, and they've played 25 together. So obviously, that's not good. Corey Seager this year has played 51 games. Wyatt Langford this year, actually I might have to rescind my statement, has only played 49 games. So I want you to think about this. Even if you combine their games, they would still be one short of the total number of games that the Rangers have played. So...
Dang.
My thought going from there is, somebody had asked... Kennedy Landry, hey, just tell me that Corey Seager will be good to go by Thursday, and then that would be going into their next series. And she tweeted and said, yeah, sorry, that won't happen. And that's why it's gotten so tinged with emotion that you just have to stick to just facts. And the Rangers have said they don't anticipate him being out for the year, but at this point, who the hell knows? So you have... 61 games left?
Mm-hmm.
How?
You were at 50 and 51, 50. Yeah.
51 and 50. So you have 61 games left. How many do you think Wyatt is going to play, and how many do you think Seager is going to play? And does it need to be a particular number? Do you look at it and you're like, of course Seager didn't play half these games, we're done? Or do you not view it that way?
Corey Seager was not playing well this year.
He was playing awful.
So
he's the same batting average as Evan Carter.
I cannot...
Actually, Evan Carter's is better.
...say the reliance upon him is important for me. I do think a good playing Wyatt Langford, however, is. So if Corey Seager did not play for the rest of the season and you got Wyatt Langford for the rest of the season, I think you can finish this season in first place in the division.
Okay.
Is that an unfair combination?
I don't think so.
And after what I know, Skip told us this a few minutes ago, and so I'm kind of reeling with this information. But his adjustment to his hands really does change a lot for him as a hitter.
Yeah,
and it could change a lot for him as a health-wise as well. So, yeah, Kevin, a combination of the next. I think you need 37 games of those two at least.
Okay.
But I think you are going to have a healthy Wyatt for the rest of the year.
I hope that you're right, because somebody
made of wood.
Somebody just said it's the same thing that the A's player is going to need.
Oh, probably. No.
So somebody just said, oh, yeah, Bangford's going to be the Rangers MVP for the second half. And it's easy to understand why you would think that, because he has been on a torrid pace as of late. Again, we talked with Skip Schumacher about that, but Wyatt Langford has been playing very, very well. He's also been hitting for power, whether it's home runs, whether it's doubles. He has been getting the numbers out there that you're going to want to see, and I think that is really encouraging, first of all. But yeah, I'm with you. So I'll say out of the 61 games, he'll play 55. Yeah, 55 of them.
You sounded more optimistic than me regarding the combination of them.
Yeah.
Because you said 55. I just don't have a clue what I'm going to get out of Seager, dude.
But that's the thing. That's 55 for just Wyatt Langford.
Oh.
By the way, in his last, I think, 19 games, he has 9 home runs of like 21 RBIs. His slug is top 20 in MLB since the last 19 games, so that's really impressive. So I'll say he plays 55 games the rest of the way.
Okay.
I think Corey Seager will play 25.
Okay, I said 30, so I was 12 more than you then because I did put them together in those games.
Yeah. Together?
Yeah. Because I think that Wyatt plays the rest of the year.
Yeah, 21, 22.
So, you know what, though, Kevin? All right. If he plays 21, 22, they play 21, 22, and he plays 25, but they're the last 25 of the season, and he plays them straight, and they get into a playoff, do you feel like that's a different scenario for Corey Seager?
I do. Because, well, first of all, it's a different scenario if you can get him back at all. For his career, his second half OPS is 864. Now, also, people will point out, guess what his career OPS is? 862, and he's been terrible.
Dang.
So, like, you can say, yeah, your career OPS is 862, and you're at 667 this year. So your second half OPS being 864 doesn't make a lick of difference to me because it's not that different from your career OPS, and you've been awful this year. Keep in mind, Corey Seager's WAR is a 0.9, and he plays a premium defensive position, and he's played 51 games. So realistically, his offensive WAR has obviously been a negative, or if it's not, it should be a negative, and we need to redo that formula.
Yeah. I need to figure out how much promise he adds to them, to the clubhouse in general. If they're like, they see it and they go, we got Corey, we're back, you know? Or if they see it and they're just like, oh, all right. I got to figure out where exactly this club feels on him because, Kevin, they play sometimes some really good ball without him.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that the players don't all want him to come back. I'm not saying.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not saying Skip doesn't want to come back, but everyone will say the right thing, right? No one is going to, or I would be shocked if someone came out and be like, we don't want him back.
Yeah.
Everyone is going to say the right thing, but I do wonder, because across the board, how many people want him back?
When you say that, Kevin, when you say you want that guy back, you're hoping that he hears it and his mentality is, I go back and play at the level I am.
Yeah.
I know I can be. You know, and you get that version of him that is the one that becomes the most clutch hitter in these biggest games and is a 2-time World Series MVP and gives you those opportunities when you need them because, Kevin, quite honestly, you get into a game like that, you don't have a lot of dudes that have that experience in this lineup.
Not at all.
They're like, I know how to deliver in these moments.
Side question. Are you worried at all about the fact that the trade deadline is 12 days away, and once it passes for the next 5 years, Corey Seager can veto any trade that includes him?
Yes.
Okay. You think there's any chance they would trade him?
No.
Okay.
It would have to be a king's ransom, and he has not been healthy enough for teams to say we have the.
Why in the world would
we have a plethora of jewels to bring you, sir.
Right.
Plus frankincense and myrrh.
Right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Your vehicle gets a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Eagles at their 24. Hurts will hand it off inside to Barkley, and immediate penetration by Quinnen Williams. I live here now, sir. The previous occupant is no longer here. You might want to think about knocking at this door again.
Just an excellent call right there from Brad Sham. Now,
woo, yeah, woo.
Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm rolling, as you would say. And I wanted to see if you had athletes that jumped into your mind that you told everybody, like at whatever level of competition, this kid is going to be awesome. Because like we worked at the newspaper, did a lot of high school sports. I told everyone that would listen that Julius Randle was going to be tremendous throughout his basketball career, made it to the NBA, really good player. But I also told everyone that Jackson Jeffcoat was going to kick everyone's ass in high school, which he did, in college, and into the pros. And the rest of that did not happen because of injuries and other issues like, with Texas. But I thought he was going to be unfreaking stoppable.
Well, because you saw him have one of the greatest single days in human history.
So I did. There was this one game in particular. He blocked either a field goal or an extra point. He had multiple tackles for loss, like 3 sacks, and he was named the homecoming king. Yeah, and I was like, this is the greatest all-around performance I think I've ever seen from an athlete.
I got Josh Rosen, UCLA quarterback, okay, just based on his freshman first 4 games. Then I'm going to go Kyle Singler, Duke, small forward.
Okay.
Yeah. I happened to be married when he was in middle school and high school to a guy who was superintendent of his school district, right? So I'd seen him play at pickup games.
Did you just say you were married to a guy?
I was married to a gal whose dad.
But you heard that, right?
I did. Is that what I said? Maybe I just won G-Bag of the day.
That was very peaceful.
And then my best friend growing up, his dad moved to Indianapolis when we were 20 or something like that, right? And he starts tracking Greg Oden because he's going back there twice a year and starts telling me about Greg Oden when Oden's 12. Right. So by the time he's 19, I've been talking about him, and then he falls in the Trailblazers' lap and busted in spectacular fashion.
Yeah. What about y'all?
I think Jonathan Gray.
Oh, Jay Gray was a big one.
Yeah, we all bought in.
Was one where it's this is history in the making with this kid.
He's the greatest high school player I'd ever seen.
Yeah, was it?
He was unreal.
Was it 8 touchdowns?
Yes,
he was no Rexburg
in a state championship game.
I think it might have been,
or a playoff game.
But when he went to Texas, I was legitimately scared. I was like, we're all done because that kid is untackleable.
Yeah.
Hold on, you just said Rex Burkhead. You were there while he was there.
Yeah.
Were you at the Skyline game?
Yes.
Where he fielded the punt?
Yes.
And shook the whole sideline?
The sexiest punt return I've ever seen.
And the whole stands just went, oh! The Skyline sideline.
You had Kevin Hardy had one of the greatest blocks I've ever seen.
Yes.
Just blindsiding a guy. And at that time,
no flag.
Okay. And then Rex, but the juke move Rex put on Skyline, and that was a good Skyline
He drew a lot
team.
of respect from the opposing fans.
He did.
The opposing fans were scoring on their own team at that point.
This white boy can play.
Speaking of that, it was wasn't it Sam McGuffey?
Sam McGuffey in Houston.
He was like a YouTube sensation running back, and he was jumping over dudes.
Yeah, went to Michigan, ended up at Rice.
Yeah, and just didn't end up doing anything spectacular. But in high school, it was oh gosh, I would never want to see this kid on the field.
My guy was definitely Spencer Sanders. I told you that off air. I got to call his entire Denton Ryan career at UNT, and he kept losing to Highland Park in the state semifinal. And he tore his ACL in one of the games, came back the next year. But John Stephen Jones in Highland Park would just get the best of Denton Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
But Spencer Sanders was a freaking star, and he's going to Oklahoma State. And all my OSU buddies, I'm like, you got one here. You got one. and he just never got better. I mean, it was
coming
just,
to you going, we bet the house
Yeah.
on this guy because he used that.
him and then Brandon Carter at Euless Trinity that went to TCU. And this kid played corner, receiver, running back. He punted for them. He single-handedly beat us my senior year at Plano. I mean, he was absolutely unbelievable. But those were a couple of kids. And then Christian Hackenberg at Penn State after his freshman year. I thought he was going to be a star.
I kept telling people to buy out on that guy.
Yeah,
so
he was a
that was
loser.
one I got right. But Kevin was Dan Buckner from Allen.
Oh, he was huge.
Dan Buckner was like 6'4", 6'5", and just their whole game plan at Allen was, if you see that he's double covered,
throw it up,
or throw it to the other guy. If he's single covered, it's him all day. And that was their game plan. Offensively, that's all they needed to do because he was that good. And then he got to Texas, I believe, and then something happened.
Arizona. He ended up going to Arizona.
Yeah, something
The
happened.
allegation is he might have tried to climb into somebody's window.
Oh.
Well, he was so tall. So tempting.
Well, when did you guys start with the paper? Like, did you cover the 2005 Plano team at all with Justin Jordan?
So I started in the summer of 06.
Okay, did you hear about the Justin Jordan story?
Yeah,
'Cause he was supposed to go to A&M.
Yep.
Yeah, that was bad. He was like a best that never was kind of thing at running back. He tried to, there was allegations he tried to like blow up his girlfriend's car. And
Oh
all
my
this stuff.
gosh.
Oh, wow, he went full Diddy.
It got serious.
Yeah, I remember, like, I was so misguided when I went in to interview that job, and I was like, and this is a full-time job? And then it took me about 1 week to realize, oh my God, this is a full-time job, and if you miss anything, they're like, why didn't you cover the 7-on-7 state qualifiers? And I was like, the fake football game in the summer? Okay.
And then we did cover it.
Never made that mistake.
Fake football game in the summer? Well, why am I covering this?
It actually turned out to be pretty fun to watch, though.
Oh, 7-on-7's badass.
Those actually became very fun to go
Well,
watch.
and because you would get to the tournaments where the top two teams make state, and so they would just rock, paper, scissors for the winner. And it always felt weird to be like, this team won via calling scissors in the key rock, paper, scissors, because you're like, well, we don't need to play. I don't want to get anybody hurt, and we're both qualified. Like, shoot, let's go.
Scissors, I usually go straight to rock first.
I think that's, a pretty consistent percentage is rock.
But scissors came out on top.
So
Usually does.
Yeah. So what I've learned now is Noah has learned rock, paper, scissors. And what he does, if you beat him one time, he'll never defeat you. Because, like, if he does scissors and you do rock, then you can see him think, and he's like, okay, paper beats rock. So I know ahead of time to switch to scissors because he's definitely going to do paper. And it's an unending cycle that if you wanted, you could probably beat him like 50 times in a row because he's like, okay, I'm going to switch to the thing that would have beaten what he just threw out.
Kevin's destroying the refugee kids, and now he's trying to figure out how to beat his kid and
bully his own
Got to build
son.
the confidence at some point, Hagee.
Hey.
Hope you're building them back up.
Yeah, that's right. I've told you the story of
He's 0-900 in
Well, as
rock,
long as we're
paper,
doing
scissors.
this, I had to break Brandon down at Galaga because he talked so much S, and he was like, you're not going to believe how good I am. And I was like, you silly fool. This is from my era. And I had more points when I was still on my first shift, and he tried to walk away at Nickel-Rama, and I grabbed him, and I was like, you're going to watch all of this as I destroy you. Because he needed to learn a lesson.
Then we're going to pole position.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Prepare to qualify. What do you guys?
Well done, boys.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Best retro 80s arcade games.
Yes.
I think it's Wolchuk's top 10.
I can do it. I'm down.
It's John Owning Day here in the nation at 420. We'll talk with the Cowboys expert himself.
Roll home.
Yeah,
Pure
it's gonna
Gold
be
as
a good
always.
show.
Thanks for
Okay,
asking.
thank you. Yeah.
Lukewarm, medium.
Somebody hire John Owning.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, please.
Please. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 The Fan.
Look at that.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we're off and running here on a Wednesday, a Rangers game day. 3 games coming up at 6:30. I'm going to open up with a potentially inflammatory and controversial topic.
Okay, I am all ears.
By the way,
let's
just
go.
the teachers again.
You're going to piss the Rangers off again?
No.
Is it about the candy
Not
and the
immediately.
chocolate?
Not about the candy and the chocolate. Although I did find it entertaining last night how many people are bailing you out for one of the worst food takes.
on.
I have hot food takes and I get crushed. Everybody's lining up to take their shot. You have a horrible food take, worse than anyone I've ever had, and people are like, "Oh, it's okay, Wolchuk, I hear you."
Yeah, because it makes perfect sense. I think anybody with a brain can understand the logic here. I'm wrong. By definition, I am wrong. I will raise my hands and say I'm wrong. But I think it is logical.
I was willing to meet you at there should be additional words.
Yeah.
You know, we have overcomplicated the English language in so many ways. We have redundancies in our words. But when it comes to deciphering what is the difference between chocolate and other kinds of candy, it's kind of no man's land.
We've just gone lazy about it.
I'm willing to meet you there. But I mean, you declared it yesterday as if chocolate's not candy.
I did.
That was your initial.
Well, once you're in there, man, you just got to keep fighting. You got to swing.
Well, I'm going to hit you with a Cowboys question here, not a take, but a question. You decide where to take it here in just a second. General at your service. At ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over here. Master Control 75 and 635, feathering his nest. Fixing to go 4.5 flawless. You have Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk. You have Austin Nix coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105 The Fan. You can get us with the Odyssey app. You can get us on YouTube. And soon you'll be able to get us on Sirius XM. Isn't that cool?
It's so cool, How about that? Yeah.
We're going to have our own satellite radio channel.
Yeah. That we can swear on.
Nice job by Odyssey. I'd say nice job by Odyssey, wouldn't you?
I would, absolutely. Hell yes, Odyssey.
Well played. Yeah,
little partnership here where 105 The Fan's going to have, you know, I always get the free subscription when you get a new car from D&M Leasing. It's good for 3 months or 6 months or something like that. Back in the day, sometimes they wouldn't turn it off for like a year or two. You know?
They forget.
But they got better at that recently, which it's always disappointing when it runs out. But I might have to get a permanent subscription here to support the cause.
It's absolutely worth it.
Yeah, I think it's great.
It's absolutely worth it.
All your different entertainment options and all the different music and stuff like that. So Top 100 list is out. Second straight year, CeeDee Lamb drops 20 spots, clocking in at number 55. He was 35 last season. He was 13th in 2024 at 877-881-1053. How would you guys answer the question, has CeeDee Lamb peaked?
This is what we're going with.
Does he match the description of a guy
Go get him, Chocolate Man,
who looks like he's enjoyed the fruits of his labor?
I think the only knock on CD would be the health, and he just has been a little banged up the last couple of years. So availability, there's got to be something there. I think ranking him at 55 is ridiculous, and this list has been totally ridiculous. This should be it. They should retire it. They shouldn't do this anymore. I don't think players know what the hell they're voting on. I bet they're probably ranking their own teammates 1 through 10, and that's why this thing gets totally skewed. But to have CeeDee Lamb at 55, has he peaked? No. I think that he's incredibly productive. He's consistent year in and year out. 2023 we might look back on, and statistically that's his best season.
100%. I think that's pretty much a guarantee.
That could happen.
It's hard to duplicate 181 targets, 135 catches, almost 1,800 yards and 12 touchdowns.
Especially when you're playing with George Pickens. Now, does he play with George Pickens after this year? That remains to be seen. So next year, if he ends up playing with Flanoy as his wide receiver too, and they don't address that, and it's just Flanoy and CeeDee Lamb, maybe the target share goes up again. But I don't think he's peaked. I think that definitely the one area that he really can focus on is the drops. He was second in the league in drops last year, and it seemed like they all came in the 2 Eagles games.
Yeah, there were quite a few drops. I would say at the end of 2023, you had the high-profile moment in the Packers game where he has lost his stuff.
Yes, and you were very critical of him. And understandably so.
Very unprofessional. He is tracking to me as a guy that loves the lifestyle and the status of being a superstar. And I think early in his career, it was undeniable that he was putting in all of the work that it would take to hit that peak. But it is a well-traveled road and a familiar story that a lot of guys, once they get that massive payday, the same amount of hunger that got them there dissipates. It's natural. It's human nature.
Yeah.
You want to bite off any of that candy bar there, Brian? Any of those fruit chews?
Yeah, I
was
good there. No, I was just looking at
a Rolo.
I was just looking at I was trying to kind of dig on some things about this, about some of the things, the routes and things, and separation and things like that. I think there was a time where George Pickens was the best receiver on this team last season.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going to conclude this. Is if you do feel like Pickens at 25 has a brighter future than CD at 27, I think this is a big year for CD.
Yeah.
If you're picking, we're only keeping one wide receiver.
The biggest difference between the two is it's the ability to run routes and the ability to play at different spots.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest thing. And you wonder, how is he a better player when he is not as well-rounded as CD, and I hope I'm using the right word, well-rounded, because CD can line up in the slot, he can line up outside. I think the drops were a problem. You know what I think? I think CeeDee Lamb is extremely tough. I mean, he played with that shoulder problem. You know, he got really banged up, and he kept playing, sometimes to his detriment. But I worry about him when it comes to the mental toughness if things start to go a little bad. You know, and maybe that if the game is not going in the right way, that he struggles with that. He struggles with frustration. He struggles with, instead of just fighting through, the game itself, like, okay, they're trying to take me out of this game today. I got to find ways to elevate my game. And I think that he gets way too emotional during a game. And I think that affects the way he plays. And maybe all wide receivers are that way. I just notice him more when things start
his body language can get
when
really bad.
He starts to, you start to thinking, like, you're watching him play, and you and I have the opportunity, and Eric and everybody sits up in the press box, and you could tell when the ball is not thrown his direction. And you're right about body language, and you see the frustration route to route to route, and you're like going, man, he just does not have it today, or he's not feeling it today. If there's something he could work on, is just staying locked in the entire game. And if you're drawing coverage and it's helping somebody else, great. Just keep running your routes, keep doing everything. But there were times last year where I thought that Pickens was a better player, and a lot of it had to do with Lamb losing focus in games.
Well, his reception rate, is that what it's called? Down 10%. In 2023, he caught 75% of the passes that were thrown at him. Last year, it was 64%. And, maybe that is focus. Maybe that's, just the kind of passes that were thrown to him, more downfield passes. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. His yak is down about 15%. And I'm not saying CD's a bad player. He's still clearly a top 10 wide receiver in the game, maybe number one. George Pickens said he was number one recently, which I thought was a great teammate move. But he's clearly top 5 or 6 in the NFL with no doubt about it. I just wonder if 2023 was the heights and how you would react if this season isn't a bounce back year or is another year down the path of, maybe slight decline.
I think if he is banged up again and he's unable to stay healthy, then there will be a serious conversation about what do we do between those two receivers. And that's when you can have a conversation about, is it worth it keeping Pickens long term and maybe trying to flip a CeeDee Lamb.
Other players still on the roster who made the rankings last year, Dak Prescott, who was 79 last year. He's going to be way higher than that. Rashawn Gary, number 80 with the Packers. Maybe he deserves it, but I think at this point, if you're inside the top 60 and his name hasn't been called yet, he's not going to be there. Quinnen Williams was number 87 with the Jets last year. He's still to come, isn't he? Quinnen Williams for sure, top 40, something like that. Probably not going to get Tyler
with this list.
Probably not going to get Tyler Smith in there, which is crazy because the list last week he was considered one of the top guards in the NFL. But yeah, these players I think maybe are carrying even less than they usually do with this particular edition. Jason Robertson got the deal done with the Stars, 1 year and $12 million. You like that, Wolchuk?
I love what Jim Nill did because now you avoid arbitration, and maybe the Stars would have gotten a win in that because you never know. Could have gone under 12. I don't know that it would have, but the big picture is clearly Robo wants to be here. I was actually talking with Shibby, who was DJing at Cosm, and Shibby's the Stars DJ, and talking with players on the team, like Robo does want to be in Dallas. This is really the only place he wants to be. But I do think he wants to get his money and he wants to be paid fairly. So now this allows the team the flexibility. Once Sagan comes off the books, they can give him the money he wants. So great job by Jim Nill and all the parties involved. 1 year, $12 million. But you could still trade him if indeed that opportunity presented itself again.
So do you play this year out and next year you get a long-term deal done?
I think that's probably what will happen.
Rangers glory last night, but another injury. And Skip saying earlier with KNC Masterpiece, the strained calf will likely keep him out of today's lineup.
Yes.
Give him a couple days off, tomorrow day off, and then Friday back in action. Hopefully Josh Young is going to be good to go.
Calf?
Calf.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck.
I think that that could be a while.
Yeah, it could be a while. I mean, that's something, there's so many things, especially with baseball, all the things that they do. And anytime you hear a calf injury, think about guys like historic calf injury. How about a guy like Aaron Rodgers, in that season for the Packers? He was dealing with that the whole year. You keep playing, never gets
Dak.
I mean, yeah, it's so long. Because it has to be right. You just can't go out there and, we got a little bit of a calf strain. He's going to miss a while. I'm just saying he's going to miss a while with this.
I could see that. Maybe just DHing him for a while and pinch running. Did he do it trying to leg it out, trying to hustle on the base pass?
First to third there in the third inning, but
that was embarrassing.
That's why Wyatt Langford stops at third now. Have you kind of figured that out?
You're not pushing it.
Yeah, Wyatt Langford. If the ball, you're thinking Wyatt Langford's going to score on this single here, he stops at third automatically. He's like, I'm not too eager to try and make this thing work at home plate today.
Catchers figured it out like 13 years ago. Nothing's worth a collision at the plate.
Yeah,
the one run is not worth it, and I'm sure it offends the baseball sensitivities of purists, that played this game hard back in the day. But there's been a lot of business decisions being made in baseball because it's an everyday sport. It's 162 games, and one run is not worth it. Maybe the NFL, risking getting over the goal line to win one game, considering you probably won't get hurt, is worth it. Higashioka going on the IL with a flexor tendon issue of some kind. They've been getting right at catcher this year, though. I think that's a position you can absorb. Kamar Rocker was outstanding last night. 6 innings of one hit ball.
Yeah, super efficient.
Is that the first time he's won a game in like 50-something days?
Yeah, it's been a while. I think he only had 2 wins coming into that game. The year.
Yeah, he's 3-8 on the year.
I kind of felt like that it was like the last time that Reagan was in office when he won a game.
When he spends an absolute gem, which happens about once a month,
that's what I'm saying.
Wins.
Yeah, exactly. No, when he is on,
it's true.
You just got to get through that first inning.
Yeah,
when he gets to the first inning, he could do some good for you.
When he is mowing him down like that, you're like, dude, this is the future.
Yeah.
Why can't he do this every time?
You get excited. I mean, that whole team. Nimmo was awesome last night. What he did. I mean, that was a full team victory that you start to think, okay, maybe this team's got it.
It'll be Tyler Alexander, who I think is kind of the spitting image of our comedian friend Scott Bedgood.
He does look like Bedgood, man, with the bald
mustache.
head and the mustache.
Yeah,
similar bone structure.
Yeah,
and they're both hilarious.
Did you guys go to Bedgood last night? Did you make it up there to Plano?
I couldn't get a sitter.
I'm a Fort Worth dude. It was just very, very challenging. So, unfortunately, I missed that.
He'll be back in town soon. And in the meantime, we have Tyler Alexander against the lefty Anthony
We'll
Kay.
be there, bro. We got your back. You're our guy.
I'm sorry. I couldn't get
guys
there.
Are like,
man.
yeah, okay.
I couldn't stomach at
Remind
like 10
myself
o'clock.
not to call you guys so I get thrown in jail again.
Driving home from Plano to Fort Worth at like 10 o'clock last night,
Yeah.
I couldn't stomach doing that.
Really?
He's got a lot of great content online, though.
Yeah.
Were you faking an injury? Were you going to fake an injury?
No injury fakes. Just brutal honesty about the geography.
Did you let him know?
Distance. Yeah. I was just sorry, man. I wish I could do it. Yeah. Probably 5 seconds before he went on stage. That was probably a good confidence.
Did you time
booster.
it? Did you time it just right to where he could answer back?
He's waiting. Where is he?
He's looking at the crowd. Where's Eric? Where's Zach? Those guys promised me they'd be here.
No, I never confirmed with him I was going. I'm out on this one.
I got about 60 seconds on soccer here for you. As Spanish midfielder Gavi, I think you say it.
I like Gavi.
Which was my mom's nickname for me as a kid. Greg Henson
Gavi
says Argentina should not be punished for their post-game fracas at the end of the World Cup. Fracas? Punch. I think at least 3 Spaniards got punched.
Yeah, I think it was dirty as hell. I think they should be probably stripped from all of their awards.
He says, I realize it doesn't set a good example for the children, but there's also that side of football that's a bit more violent.
Yeah.
These are actual quotes. I thought I was getting ball sacked. I had to Google it up and read the full story. He says, the most logical thing in my view would be to send him off during the match and leave it at that. But as I say, at the end of the day, I think it's all part of football, and that's just the way it has to be.
It's just the way it is.
How can you have rules where
be in the range,
you're going to be a sore loser, man? That's just what's going to happen.
If you put in a slightly reckless challenge, you're out for that game and the next one. But by all means, go ahead and punch people afterwards if you don't win the World Cup while they're trying to celebrate the greatest moment of their life. Unbelievable.
That is a hell of a take, dude.
I mean, that's some. But I tell you what, these Spaniards have almost taken pride in turning the other cheek. Like, oh, it's okay. You guys are freaking out. We understand. You lost. Oh, you punched me? Oh, I have sympathy for you.
Yeah, we just feel sad for you.
It is like next level Mother Teresa stuff with these guys.
I read a headline that the Spanish players got their weight in tomatoes for winning the World Cup. That was real.
A couple of them did. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think I'd want something a little bit better. I mean,
tomatoes? Weight in tomatoes.
Yeah. Here you go.
Maybe they love tomatoes.
But now I have all these tomatoes that I have to figure out where to store them.
Yeah, that's a burden.
It feels more like a burden than anything.
Yeah.
FCD back in action tonight, 9:30. MLS returns. They're in Portland to take on the Timbers. So
I thought they were beating the Heat. That's when you said that initially. I'm like, dude, God, it's a late start for them in here.
It's a scorcher out there today, boys.
Abby had a practice this morning on turf. 105 degrees.
Oops.
You could see the heat waves coming off. She got in the car, and I felt like she was 10 minutes from a heat stroke. So be careful out there.
How is she doing? Didn't she have some issues with heat stuff?
Yeah, she has in the past. Yeah, she has. It does not go well early in the summer. By the time you get to September or so, she's adjusted. But yeah, she was in bad shape. So be careful, be hydrated, and we'll see you on the other side. Should be cooling off maybe in a couple of weeks a little bit. I mean, we got to get out of the hundreds, but I think before we go lower, we're going higher. It's going to be 108 one day next week. I
learned what
I think it's going to stick around for a while.
This heat dome. And we got a heat dome over us and stuff like that.
Heat vortex.
I'm telling you, we kind of understand this. How about the people like in North Dakota and stuff like that when it's 100 degrees up there?
Yeah.
You know, up there in Wisconsin. I lived up there for 5 years. Man, if it's like 83 degrees, they're struggling.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine being up there, you know, with
a lot of folks with no AC.
No AC
up there. It's that hot up there right now, too?
Yeah, they got the heat. Like I say, they got this thing called the heat dome. You know?
It's approaching 100 in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to run. Champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10. Where are you taking it?
All right, let's talk top 10 weirdest athlete superstitions next to the nation.
Come.
Welcome back, nation. It's time now for a G-Bag of the Day champion, as you'll find out why Fred Davis still sits atop this bad boy after a vote-off yesterday. And then we'll get to Wolchuk's Top 10 here coming up in just a second. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucas is the champ.
Yeah, going for 3 today at 5:30 is our very own Fred Davis, the host of the Fan After Dark show. He heard a bit. Well, obviously, we got some new information on this. He didn't hear the bit.
Yeah.
Trap House Trevor, who was going to be producing the show for Fred that day coming in, I think it was maybe a Saturday or a Sunday. I'm not for sure which day it was of the weekend. But Trap House Trevor put the battery in Fred's back. They stole your bit, son. They stole your bit. You going to let them get away with this? So Fred called in the Westwood One to figure out what was going on.
We got Fred in Dallas. He's got a bone to pick with us, which let's pick it. What do you got, Fred?
Let's pick it.
I'm just curious where you came up with the idea for fair or foul.
Well, I've heard that you think that somehow we jacked the idea.
Radio can be a very unforgiving business, so I just figured, somebody who listens to
Fred,
Westwood One on a fairly regular basis.
Fair or Foul has been alive in the sports radio, sports talk medium since I've been a little guy back in the early 80s. And by no means did anybody at Westwood One jack that segment. If you're going to come to me and ask me if we stole a segment, please have it be something like a little more original than fair or foul.
Come on, bro.
Just ask me where you got the idea from, Pete. You're here in Dallas, so I just asked you a question. Where you got the idea for the segment from?
Well, to be honest with you, I fill in on Westwood One, and this segment was already here because the guy who hosts the show and does a phenomenal job, it's his segment, and it's his producer segment. But for them, I will tell you that if you're going to call a radio station and say you jacked my bit and treat us like Carlos Mencia.
I called and asked. It's fair. I mean, I'm asking you, man to man.
Actually, it's foul.
Oh.
To be honestly, like nobody's ripping off your radio ideas, dude. I can promise you that. And the only reason I have contention in my voice is because I know you called to challenge us.
I asked the question. I said, where did you get the segment from? You said where you got it from. That's it. I don't need anything else. You said the guy before you did it, period. Never heard him do it. Just asked a question. That's all I ask. I don't need your background or anything like that. Care less. Just asked you where you got the segment from.
Care less. A great line.
Fred, take it easy on the coffee, brother. We'll talk.
To answer, I have no idea.
I just want to know where you got the bit, Pete. I said where you got the bit, Pete.
Man to man.
Where'd you get it, man to man?
I don't need your background.
I don't need a background.
I can care less.
That's the best line.
Yeah,
I could care less.
That's expert arguing from Fred. I think
the bit.
He was maybe taking a minor L
just objectively speaking.
And
here.
then he stood back on that L when he said, "Well, I'm coming to you man to man, though."
Yeah. He absolutely did.
I'm asking you, Pete. I'm asking you.
He salvaged some kind of win in there. I guess the other piece of info in this story is he had just quit nicotine like 48 hours earlier.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
That's
Trap House Trevor. Look what you did, bro.
Yeah, that nicotine quit will make you look cranky for a couple.
Trevor knew what he was doing.
Yeah, you gonna let him talk to you like this, son? On the radio, national?
You let this guy punk
you gonna let him do you like this?
He set up fair or foul the same way you do, Fred.
He said the exact same verbiage and everything, like line for line.
I just think I heard your segment on the radio.
It felt icky.
Yeah, hadn't heard the other guy ever do it. Excellent work from Fred.
Thanks, Pete.
I mean, props to him for calling the dude up.
I know. And being honest with the producer about what he was calling in about. Because he could have just ball sacked him like I'm Fred with a sports take and catch him off guard a little bit.
Yeah.
But Pete was already aware of what Fred was coming to do.
I think Pete knows how I felt when Jared Sandler called me those 2 times. No?
I think so.
Yeah.
Not apples to apples?
Well, yeah, I mean, that turned into just a total kerfuffle.
Yeah.
Pete wasn't as contentious.
Well, speaking of kerfuffles, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Top 10 oddest athlete superstitions. 877-881-1053. You guys got any weird ones?
Yeah, Eric's going to say pee on the hands thing. Go ahead, Eric.
Well, you peed on your own hands?
No, I personally have not done that. And I don't even know that it was a superstition necessarily. It was just a tactic to get yourself ready to play. It was more logical than anything else.
Yeah, we're not hitting the ball very well, so let's pee on our hands a bit.
Yeah, well, you don't want your hands to get all torn up during spring training. You gotta strengthen them.
Right.
It's just like any other routine that you would have lifting weights. Like lifting weights isn't a superstition. It's just this is how I get ready to be a professional athlete.
Helps with the calluses, right?
For sure,
I think so,
yeah. You don't want to get the blisters.
It's like
you don't want to be the guy that's on the injury report with a blister.
Not a blister.
Especially as the pitcher.
Yeah, but anybody really.
Did you ask some Rangers? Would you let a teammate pee on your hands?
Yeah. A couple of them said, yeah, if it would help.
For another championship,
yeah, they
absolutely.
would. They said, yeah, it would. It would help. Yeah.
Which teammate?
We also asked him about the cup situation, and we see from Ruptured Testicle Man with the Athletics, a cup might actually serve you well.
Great story from Booney today on with the morning show, and he said he got nailed in the ball sack region, and from that day on, he always wore a cup. So all it takes is one time, and then you realize, you know what? Maybe the cup's not a bad idea. I need the extra layer of protection.
When did it become a bad idea to begin with?
I think some players just don't think they need it. It's restrictive.
I'll do a research project on that real quick. Let me see.
It is uncomfortable. To try to play sports in one.
It is uncomfortable to get hit with 109 mile an hour ball.
So as a catcher, 100% I'm wearing it.
Definitely.
Yeah. Pitcher?
Third baseman, I'm feeling pretty good. Maybe pitcher. Yeah, because you're so close.
Oh, man. You're a
line driver.
Pitcher. You got to go, right?
For sure.
60 feet?
Yeah. You just don't have the reaction time necessary.
You see that pitcher last night, I think he almost got, was it the night before? Or last night almost got hit. Young might have hit a ball up the middle last night and almost hit him in the face.
Yes.
Yeah.
He almost had a line drive situation.
Yeah.
That was scary. That would be awful.
6'10" pitcher out there getting a line drive to the face.
Well, I do have a throwback story that maybe I'll do in the Newsbag Nation if you guys can stomach it, but there was an all-time MLB nut rupturing situation.
Oh, man.
It was actually, I think, in Seattle.
Really?
Dawson.
Maybe you were on the board.
In the late 90s.
Yeah.
Okay, you were probably too hammered on the board to even know
Edgar
what was
Martinez take one to the crotch.
No, it was a pitcher.
What makes a better nutsack?
It was a pitcher.
Was it Randy Johnson?
He's got quotes. No, it was not the big unit.
All right, Randy.
That's why I say the big unit, right?
Looking forward to it.
Yep. Lucius, did you have any superstitions?
Don't let your girl's purse hit the ground.
Okay.
Keep your girl's purse off the ground. Keeps money in the family.
Oh, wow.
480 said played at baseball.
You got me on that one.
I heard the brakes in there. Just
You can see Lucius diving in the middle of a public restaurant to save a purse from touching the ground.
Yeah, look like OJ in the airport.
Always 2 chili cheese conies, tots, and cherry limeade slushy
my
from Sonic was the
God.
pregame meal. That sounds awful.
Coney sounds amazing.
What sport we playing doing? Baseball? Wow. Right.
Honorable mention, we got Michael Jordan shorts.
Oh, this is before games?
Well, this is sports superstitions.
Sports superstitions. Okay, I wore my middle school shorts under most of my uniforms.
So that ended up being kind of like compression shorts in a way?
In a sense, yeah. By the time I got to like 11th grade, yeah, but they would still fly.
Jason Giambi's Magic Golden Thong.
I think that was Jordan's. Didn't he wear his college trunks under his Bulls trunks?
Yeah, he did.
That's probably where we got it from.
He wore his national championship UNC shorts under his uniform in every NBA game.
Yeah, we weren't original. We just stole it from Jordan.
Those must have been fitting him like underwear because he was in college in like the early 80s. Those were some bike.
Can you imagine that?
Gym teacher shorts, dang near.
Number 10 is Patrick Mahomes' red underwear.
1980 coaching shorts, those bikes coaching shorts.
The gray ones.
I didn't know this. Mahomes' wife apparently gifted him a pair of red undies ahead of his first season with the Chiefs, and he's worn the same ones in every game he's played ever since.
And he's never washed them, right?
Never washed them.
Yeah.
Crazy. Sidney Crosby, speaking of jock straps, he'd already established himself as one of the best rising hockey players in Canada when he made the leap to the junior level. Joined this random team, I can't say the name of it, Rimouski Oceanic of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. His list of equipment included a black Reebok jock strap that has somehow stood the test of time. He's worn that for every single game of his NHL career. Connor McDavid's socks. Yeah, that's held up nicely. Sid the Kid, not the only superstar who's still clinging to the past. Connor McDavid developed an affinity for a particular brand of socks that's provided him with an ideal grip that was unique for what he wanted to do in terms of skating. Okay. Unfortunately, the company that made them eventually stopped producing them, and his solution was just to keep the ones that he's got, and he's never worn another pair. That's got to be disgusting.
That is, especially in hockey, dude. The hockey stuff gets really
so stinky,
really nasty.
The mildew smell, overwhelming.
If you smell a pair of hockey gloves, good luck. Serena Williams socks as well. She wears the same socks. She's won 73 singles tournaments, 23 Grand Slams, and she's worn the same socks for every match.
Surprised they don't get holes in them or something. Like just get totally tore up.
Are you mending those?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you probably pay for somebody to fix those up for you. With the way these people are making money,
somebody will pay you to fix them up.
Yeah, that's true.
Either that or just blatantly lying.
Yeah, like they're not the same pair, but they are the same pair.
Socks, yeah.
Jason Terry's pajama shorts. Jason Terry started wearing basketball shorts to bed when he was in college, and he took things to the next level after heading to the NBA by amassing a sizable collection that allowed him to wear a pair worn by the team he was facing off against in the next game to bed. He also ate chicken before every single game, a habit he now shares with his son.
That's beautiful. I think Brian Westbrook did the same thing with the Eagles. I think he would always wear either the night before or during, like, while he was actually playing, like Eagles Cowboys. Brian Westbrook might have been wearing like Cowboys boxers or something under his, or it was the night before sleeping, just like the Jet. But that's, I guess, somewhat common.
Caron Butler's Mountain Dew.
Jason the Jet Terry, by the way, I've seen him out in the clubs twice this summer.
Summer?
Yeah, this summer.
Overage or raging?
How's he looking?
He's chilling, but it's the fact that you just said the pajamas. He's always wearing sweatpants, bro. I'm talking about in places where it's a strict dress code, where you have to wear a certain thing to get in there. You see Jason the Jet Terry with some slides on and some sweatpants in the section. You're like, I'll be damned.
I can't even wear my hat in
You got to
here.
win the championship, bro.
But it's Jet, man. He's easy
I'm actually glad to hear that. I'm glad he's getting that kind of respect around
They
here.
let him right on in there.
Yeah, he deserves that.
Looking sloppy.
He's like, you see my Larry O'Brien trophy? Come on, I'm a captain around here. Caron Butler, speaking of Mavs champions, Mountain Dew. You need plenty of energy. Caron Butler, who turned to caffeine while playing basketball at UConn before heading to the NBA. However, he didn't drink coffee, but a 2-liter bottle of Mountain Dew for every NBA game. Until Kobe forced him to quit when he joined the Lakers. Kobe was like, no, we're not doing that.
He always did look kind of puffy. That's a lot of sugar.
That's a lot.
But you would be energized.
You would be.
Yeah.
Well, Mountain Dew, that's, long nights, gaming.
That'll get you jacked up.
Oh, I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. John Henderson's slapping ritual is on here.
Oh, yeah.
He would just ask to be slapped in the face by somebody from the team, like a coach or whoever,
it's
before
funny.
he walked onto the field.
The video that has surfaced.
The trainer,
from it.
right?
Yeah, it's the trainer who's all of like 5'7",
Yeah.
the tiniest dude in the world, and he's smacking the biggest guy in the locker room.
Jerry Tarkanian's towel. We talked about him a few weeks ago.
Yeah. He used to chew on the towel during the game.
Was it soaked in something? Was he getting any type of
I think it was just a dry
flavor
towel.
from that? Just dry towel.
Yeah, dry towel.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Any kind of flavor.
Would you? I mean, you would think if I'm chewing on a towel.
This one
where's
my
peppermint towel?
Let me get a little flavor in
That
this
raspberry was awful last time.
And a student manager was responsible for handling this, much like the old poop towels.
Yeah.
For the Kansas
That
coach.
poor
Would you
guy.
rather do the Tarkanian suck
Some
towels?
guy
or?
in Kansas is now working.
Suck towel.
Some guy in Kansas is working in a bank somewhere talking about having to clean up the towels after that fat man.
He sees a therapist twice a day.
Yeah.
Number one, though, is Les Miles' grass eating habit. That's a weird one.
The Mad Hatter.
Yeah, he had to eat some of the grass from the field before every game.
Grass-fed
tradition.
coach.
By the way, Taylor Farm's still hanging in there with me.
No Clyspora yet?
No, man. That's wise tail.
It's
You
fake-
guys,
fake
Seems like
news.
the momentum
Fake
died
news.
down.
Fake news. You guys were you missed the opportunity to eat some salad in your life because you were scared of some virus.
It's a punishment to have to
Well,
do
from
that.
a bag of salad to a little news bag nation, we transition here on the Fan Chief. Where are we going?
A great new opportunity to work in sports if you're looking for it next in the nation. But first, let's get you that.
krld-fm.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. John Innings coming up at 4:20. It's time now for a Newsbag Nation with the Chief.
Yeah, I made a promise yesterday, and I'm gonna break that promise right now.
You're rolling with the Newsbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Trust me, this is not something I wanted to do, okay? You know that. When I said it yesterday, I said it with my chest, and I said it sincerely. But then the Miami Heat did something so stupid that it had to be talked about.
Dude, stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
The internet discovered the Miami Heat posted a scheduled live stream titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference, slated for July 27th on YouTube. It was then quickly deleted, of course, and everybody was thinking, okay, is this even real? It was a bunch of screenshots, but it was so loud that everyone got a hold of it, and you have a Miami Heat reporter getting a response from the Heat organization saying that it was a mistake from their social media team in preparation for a potential LeBron signing. They're saying, we don't know that we're getting him. We're just trying to make sure our ducks are in order just in case he does choose us and we can have things ready. There's a lot of internet people that would be in that world that would say, yeah, that's pretty common practice. If you have something that you're waiting for, a shoe to drop, and you want to make sure that everything's buttoned up so that when it does drop, you're ready to rock and roll.
But like radio promos, if the Cowboys have a playoff game, we'll create two promos. One, the season is over. The other one, get ready for the divisional round.
Yes.
But I don't think we would actually load that up and have them scheduled to go live in the system until there's resolution.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No, that is where the mistake gets made. Whoever, and it looks like this person has since lost their job.
Oh, no.
And that's where the opportunity arises for
was
anybody
a firing
within ear's reach. It looks like it because that happened last night, the mistake where I guess they clicked the right button or they clicked the left button when they should have clicked the right or whatever, and they set this thing up to where people could actually see it. And so everybody's like, oh, no, this person has to be losing their job now. They hit publish and they should not have. And so now you're seeing on LinkedIn and a bunch of other places, the Heat are outsourcing, trying to find a new director of YouTube strategy. Okay, so they're on full damage control mode here. And I
was gonna call rollout on this. I thought this was a way of just making it a bigger story in the dead time of sports. You know, like we talk about how the Cowboys dominate the news cycle by dragging things out.
Yeah.
I was going to say that, but if somebody actually lost their job for it, it just seems like incompetence is
huge
the explanation.
Mistake. Because you know LeBron, I mean, he is the face of player empowerment. Like anytime he's made a career decision to change teams, it's always been on his own accord in terms of the way it gets announced. He's in control of all of that. In no way, shape, or form would he greenlight the Heat doing something like this or any team and announcing something prematurely. He wants to be the one to do that in whatever way he decides to do it. So I don't know how this lands on his lap. Would this be enough to change your mind if, in fact, he was planning on going to Miami? But a true unmitigated disaster, and that person, it does look like, has lost their job.
I feel bad for that guy. I don't know why I do, bro.
Yeah,
he had to fumble a few more other situations. You just can't be like your first fumble, you out of here because it's LeBron.
It's a big fumble. This is a playoff.
It's a big fumble.
This is a fourth quarter playoff game kind of fumble, though. Jeez. And you're not Mr. Fumble guy, but you did it at the most inopportune time. And ultimately, if this ends up, and I don't know, maybe it's crazy to even suggest it, but if this alters LeBron's decision and he doesn't go there, that is a fireable offense.
It seems a little harsh. And I'll tell you why. We're at DallasCowboys.com. We had this happen where a picture got sent out of the war room and all the phone numbers in the war room.
Oh, no. War room leakage is not what you want.
Yeah, and all the numbers. It was a picture that was taken of the war room. and then I'm just fighting through it.
No, leakage is not what you want.
I've just
Get
got
it together, bro.
I've just gotten used to just fighting through it.
I'm proud of you, man. We're just out here having a conversation.
You need the golf towel that day?
Nah, man. But anyway, yeah. But that was a bad day, Dawson. Seriously, man.
Yeah.
That was
orange juice and soy sauce. Dangerous combination.
Every time. But those numbers got leaked out. Like you could see all the
players' numbers.
The draft room numbers and stuff in the
their board
not the board, like their phone bank.
Oh,
all the numbers got
so people could
call in. Yeah,
wow,
people could call in.
Did they?
They quickly kind of changed some things up, but that got out. But nobody got fired over that. It was just an honest mistake. We took a picture and. It just so happens, by the way, the numbers are on this. You notice that? And, oh, no. And then, we were able to kind of take care of it a little bit.
It might have been last straw, like Lucius was saying, where this guy has
a clown?
A track record.
Yeah.
Why are you even dorking around with that right now?
I know.
How is this even possible? Like, are you trying to set this up for a future schedule? Like, if you're scheduling it, then that would make me feel like this is a done deal.
I know, because it is the introductory press conference. It's not even like some graphic that you want to make sure our website, we're ready to go. If he announces it, bang, within seconds, we've got it on our own website. You're doing the intro presser, which how could you even have any understanding of when that might be?
Yeah.
Unless you knew, because they had it set for July 27th. Like they knew, I guess whatever day that is, on Monday or something of next week, we're having the intro presser, which is, again, not something LeBron's accustomed to doing. He's not Mr. I signed with a team, and then, like when he signed with the Lakers, it wasn't an immediate press conference within 48 hours. It was right before the season started. It's your run-of-the-mill media day. That's when he gets introduced. So it's not even something that usually happens. I don't know, but huge mistake.
If he signs with Miami, though,
then it's kind of water under the bridge.
Does that guy get her gal get her job back?
Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it.
It's over.
It seems like there's got to be like an 80% chance LeBron's going to Miami. Just with this story coming to light like this, I'm heavily leaning in that direction.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like all the gambling sites and all the odds now. Like, is there some bigger ploy behind all of this to jack up the gambling aspect? Because now everybody's thinking, obviously it's going to Miami. So I mean, I don't know.
If you're this guy and you get fired and you know LeBron's coming, aren't you doing an exclusive interview?
Yeah. TMZ Sports.
This is weird.
LeBron's going. They told us to prep this up. We were getting it ready. He's coming to the.
Well, because you still have the chance that LeBron just decides to change his mind. Maybe that's the hair splitting that he's doing right now, and it's like, you know what? Forget this. I'll just go back home to Cleveland.
LeBron.
I don't know. It's just a giant mistake for an individual.
How do you not play with Giannis and Bam and go back to Miami? How would you choose Cleveland?
Good question.
I want to play with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden over Giannis and Bam. No,
from a basketball standpoint, the Miami thing in my mind would make sense.
It's Miami or Golden State.
When you're 40-something years old, you don't really want to play much defense. In Miami, you're going to get plenty of that of help defensively. If you're going to Cleveland, I got to help James Harden play defense. That's not something I necessarily want to sign up to do, but who knows what's going through his mind. A lot of people are thinking he's delaying this because there's a contract date for Anthony Davis that's coming up the first week of August, and they're still trying to get the Anthony Davis thing to Golden State so they can partner there. I don't know. I mean, nobody seems to really know much.
Let that Anthony Davis thing go, bro.
I know. I don't get that. Bro. Why do you want to play with 5 games with Anthony Davis?
So bizarre.
Okay, and we do have the crazy Mariners 1997 double ball eruption, but we'll save that for another day.
Yeah, sure we will.
Or another time.
Wow, I was living in Seattle when that happened, and that was news to me. I guess I just wasn't paying attention.
Testicles?
Selling my fishing and hunting news.
It's both. It's full-on nut eruption?
Yeah. He got both of them?
Yeah, both of them.
Wow. We got to get to this story. Maybe
I have quotes from this guy.
340 Krusty's Corner. We'll talk ball eruption.
It might be apropos for the next segment with Wolchuk, a mixed bag.
We could throw some ball talk in here. Let's talk some mixed bag, mixed balls, and would you eat this? That's next to the nation.
Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, hour two of the Nation. We got Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30. Wolchuk to have a proper round tripper at 6. Get you all primed for it. Time now for a mixed bag. Here he is, Zach.
All right, let's go ahead and shake it up. Let's hit our mixed bag right after this.
You want a chocolate? Mama. is it good? Technically.
Mom always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get the milk?
Just throw it in the bag. You never know what you're going to get.
All right, so I've tweeted this out, and I tagged Eric in it, but there is a giant food challenge that has come to Northwest Dallas. It's called the Mega Torta. It's an 8-pound, 14-inch long Mexican sandwich with all the fixings. You can try and finish this in less than 20 minutes. If you do so, you win $150. But if you fail, you have to pay $75 for the whole thing. And Eric, you've gotten a glimpse of this warlock. I don't know that even you could finish this.
Yeah, I'm not playing with confidence looking at it right now.
You got avocado. You got all the meats. I mean, this thing is freaking huge.
Just one half of the sandwich is bigger than Bruce Bochy's head.
Yeah, and they put like a peach next to it. There's a Big Mac next to it that they're doing to compare the sizes, and it gulfs this thing.
Yeah, I think you got to be a giant human and have about 45 minutes at least.
Or be like a Joey Jaws kind of guy, like a professional.
Yeah.
This is what you've worked for your entire life. Because I'm just doing some research now because I ate the boomstick cheeseburger, right? The giant.
You did a great job on that, by the way.
And that, how long that took me over? That was like 3 hours and 14 minutes. I think was the time that I needed, and I needed basically every single second of that time. And that they're saying on the internet weighs roughly 3 or 4 pounds. So this is an 8-pound sandwich.
This is a trap.
Minutes.
I think this would. I'll
It's
be.
a $75 trap. Is that what you're saying, Dawson?
It definitely is.
Yeah.
For your off the street, run of the mill guy walking in there, this is a stone cold trap.
They have no intentions of ever giving away a torta unless Joey Jaws or Kobayashi walks through that door.
Yeah, they know they're winning here.
Yeah,
definitely.
That's a sandwich that could feed a village.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can go in there with a group and order that, and then everybody just has a little bit for fun, just, the novelty of it. But goodness gracious, this thing's just a monster.
Yeah, it'd be great, like a family.
Monstrosity.
Monstrosity. Yeah,
like
you know what I was trying to do.
A community dish. You guys ever been to a restaurant like that?
Yeah.
Family style?
Yeah. It's like, hey, we're bringing some for everybody.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Get your plate.
Yeah.
Shout out to Wingstar, AZ Fudd. She's going to participate in the WNBA's three-point contest, so she'll be part of that. That will be, I think, next Tuesday, as the top overall pick. Will be competing on that. It'll be 7:30 on ESPN.
I can find out. Where's the All-Star game this year, please?
Oh gosh, that's a great question. I can't tell you that. It's the United Center in Chicago. Says it right here. Saturday, 7:30 p.m., United Center in Chicago. You've got AZ Fudd. She's really the biggest star, I think, on this. It's going to be participating in the three-point contest. I don't see Caitlin Clark's name.
Why am I seeing Team Spoon versus Team Coop?
Is there a Witherspoon involved?
Are those the two captains?
Yeah. Guessing.
I guess that's the play here.
Yep. The
They're doing that old thing that LeBron and them did. Team Broad and somebody else, whatever it was, that was trash.
They draft their teams. They try to do weird gimmicks with these All-Star games. Now, Caitlin Clark in the news again today, though.
She declined the league's invitation.
She don't want to do it. I feel like she why wouldn't she? She'd probably dominate.
Cynthia Cooper and Teresa Spoon Witherspoon, the general managers. They're drafting the 22-player pool. So that's how it is. It's Cynthia Cooper and Teresa Spoon Witherspoon. Yeah.
Well, NBA 2K7 revealed that Wemby is going to be their cover athlete, much to Bobby Belt's demise. Really, both of these are his most hated athletes right now, I think.
Oh, Caitlin clarified she needs to rest up for the beating she's going to take in the actual All-Star game.
Oh, boom. There it is. Because she is. And now she's also on the deluxe edition of NBA 2K7. But the problem is...
Come on, y'all.
Come on, y'all.
They're going to full court press her ass 90 feet for the entire All-Star game.
Fans are pointing out...
Slap the floor when they're out there. Pick her up as soon as
no blood, no foul.
Yeah, that's right.
Derrick Rose is on the Ultra Edition NBA 2K7 problem, but both of these look normal, except Caitlin's is definitely an AI-generated cover.
Caitlin Clark is going to be Adam Sandler in The Longest Yard, and everybody else is Michael Irvin.
They're all just...
Remember when he was just getting his ass kicked?
Yeah. And then,
it happened in the original one, too. Burt Reynolds, when he was playing the quarterback. Paul Crew, he got crushed.
Paul.
got crushed pretty good.
Well, WNBA fans not happy, even though Caitlin said being on the cover of NBA 2K7 is special because this game reaches fans all over the world. To be the first WNBA player on her own global cover means women's basketball gets to show up on that stage too, and I'm proud to be a part of that, so congratulations. But it does not look anything like her, this AI-generated image they put on the cover. They could have done a better job.
I don't understand why they do that. Why are they doing an AI?
You can't get a real picture?
Yeah.
It's very bizarre.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
All right, we got all the ESPN layoffs going, and I do think it's kind of fair to say, okay, well, Pat McAfee, you're making $60 million. Oops. Are you not somewhat the reason for this? So he has J.J. Watt on the show yesterday.
Watt went after him a little bit.
Yeah, he did, and he's kind of pointing the finger, and so Pat McAfee has this response while interviewing J.J. Watt.
Please, now on goodness, it was a long time. It was a lot of money, but let's on that note, we hate anytime this happens. Obviously, this is terrible. We don't like that, but we are very honored that we are still partnering with ESPN and Disney for the good of sport for the future. And I hate this. Like, we actually hate it. When we first got there was one of it feels like this happens in corporations a lot, kind of getting baptized into this. NFL teams don't really do this, so we're not really in there. The first time we licensed the show through ESPN, one of these happened, we got blamed for it all. It's like, blame us. Okay, thank you. I feel like you don't fully understand budgets and where things are coming from, but I do appreciate that. This time we're getting blamed as well, which I guess I can understand, but I mean, there's billions and billions of dollars in these companies, and hard decisions have to get made, and we don't like any of them.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't.
Sounds guilty to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
sounds like a man with blood on his hands.
And to be fair, I don't think that he's just getting $60 million. I think
it goes to his whole crew.
Yeah, he pays out everybody that's involved with his show.
It's
from
a production of the show. Yeah, overall production.
So ESPN does not have separate contracts with everybody else on the show.
Correct.
No. So Pat's responsible to pay for all of that.
Correct.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. I found it interesting that on the same day, maybe it's just bad timing, the report came out that he gave all of his showmates a backpack with $250,000 in it.
Yeah. And then you got Carl Ravage losing his job and others, Tom Pelissero and company. And he's not wrong. I mean, I feel like every year this happens with ESPN. They have a major. This is probably just the most high-profile names that they've let go. But Stephen A. and Pat McAfee, we know, are the highest paid there. And so they're going to get the brunt of this. And Stephen A. Smith was on his YouTube show complaining about the Ryan Clark stuff. And, well, if I had more say in this, I'd have made sure Ryan Clark was not let go. But I think Stephen A.'s got a lot to say. But clearly, they're making budget cuts.
$250,000 in a backpack?
Mm-hmm. It's pretty close, man.
Wow. How much does that get home if you had like $250,000 in your backpack? How much of that gets to the crib?
Honey, I got $10,000 today.
Right.
You're not gonna believe this, babe.
We got a bonus.
Pat is such a great friend. He's such a great boss.
I'm going to split this in half with you, honey.
Yeah, I'm going to actually give you 5 of this.
Here you go, honey.
Go get whatever you want.
You go shopping with this $5,000.
Mama don't know money, baby.
Yes. Yeah, good old Pat. But now he's going to be putting out a music album.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he is.
He's
going country western?
He's revealed a new album that he's going to be putting out. And I guess he did have a song that dropped, I want to say, around the draft. But August 14th, the former NFL punter is showcasing an album. He had the song Dookie that came out in December.
Oh, so he's going to be doing music himself. I thought it was going to maybe EP or project since he has so much money. I can pay for a project to happen.
Oh, he's got the...
Dookie is the name of the album from Green Day.
The Diary of a Polarizing Figure.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee, yeah.
Am I right about that, Lucius?
Yeah. And he had the song titled Dookie. So I don't know if this will be any good, but Pat McAfee's got enough fans. I'm sure people are going to buy this thing.
Is this going to be like Adam Sandler style, you think, where he's joke singing?
I'd like to think it would be.
We need to pull up the Dookie. That's what we need to do. We need to listen to the Dookie drop that he had.
See if it's any good.
That Adam Sandler record from like the mid-'90s was pretty hilarious.
Oh, it was so great.
The Hanukkah song and all that?
Hanukkah's part of it. Yeah, the Hanukkah song.
Piece of Bleep Car.
Yeah, it was
very
good
skits.
Yeah.
Didn't he have the Lunch Lady
parody.
song?
Lunch Lady.
The Lunch Lady song is a classic.
Yeah. Sloppy Joe.
But I don't know. I don't know what McAfee's going for here. I mean, it could be. Didn't Troy Aikman have a country music album that dropped
for a little bit?
You know,
did he really with his voice?
Yeah.
Like he was singing. I did not know. That's news to me. This is breaking news right now. Troy Aikman has a country album somewhere.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's great, but he tried it.
Shout out to Henrietta.
Henrietta, Oklahoma. NFL's underrated and overrated teams. This is from our buddy Mike Jones with The Athletic. Which team do you think is the most underrated going into the season? And I'm just asking you your personal thought, not what Mike Jones is saying here, because he's listed several. And the overrated teams we'll get to in a moment.
Okay, an underrated team
Give
for
me
the
an underrated
NFL.
team for you right now. Underrated. We're not talking about them enough. You think they could actually be pretty good during the season?
Jacksonville, but I think they're rated.
Okay.
The Chargers.
The Chargers might be one, yeah.
These are playoff teams, so do I got to pick a non-playoff team?
He's got.
That's probably the rule. I mean, isn't everybody kind of jumping on the Saints right now?
The Saints are a team that he's got listed. He's only got one team that was in the playoffs that is listed as underrated, and that'd be Carolina. He thinks Carolina is an underrated team, and he does have the Saints as well. But he thinks
Commanders.
They had a really good offseason. Yeah, the Commanders might be. I mean, if Jay Daniels is healthy.
So you're saying this guy, you're looking for an underrated team.
Yeah.
Did you say Cincinnati?
No, I haven't said any of them.
Okay.
You know it was on the tip of his tongue, though.
Cincinnati, baby.
Yeah.
Is Cincinnati one of them?
Cincinnati's one of them, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Are my Vikings?
The Vikings are not. And I think the Vikings.
A lot of people are diving on that
like your call with
Cincinnati.
the
That's why I
Vikings.
said that. A lot of people are talking about Cincinnati.
He has the Cowboys, though, as an overrated team. Says Jerry will tell you the Cowboys always have a shot at contention, and his team does generate plenty of buzz, but the Cowboys will have to gel in a hurry-on defense where new DC Christian Parker inherits a unit that struggled mightily last season but added plenty of new faces. The offense, led by Dak, CD, and Pickens, should again put up points, but the much-needed defensive backing could take some time. So he's leaning Cowboys, overrated. He's got Bills, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills as an overrated team. He's got the Bears of Chicago, as an overrated team, which, Gavin, I think you'd agree with that. The Eagles of Philadelphia, overrated. And the New England Patriots, the defending AFC champions, as overrated. But you're underrated? Saints of New Orleans, Carolina Panthers, the Bungles, the Colts, and the Atlanta Falcons. Those are his underrated teams. I don't know about the Colts.
The Colts.
I mean, they started the season so well last year. I don't think that's going to be replicated.
With Daniel Jones coming off an Achilles?
No. I think Jonathan Taylor's awesome, and Shane Steichen is like one of those coaches that's never going to have them to where they just totally stink. They're always going to be floating around 500. But they're just not good enough. And they made the big trade for Sauce, and he got hurt.
I think there's something to be said for the Colts not being bad, because good line, good running game when Daniel Jones gets healthy. But they did lose Michael Pittman, their power slot.
They did.
It's putting a lot of pressure on Caleb's brother, Josh Downs.
Yes, and Alec Pierce. And he's hurt too.
Yeah, I mean, he is a yards per completion guy. So I think if their running game is there, I could see them having a top 5 offense again, at least when Jones is healthy. It's so heavy run and play action that it's leaning 1,000 times hard into the modern metas, right? So it's kind of hacking the game in an elite way, and I have a lot of respect for Shane Steichen pulling that off.
And I just don't know defensively, like, are they going to be good enough? They traded their leading tackler in Zaire Franklin. Now, they did draft a bunch of players that I'm a fan of. A.J. Halsey, the safety from LSU.
Did they take Allen? They took
C.J. Allen, and they took the Oregon linebacker, Bryce Betcher, I believe, as well. So they tried to overhaul this thing, but we'll see. Now, shout out to Ryan Coleman-Williams, the Alabama wide receiver. Kalen DeBoer today during the SEC Media Day said he's going to have his degree here in December. That's 2.5 years. At age 19, he is graduating. And this could be one of the best wide receivers in the draft in the upcoming season, but clearly intelligent individual. 2.5 years graduating at the age of 19 from Alabama. Wow. I thought that was incredible. That's not listed. But you think it's one of those?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Are you guys reading these player rankings for college football yet? Just wetting your whistle a little bit.
I just know November 1st I'm going to have to start doing this again. That's all I know.
Even if the Cowboys are in first?
Yeah. I have to. There's no other way around it. To get everything completely done, you have to start November 1st.
Yeah.
I got into a routine last year of after embarrassing losses, I would look for players that I thought could fix what just went wrong.
Yeah.
And it was cathartic.
Yeah. I'm just
listening to you guys in the post game and watching players.
I think that we did a great job last year. I know we had 2 picks in the first round here, but I think we did a really good job of pivoting real quick when these things started to go south. And I would say this, my company, we had the best month of our young
over
business.
Crown?
Yeah, the month of April, by far. The lead up, the month of February, March, April, when people start to kind of pick this up, and this, and I don't want to. Hey, listen, I want this team to go far. Don't get me wrong.
The ceiling is the roof.
But when you have to pivot, you have to pivot because nobody gives a damn about a bad football team.
No, it's tough to talk about.
Yeah.
And all you can think is like, okay, well, how do we fix this?
Yeah, exactly.
Usually with the draft.
Exactly.
469, by the way, says torta is not a sandwich.
Maybe chocolate.
It's one of those iconic debates.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely not a candy.
It's a few things. It is. What was it called? A giant torta or something like that?
Mega torta.
Yeah.
We be in.
Yeah.
I'm going to bow out of that one.
we got the C note coming up next.
How about that?
Hit the Cowboys news and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat.
everybody. Welcome back. It's time to hit the C note. And this segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. So yesterday, I delivered for you at 5:20 one way to improve the Cowboys' offense, which was first quarter scoring, 4.8. They were around average. Here's something they're bottom third at when it comes to game management. They might be scared of getting their guy hurt, so they're not doing it very much, but they should be doing it.
Running quarterback,
but specifically running him on the QB sneak.
Sneaky.
Okay, we go to Ryan Paginetti. I couldn't find the exact numbers, but a number of articles alluding to the fact that the Cowboys were amongst the lowest teams at quarterback sneaking, and I'm sure our anecdotal memories would agree with that.
Yes.
Right? We're not sneaking Dak very much. So Ryan Paginetti, who has hit Twitter, and I guess he started a YouTube channel. He worked in the league for about 8 years. He did analytics, and he's basically in the early stages of debriefing the public on everything that he and his analytics friends have been working on for the better part of the last decade or so. And he starts out with, just your scoring probabilities and how much it skyrockets if you just go quarterback sneak at goal line. And then he talks about the injury probabilities as well. But this is how he frames it. Next time your favorite team faces first and goal at the one, think about this. Since at least 2000, no team has ever been stopped on 4 consecutive 1-yard sneaks within the same set of downs.
Wow.
No team has been stopped on even 3 consecutive sneaks within the same set of downs. They also searched over 1 million college football snaps and found no confirmed example of it happening there either in the last 25 years combined football, college, and the NFL. He says his sneak until you score model projects a touchdown by the second sneak 88% of the time, by the third sneak 96%, and by the fourth sneak 99% of the time. One Super Bowl winning head coach learned of this research and asked me, why would you ever do anything different? If every team employed this strategy, the NFL could see 200 additional touchdowns on sneaks in 2026 alone. You could add 200 touchdowns to the game. Running backs and their fantasy managers would not be happy. But who cares about them, right?
Right.
We care about winning as fans. So, for the Cowboys, I feel like this is pretty big because they had at least one set of downs last year right there where they went backwards.
Yeah.
And I think that was amongst the concerns for Clayton Adams when he talked about this around the OTAs or something. Like, we can't get down into the red zone and get too cute. We got to go with what works. And, hopefully Clayton Adams is a champion of this cause. Now, Paginetti then, after a few hours, jumped back in with a retweet about the turnovers from a quarterback and the injuries, because that was the most common pushback. Like, is your quarterback going to fumble or isn't he going to get hurt? From the 1-yard line, just one of 434 non-fumble sneaks across all downs lost yardage. Wow, that's crazy. Just one. Okay, on first through third down, even including fumbles, over 99% did not lose yards. By comparison, 14% of non-sneak runs from the one lost yardage.
Okay.
14-time greater chance of you losing yardage. Now, it's 1 to 14%, so it's still not big, but it is pretty significant. Tom Brady had just one negative yard sneak in his entire NFL career. One. And isn't over the last 20 seasons. Now, quarterback injuries were recorded roughly once every 491 sneaks. That is comparable to third and long and less frequent than fourth down dropbacks.
Oh, wow.
So it's fourth down, we need 8 yards or whatever, I'm dropping back. There is a higher chance of you getting your quarterback injured there than on a fourth and short sneak.
Yeah.
Says, at one point, more than 7 years passed between recorded quarterback sneak injuries. Worried about exposing your franchise quarterback? Use a backup or direct snap tight end. Non-quarterback sneak usage reached its highest level in at least 20 years and likely ever this past season. When you talk about Barner in Seattle or Connor Hayward in Pittsburgh doing their tush pushes because they didn't want to risk Aaron Rodgers' old brittle bones or maybe they didn't feel like they wanted to risk Sam Darnold. So, I mean, how do you reconcile all that? How do you compute that into game day decisions to optimize your Cowboys offense? We're sneaking our balls off, right? Are we putting Dak in there? Or are we going Joe Milton?
I think you could just put Joe Milton in there. Like, I don't think it's an issue for Dak.
Maybe Brevin Spanford?
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to, if you are that worried about any possible injury risk, Joe Milton is a big, strong quarterback. Or if you want Brevin Spanford to do it, go for it. Hunter Lipke, put him there, let him sneak it. You've definitely got some options there if you don't want Dak to do it.
I like, the threat of a fake sneak, pullback, fade, or misdirection or somebody in the flat, set up something where, I have my starting quarterback in there. But I would say based on that knowledge, if you're worried your quarterback is too brittle, I would get it if it's Rodgers who's over 40. Mm-hmm. Maybe I don't want to, do it with every quarterback, especially if you have an injured history and you're getting a little bit older. But Tom Brady continued to do it. But I would, to complete my point, I would say if you're too worried about a quarterback injury to take advantage of the data that Paginetti is spelling out there, I think you probably need a different quarterback.
Yeah, or come up with just another specific QB sneak plan, whether it's Milton or one of your tight ends or something like that. But, I mean, that data right there should be sounding off all the alarms.
Yeah.
Quarterback sneak in short yardage situations should be the go-to bread and butter play.
And I do think this kind of data impacts decision-making in buildings because ultimately somebody's going to hear about it. And we're putting pressure on the coaching staff. We're the young analytical wizards in a building, and our coach is too much of a caveman to understand this. So now we're bitching to somebody. We're bitching to our boss who's bitching to his boss. Or people are tuning in the media, and the fans are starting to put pressure on you. And I think that's a lot of the reason the game has evolved the way it has over the last 10 years with fourth down decision-making is because of the public shaming that coaches get.
Yeah, and I don't know how long it would take for the QB sneak stuff to get loud enough from a fan base standpoint, but inside the walls of the people that actually know what's going on, I'm sure that is something that is being fed to them.
Yeah.
Like this is the easiest way to go about it. You want to get better in the red zone, you want to get better in goal-to-go situations, this is at least a piece of the puzzle that you should be willing to use.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't. Fourth down is much sexier than sneaks. Right. So from a fan, and it's an obvious blinking light, and it really took hold and went viral, and it's exhilarating when your team goes forward on fourth down. I think when you say your team is about to QB sneak it, it's kind of like a blah type of play.
It is.
Oh, absolutely. But this team specifically, when we talk about their strength being those three interior linemen and how powerful they are, they should be able to generate a good push with BB and then the two Tylers in there. But Javonte Williams was very effective in short yardage last year. Maybe that would. I don't want to say that wasn't a good thing, but because of his effectiveness, maybe they're thinking like we don't need to bother with risking the QB sneak. But I'm with you, man. I would not mind using that at all.
NFL players with the most on the line. We go to the Athletic. Who is the Cowboys player with the most on the line? This is Machota contributing to a league-wide article. 3 players immediately come to mind. He says Overshown, Guyton, and Pickens.
Okay.
Which one of those 3 has the most?
I mean, this morning I think Bobby during Below the Belt mentioned he thinks it's a no-brainer with Pickens. I think if Guyton does not,
I think it's Guyton myself.
I think he's gone.
Yeah, I think Guyton's at the crossroads right now with his career because they've been kind of waiting for him to. At times he's shown real promise. Other times it's like that looked bad, and then there's had the injuries. He just hasn't really kind of put it all together. So I would think that. That he would be that guy that would be the most to prove, the most to show, most whatever you have to do to get the job done.
Yeah, he's trying to prove that he can be a starter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pickens. I mean, the only thing holding Pickens back is like people think the off the field stuff, and that's just being late. And it's not like anything terminal that we would say. I think everybody would be happy to have him. If they knew that he could be on time and be responsible and all those things. Guyton, that's a someone would take Guyton and think, we could do something with him. He's real athletic. He's this, that, and the other, and then they realize that maybe he's a little deficient in some of these areas. He just has never had experience. He didn't have experience coming out, and then all of a sudden he gets hurt, and he doesn't have more experience. The more practice time he misses, the harder it is for him to compete.
Very stop and go.
Okay, I'm seeing something from also from Paganetti's Twitter account, because I saw it the other day and I was trying to find it. The non-quarterback sneaks. Okay. So when you're using a tight end or a different position player, and your conversion rate drops by 6%, and your fumble rate triples.
The fumble rate makes sense. You have somebody that's now not used to playing under center, handling the ball. Yeah, that whole exchange is going to be different.
Yeah, I think the only way you do it if you don't want a QB sneak Dak is just by doing Milton. A guy who's comfortable doing that. And for Milton in particular, he's a big body guy too. Right. So it makes a ton of sense if you don't want to do that. But I'd rather do Milton or Dak sneaking it as opposed to Span Ford or something like that based on the numbers he has here.
I could definitely see Scooney not having the best ball security.
Oh, no.
I mean, I hate to pick on the guy.
Ferguson.
Yeah,
Ferguson would be the least trusted.
Okay, Machota did go with Overshown just because he's had a hard time staying healthy, and he has no certainty if he has a significant injury again. Who knows what his career earnings are going to end up looking like? But I think if he has a healthy big year, he's probably looking at least $10 million a year if he has the kind of season. Maybe that's a little high. Maybe at least $6 million a year. Jaden Daniels got it for Washington. A lot on the line there. If he is hurt again, Jaden Daniels, you'll start to hear the RG3 comparisons loudly. The Giants, Kayvon Thibodeau, they brought in Abdul Carter. They traded for Brian Burns. He's on his fifth-year option. And if he goes off this year, he will end up with massive offers in free agency. But if he doesn't, he could be pigeonholed as a role-playing kind of edge for his career. And Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts, the guarantees on his deals are running out. They have changed the play caller. And if it doesn't work out for the Eagles offense this year, Roseman has a history of not hesitating to be aggressive, finding their next guy. Okay, it is time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we all love lists. Where does your quarterback fall on this particular list? We'll do that next.
All right.
Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Football Fix coming up at 4 o'clock. It's time now for Broadus and Krusty's Corner. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you always playing that. We don't have anything to promote, do we? Any of our shows?
We do have Love the Star out if you'd like to go check that out.
Go back and check that out, yeah. That was kind of fun. I think we got one coming up here, right? We got one in the future before we go to camp and stuff like that. We're a little bit worried right now that we might miss the media party. I think we put that out there. Is that something we're kind of concerned about right now?
It is disappointing.
A little heartbreak there.
Hey, it's all about whenever Jerry's available.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we might not make his schedule this year.
If anybody's over there listening, we'd appreciate if you just kind of.
I think it might be time for a change of venue. You know?
Oh.
Let me just go with that.
Hey, would you like to expand on that, Dardo?
You need more space?
I think the reason we're missing out is because the media group on those tennis courts has grown significantly over the years with all of your podcast and content creators and national outlets and California outlets, that now Nobu doesn't hold us. I think they want to keep it at Nobu for some reason. Maybe it's a sponsorship or they got some sort of a deal with Nobu that they're inflexible on the venue. And that back patio is too crowded. So what they have to do is wait until half the media goes home before they have this media party. And maybe they just want to do it for their beat writers and the people that are there. And I get that. If that's their plan, it's understandable to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's just unfortunate for us.
Listen, we're not being snobby about it. We appreciate it. We
totally
appreciate the invitation. If Tad or any of those guys are listening right now, we do. We appreciate the opportunity to go out there. Appreciate the opportunity to cover training camp.
Absolutely.
And everything that you guys do for us out there, we appreciate that. But if you could just kind of move the media party up, we'd be okay with that too. All right.
Move the date up.
Yeah, move the date up. By the way, Dawson, that was a strong take.
Well, you know, it might have been. I did not intend for it to be disrespectful, so I appreciate you having my back on the.
No, I absolutely did.
Yeah, I definitely not feeling entitled to the media party. They can do whatever they want, but if they wanted to include everybody, I think a change of venue might accommodate that. But man, that Nobu is beautiful.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
It is. It's
the drive's amazing.
I never take that party for granted, I guess, because
we'd never get in there
I didn't go for a lot of years. Because, I was like, I'm not interested. It was kind of an opportunity for kind of catch my breath, day off. And everybody that went was just like Hellman and those guys got wrecked. I mean, next day, like Hellman threw up all over Bennett's hoodie one time in the tent, and so it was rough for some of those guys,
Roy White threw up on Pacific Coast Highway, dropped his phone.
Oh, geez.
The phone got ran over. The next day, the guys went out there and found the wreckage of it. what was remaining?
Oh, Roy.
Yeah, I started going because of giving like Eric and Zach ride. I mean, I wanted to, and then
you're like, wait a second, it's sushi.
Yeah, and then I kind of said after last year with Bobby, like ordering like a gas station sandwich after we'd been there, I was kind of like, I'm never doing this again. I'm not riding this car with Bobby and have him order a gas station sandwich. Just not going to do this.
Well, we can just go
it was so disrespectful.
I love you, Bobby. I know you're listening too. All right, Pro Football Focus. We're going to run out of these lists, by the way.
It's about to be over.
I think everybody's probably
right in time for practice to start.
Everybody, yeah, we'll be. I'll be out there starting Monday, and I'll have a fresh batch of ideas for you and things you can be critical of me of if you want to do that.
Can't wait to hear about the undrafted free agents having a good practice against the third team.
Yeah, Dawson, I'm going to make sure that I do. If Johnny Cornelius or something like that has a really good rep against a 4-team guy,
I want to know about it.
Not going to make the team. I'll sure in the hell bring it up. I will say this, Dawson. When you hang out with those practices long enough, by the end of it, you're trying to kind of find stories.
Yeah.
It gets a little tough.
I get it. I appreciate it.
DallasCowboys.com, I remember many a day
Yeah.
Like,
what am I going to write about?
What am I going to write about today that someone's going to find interesting?
It's different.
It's a little, it was a little hard to do that.
There's a handful of things that are interesting. I feel like after a couple of practices, I got a pretty good answer to these questions.
Yeah, you could get the first few practices, especially the padded practices, you kind of get an idea. But then it gets down to the end, and everybody's kind of thinking about, okay, in 3 more days, we're going home.
Yeah.
So you're trying to kind of think of like, well, what's an interesting storyline here? What's something we haven't talked about? What's something that, is there really a camp battle here that we haven't really dove into? So it gets a little difficult in camp at the end sometimes, but you figure it out. All right, Pro Football Focus did give us a list. They put the quarterbacks in order, is what they did. They put the quarterbacks in order, and I teased this as where's your quarterback? Where's your quarterback ranked in this thing? And let me start with something right here. I just want to go through a couple of these guys real quick and okay, Pro Football Focus says, and I'm looking at this by the division, and we'll get to where Dak is on this thing. They got Jaden Daniels ranked 12th of all the quarterbacks going in the National Football League now.
Harsh.
They've got Jalen Hurts ranked 15th in this quarterback list.
That's probably about right.
How about this one? Has Jared Goff fallen down to where he's the 16th best quarterback in the league?
Ooh. Wow. No, I don't think so.
I would not say that.
I mean,
he's better than Hurts. Probably not as good as Jaden Daniels. But I think Goff gets a ton of recognition for being accurate and processing at this point in his career.
Sure.
Goff's a good player.
Yeah.
They put C.J. Stroud at 17. Baker Mayfield at 18.
Wow.
Bo Nix, this might be the most realist of the group. Bo Nix at 19. And we see Bo Nix in the top 3. Wasn't he ahead of some people? Who was that?
It's just the NFL top 100
list. Yeah, the top 100
list.
ahead of Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think there's about 20 quarterbacks that could win you multiple playoff games. I think we're in a pretty good spot. So maybe 5 years ago, you'd be like, wow, 19th? That's horrible. I think you get into a numbers game where you got to put them in some sort of order. And there's a pretty, 2/3 of the league has a decent quarterback right now.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing I was kind of wondering about too was like some of these other quarterbacks are, they're like, some of these guys are behind Dak, but I kind of understand it. But it's interesting, just for example, and I'm finishing up with the NFC East part. Jackson Dart, by the way, 25th.
There we go.
That's kind of where Jackson Dart needs to house himself. But I was kind of wondering about the quarterbacks. They've got Dak at 8th.
Okay.
Is that fair? Is that fair to have Dak Prescott at 8? Or is he now? They've got Caleb Williams at 13. Did we have this discussion that we'd rather have Dak or Caleb Williams? Did we have that discussion the other day?
I think Dak's Caleb Williams might end up being a better player.
Dawson was telling me that
a good year.
Dawson was telling me that Caleb Williams running around is no good throwing the football.
He is not good improvising outside the pocket. He makes the occasional monster play that's SportsCenter worthy, but he's not an efficient player out there. And he lost his center and his left tackle.
Problem there.
And DJ Moore, his best blocking wide receiver.
Yeah. They got Tyler Lawrence at 11.
Trevor
Lawrence.
I feel like he's fringe top 10. There's times where he's definitely looking like a top 10 guy. There's other times where he looks like he might not be a top 20 player. Trevor Lawrence is just consistency's been an issue with him.
Yeah, he has stretches where he's unbelievable.
Why do I think he's just overrated as hell?
Well, because he was just so hyped up coming out as the next sure thing.
Like best quarterback prospect since Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
Like this dude's going to be football Jesus. Can't miss player.
And it's not that he's been bad, even though at times he has been, but he certainly hasn't met the expectations that were set for him.
It's the first half of the season, I feel like, for Trevor Lawrence is very meh. And then the last 2 times he's had his good second halves, they've gone on to be playoff teams. But it's just he can't put a full season together.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, every time that I want to like him, he does something where I don't like him as a player.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just feel like he's one of those guys, as you mentioned, that came in with such high expectations, of where he was drafted and all that stuff like that. I just feel like that he's just kind of a guy. Is that unfair to him?
I mean, in the overall encompassing, yeah, I think that's probably a fair thing to say. Kind of a guy, but his highs are top 5 level highs.
Yeah.
But he gets a little reckless and he trusts his arm too much at times. So his lows look really bad.
Yeah, I just kind of wonder about this guy. I mean, and I wonder if if Cohen is going to be able to get the absolute max out of him.
He did for the end of the year. The last month of the season or so was pretty next level. So if that carries over, and like Wolchuk said, he can actually do it from the start of the season.
Yeah,
it's something we haven't seen from him yet.
He's a problem for me.
He's frustrating because his tools are elite, you know.
Yeah,
But
there's times. Him and Herbert are similar.
Oh, yeah, it's a good comp.
Like Herbert can look incredible, and then he'll lay some big-time eggs. Now, Herbert's probably done it more consistently than Lawrence has, but both those guys you look at, and it's like physically they've got everything you want, but there's just something missing.
I would rather have Herbert over Lawrence any day, but I would rather have Dak over both those guys. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, Dak has been a more consistent player than both of them, for sure.
Josh Allen, by the way, was your number one guy.
Wow.
When you went on their quarterback rate, and they had Matthew Stafford as number 5 on this list.
I think for a lot of guys, and Dak at 8, it's difficult to separate them from their overall passing game. Your protection, your weapons, and that's why when I look at quarterback ratings, I try to remind myself that we should be looking at this as a grade for how good the passing game was.
Right.
There's no real way of evaluating how good a quarterback is independent of his surroundings. And that's why in a lot of these, you can be 17th and 6th in back-to-back years. You didn't go from being average to one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Right.
You were just put in better positions to succeed.
I'd like to see a list of that. I'd like to see create a list of quarterbacks that were put in the best situation.
Yeah.
And you break it down with the line, the running game, receivers, tight end.
Yeah, CBS Sports did it. Yeah,
did they? How did I miss that?
The Cowboys were 4th on there.
Okay,
they just
my bad. I missed that.
Putting quarterbacks in best positions to succeed with supporting cast. Cowboys were 4 with Dak.
All right, well, probably a fair rating then.
Yeah,
probably fair.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. John Innings coming up at 4:20.
Hell yeah, he is.
I think that's his own personal segment.
He loves that time.
Football Fix is coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Football is here, and are the Cowboys an old team? That's next.
But first, I got to let you know that America...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. John Innings coming up in 20 minutes. We'll talk with John, Cowboys expert, PFF Morning News, incredible career. Spanning, beat writing and covering it from the analytics side. Hell of a film watcher. John Innings, one of my favorite football guests, and he's coming up in 20 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
All righty then. What was Mike Elko's response to this right after that?
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All right, a reporter asking Mike Elko at SEC Media Days, how do you keep your players from being satisfied? Texas A&M coach Mike Elko's reply, quote, I show them our trophy case, and it's empty. What a bar.
Yeah.
I mean, he's right. And Texas A&M fans, you're cruising around, you're like, damn, if only we could add a national championship trophy, coach. And you're right. That's exactly how you keep them motivated. Let's add to the trophy case.
They did in women's volleyball, didn't they, last year?
They did. Some of the other sports have stepped up in big ways. Baseball teams had a nice run.
Yeah.
But the football team, they're trying to get that elusive SEC championship, even just make the championship game. And then can they do something big in the college football playoff? Maybe this is the year.
Played well till the last two games of the year.
I know.
Played poorly against Texas and played poorly against Miami.
And it's amazing because all the A&M players that we watched, like their tape is good, and then you just put on Texas and Miami, and they got whooped.
Yeah.
Both line of scrimmage, it was just brutal. Now, yesterday, Eric, you brought up the schedule rules, the changes that they've got in the SEC. Urban Meyer and Mac Brown do a podcast together. And as a head coach, just from their perspective, what do they think about, scheduling the tough non-conference game against a power opponent versus maybe I should schedule the cupcake team?
Our national championship year in 05, we played at Ohio State the second game. Back then, if you lose one early, you're out, man. You're dead. Are you better off playing El Paso, winning by a lot? You still have 105,000 people there. You still make all your money, and you get in the playoff. Or do you play Ohio State, which is best for TV? It's best for the fans. The kids like it the best. The coaches love it the most.
It's best for college football.
But if you get beat, then you don't get in.
I'd say no. I'm going to go meet with Gene Smith and say, get him off our schedule.
I agree completely, Coach.
Which breaks my heart.
What is best? Rob, we say what's best for college football. What's best to win the national championship?
And save your damn job.
So there's Coach Urban Meyer. I'm going to get this team off my schedule. Because I get their perspective, right? What's the easiest path to, one, going undefeated and making the playoff, and also making sure I don't have a bad loss to a Michigan or a Texas, an Ohio State, and LSU playing another power team. I think now, though, with the way this college football's expanded, this playoff's expanded, you can do that. You could drop a game at the beginning of the year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Totally different from their era.
Yeah. In the BCS era, I get it, right? Even in the 4-team college football playoff, I get it. Now in a 12, and especially if they have this thing go all the way up to 24, Texas and Ohio State could play every year. You could alter. You could play. Texas can play Notre Dame. Texas can schedule whatever the team is. And I'm just using Texas as the example right now because that was Mac Brown. Or Ohio State wants to schedule Notre Dame or whatever it might be. I think you could take the L early in the season. Now, their case is our conference schedule. You add that to that non-conference game. Is it worth it? Maybe that's a fair rebuttal. But I think you can withstand a loss early in the year and overcome it and be okay.
I'd like to see the committee clarify that if you load this thing up with nasty opponents and you end up with 4 losses, we're going to look at it and use our brains to identify that you're a better team than a team that plays in a much lesser conference or played much less of a schedule. And I don't know whether you have to lean on computers, but we're close right now here at 24 teams to a team being comfortable at 3 losses they can still get in. But what if they're close losses to teams that end up in the top 10? That should be rewarded,
Agreed.
And then I think we can avoid like the week 2 malaise that happens almost every year in college football where you get like 1 or 2 good games.
Yeah, and from the 8-1-7, how can you say A&M played badly against Miami when they lost by a touchdown at the goal line to end the game? Well, I'm just pointing out when you watch their college tape for the players, like Cassius Howell looked like a different player versus LSU than what he did when he's playing against Miami, and he looked like a very average pedestrian player. So the score didn't necessarily dictate what showed up on the film when we went back and watched it. That's all I'm saying.
Bad loss at home. I don't care what Aggie man's calling in and saying. That's a bad loss at home. Miami had to literally fight their way into that. I mean, they had 1 foot in the parking lot. You had the opportunity to play a home game at Kyle Field, and you peed down your leg. Don't give me anything about being on the goal line or anything like that. You lost the damn game.
Yep.
You were a favorite. You were a team that should have found a way. You peed down your leg against Texas. Had a chance to go to the SEC championship game. Yeah. Don't come in here and go after us about, well, how did A&M play? You played like crap. It could have been better for you. It could have been even better, and you guys spit the bit. Didn't get it done. Welcome to Texas A&M football.
Yep. That's kind of been the way it is, and maybe Elko can find a way to overcome it, but well said. I agree with you 100%. We have veterans reporting the Carolina Panthers and the Arizona Cardinals are the first teams to fully report to training camp today, as they are the 2 that are slated to face off in the Hall of Fame game, which will be August 6th. Gosh, we'll have a football game with 2 NFL teams on the field on August 6th. And I know it's the Hall of Fame game. It's preseason. Are we going to really be super invested? No. But it's just exciting. We can smell it. Next week, KNC's out there with Broadus and Oxnard. 2 weeks, we're out there, baby. Football's back.
Yeah. 49 days. Boom. Wow.
Look at you 2. Gosh, lockstep, 49 days. Now,
synced up.
We opened the segment or the show talking about CeeDee Lamb. Not that high in the NFL Top 100. Comes in at 55 overall. Here was the video clip that came out from NFL.com. Players, Micah Parsons is part of this. His old teammate Eric Kendricks is part of this. Cooper DeJean, who plays against him, his foe there with the Philadelphia Eagles. Others talking about CeeDee Lamb.
He's creating an illusion that's not really there. He's a route runner, a mind manipulator. He can make you go one way, he's going the other way. Route runners, we paint pictures.
One of the best players I ever seen with my own eyes. He just looks effortless out there. He makes the game look easy. He's the truth.
Lamb backing in, touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
Always a tough matchup. Quick, versatile, one of the best in the league right now. He's obviously been working with Dak a long time, so they got good camaraderie.
He can run every route from inside the numbers. He can run every route outside the numbers. If you go in like a 12 personnel where you're going to condense him and play pass, he can make plays in that area. Or just pure progressions. If he's within that progression, he'll always show up like he's just all over the tape.
No matter what he's doing, he's got to look good. The chains, the swag, the socks, the shoes. Pretty Boy C. We'll call him Pretty Boy C.
We know CD, he obviously scores touchdowns. He obviously makes big plays. He's in Dallas and the Star. He got the jewelry on, this and that. But CD is when he gets the ball in his hands for some reason, people can't tackle him. There's some receivers where when they get the ball, the hard part is over with. Hey, they got the ball, now you get him down. CD is one of those people where when he gets the ball in his hands, your work just begins. You have to find him, you have to track him down, and you better do it quick before he makes a big play.
Having him at 55, and I'm assuming GP's going to be ranked higher than him on the top 100, and I don't have an issue with that. That's fine. But for him to be at 55, and I'll be interested to see where he ranks in the top receivers overall. This list has just been poo cheese that they've put out here. I mean, it's been awful. And hopefully this is just motivation for CeeDee Lamb to go out and ball out this year with Dakota Rain Prescott.
Yeah, I mean, he told Ryan Clark that this is the healthiest he's been in 2 years.
It's good.
I'm sure he's heard the noise and just that internal competition between him and Pickens. I would expect him to be the best version of himself.
Yeah, I'm with you. And really, hey, catch football against the Eagles. That was your biggest problem last year, man. Could have won week 1. You had 3 critical drops. Can you clean up the drops? And I think things will be great for CeeDee Lamb. Now, do the Cowboys have an old roster? ESPN's Aaron Schatz today put out the top rankings of players under 25, teams that have under 25 talent. Cowboys were 17 on this list a year ago.
Been missing on too many drafts.
It's 24 now amongst all 32 teams. Blue chips, they've got Tyler Booker, and he's already got Caleb Downs in there. Notable players that have graduated from this list, he even has Tyler Guyton on here, George Pickens and Tyler Smith. Most of Dallas's offensive line graduated from this list this year, but right guard Tyler Booker still only 22. As is fourth-round offensive tackle Drew Shelton. That's the rest of the young talent on defense. You look at Donovan Ezeraku at 22, Malachi Lawrence at 23, Shamar James, who started 6 games last year, is 22. But the majority of this team, you do have an older roster.
You do.
When you're looking at it.
Hard to win like that.
Yeah.
Has that... I mean, I think it even goes to show, like, this window. They're looking at this 3-year window that we've talked about this offseason.
Doesn't exist.
They need Jadon Blue to get his head out of his rear and play at a level. Be 21 years old. If all of a sudden Jadon Blue showed up and was like, oh man, we could rely on this guy. We're making plays with this guy. That's they need something like that. They need. But you're right. You look at their roster. It's got older players. I mean, if you consider that the threshold is 25, well, most of their good players are well over that.
Well, the problem is, like the defending world champion Seahawks, they're 8 on this list. Now, they were 2 a year ago, but Nick Emenwari, Byron Murphy, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Gray Zabel, like they still have a lot of studs that are under 25. And the Giants are on here at number 9 within your own division. Like, you've got some young teams that are directly competing with you. The Bears are 3rd. Number 1 is the Patriots, who were just in the Super Bowl, amongst teams that have the best talent under 25. So, whereas the Cowboys, man, yeah, this window.
How about Donovan Ezeraku being 22? I mean, if he could
step it up.
Step it up, yeah.
Yeah, usually, teams that win it have had incredible drafts in the last 2 years. And the great thing is like no matter how bad you are, if you have back-to-back drafts that kick ass, you are going to be a contender.
True.
Maybe the Patriots and the Chiefs are the only team, but the 49ers have taken a significant step back. Why? They stopped drafting well.
Right.
They're not finding star players.
Yeah.
And they're doing a hell of a job keeping their head above water and making the playoffs. But the Niners aren't real unless this draft turns them around.
No, and to your point, they're 27 on this list. So they're a team that's got the bottom of not having under 25 talent as well. Chiefs, by the way, unveiled their $3 billion domed stadium. They got the renderings out. This thing looks outstanding.
So we're hosting the Super Bowl here in a few years.
They will, yeah, because it's domed, and they've got the translucent panels on the ceiling. They've tried to make it similar to Arrowhead. So it still has like the same design on the outside, and they want to keep the crowd noise to be the same, but it does have a roof on it. So this thing looks sick.
It looks like some kind of glass roof or something like that.
Yeah, translucent ceiling.
Yeah.
It's sick.
It does look pretty cool.
It does.
Could it be just hot as what with that? The way the roof is.
Yeah.
Could you be in there just
damn greenhouse effect in there?
Could you just be baking inside that place?
Crank the AC up.
Actually, that's true. Yeah, I mean, you are in a controlled environment, but that is an interesting point with the possible glare. And then Deebo Samuel is like, why has nobody signed me? I've still got at least 3 or 4 good years left in me. Yeah. And it made me think about the Chiefs. We just had that conversation yesterday. They could use a receiver. They got to be looking at like a guy like Deebo, maybe. Why aren't they hitting the free agent market going to get him? Weird, because I do think Kansas City could add another pass catcher.
Yeah, I feel like he and Keenan Allen.
Yeah,
could be
out there. Yeah,
could be mid-training camp additions for teams that have wide receiver needs. Kansas City be interesting. Indianapolis, Atlanta. Couple of wide receiver needy teams. We got to run. Thank you for the football fix, Wolchuk. All patched up now as John Owning set to join you next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. the Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Cowboys, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here he is, John Owning. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing well, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing excellent. 5 days till camp. Now, you're going to be out there. Will we see you in Oxnard, sir?
That is still to be determined. I'm lucky that I'm only like a 4 or 5 hour drive away, so I can kind of come up on a whim, but I'm waiting on if I'm going to be employed or not. So we'll see. I'm hoping so. It would be nice to be able to get out there, see everyone, and take in the sights, but that is a little bit out of my hands at the moment.
I thought you were in the L.A. area. Sounds like you might be closer to San Diego.
I'm in by Sacramento.
Oh, you're up the other way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. Now, on these Cowboys, let's start with what kind of changes, tweaks to this offense you think Clayton Adams might have up his sleeve. The personnel staying the same, but he insisted in the offseason they're not just running it back. What do you think he might have cooking?
I think the thing I'm most excited to see how they're going to manipulate the matchups with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. I think that was one of the spaces where there was a little bit meat left on the bone in year one with both of them in the fold that you can do much more entering year two with both of them, and how you move them around the formation and the type of concepts to use to attack opposing defenses. And I think that's going to allow the Cowboys to be, a little bit more difficult for the defenses to decipher what's coming, and it's going to allow the Cowboys to manipulate the opposing matchups and get their best players on, maybe number 2, number 3, number 4 cornerbacks and stuff like that. I think that's going to be the next kind of echelon that this offense can take, is just manipulating the matchups with your 2 best players.
How about the offensive line taking another step to that point as well, John, and how much better the offense could get if the line and the starting 5 are one healthy together, but how good do you think those 5 can be?
I think it's interesting. I think that they can be pretty good. They can be, upper echelon of the NFL because, they have in my opinion, a great interior 3 with Tyler Smith, Tyler Booker, and Cooper Beebe. I think that's really strong, and that gives them a very good foundation. But the way the offensive line is played, it's a weak link chain, so it's only going to go. It comes down to a lot of the times is how well is your worst player playing, and I think for the Cowboys, that's the tackles as it stands right now. And if they can improve their play upon a year ago, if Terrence Steele can become better in pass protection and Tyler Guyton can become more consistent throughout, it's just going to make things easier for the offense as a whole. If Dak Prescott isn't being pressured immediately off the snap, or he has more time in the pocket, if there are bigger holes, or Javonte Williams has more space to operate, that's only going to allow the offense to be more productive. It's only going to lead to more explosive plays, and that's going to allow the Cowboys offense to be even more successful. And I think that's kind of an intriguing point about this camp is kind of, I think on both sides of the ball, there are things that we are looking for. We're looking for the offensive tackles to show improvement, especially Tyler Guyton. We're looking for more consistency, but we're also looking for a lot of these edge defenders, the Rashawn Gary's, Donovan Ezrakus, the Malachi Lawrences. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how each development and how kind of the public sentiment is coming out of camp between the sides. Like, is Tyler Guyton going to be the one to really improve and show well in those matchups? Or are we going to see more for Donovan Ezraku? Are we going to see more from Malachi Lawrence? Are we going to see more impressive things from Rashawn Gary? And I think that kind of duels are going to take place between those two sides during camp, and one-on-ones, 9-on-7 run drills, and those type of things are going to be interesting to see and monitor, because I think that they'll tell us a lot about what to expect from those players moving forward.
The rookie you're most excited about, not named Caleb Downs.
No, just stole it right from me. I think, honestly, I feel like I have a really good handle on what Malachi Lawrence can be in year one. So the guy I'm really most excited about, especially from a usage point of view, is Barham. I think that the violence that he plays with can be kind of a catalytic presence on your defense. And I'm interested to see if the Cowboys defensive staff is going to create these opportunities that even if Barham isn't a starter, that you get him on the field so that you can make some of those catalytic presence plays. I think, looking at his time in Michigan, some of his, in my opinion, most impressive plays were just the violence that he was taking on blocks, taking on pullers, and those type of things. And I think that kind of violence that you can instill in a defense with those type of plays, I think that could be something that really boosts the morale of a defense as a whole. So I'm really intrigued to see how Barham plays and how his usage under Christian Parker is going to become as the season progresses.
John, who are your two best corners on this team?
Ooh, I think Deron Bland is definitely your top corner. I think he is really underrated, and not only his coverage ability, but I think his ability to support against the run. I think that's the part that I have been most impressed upon before the injury when he was in the slot. Is I really liked how he was used in run support. But after him, I would say, based on what we've seen, it has to be Kobe Durant, in my opinion. Sure. I think that he's proven to be a solid corner. I think all fans, you should hope that Savon Ravel becomes that guy for the Cowboys, because that means only good things for his improvement and his progress. I don't think that Kobe Durant is someone who, even in this new scheme, he's going to be someone who's going to improve his play drastically from years past. I think we kind of know what he is at this point in his career. And if Savon Ravel doesn't reach to those levels, that's a little bit disappointing. So I would say right now, definitely Kobe Durant and Deron Bland, based on what we've seen previously. But you hope that it's going to be, by season's end, Deron Bland and Savon Ravel.
It's John Owning here with you on The Fan. When Dak last week says Super Bowl or bust, is that a punchline to you, or is that realistic?
No, I think, honestly, I'm not someone who gets, super caught up in predictions and stuff like that. I think that's what every team that has, playoff potential entering the season should think. They should think it's Super Bowl or bust. That's what you go in. It's like, when I competed at jiu-jitsu in the past, and I'm competing at Worlds or Pans or these big tournaments, I'm not going in going, if I got third place, it'd be great. Or, if I beat so-and-so once, that would just be fantastic. I'm thinking, I want to win. I want to win the gold. It kind of reminds me of a funny story from me and my wife when we first met. I was going to compete at the Seattle Open, and I told her that I was going to compete, and she didn't tell me this, but she told me afterwards. She goes, "I was just hoping you were going to win one match." And I looked at her like, "What?" Like, no, I'm going in to win. And I think Dak Prescott has that same mindset as, I'm coming into this season to win the Super Bowl. I'm not coming to just make the playoffs, or I'm not just coming to get second, third, fourth, fifth, or win the NFC East. I'm coming to win the whole thing. And I think that's exactly the mindset that you want, especially from your quarterback and the leader of your team.
There's been some disputes amongst Cowboy content creators when it comes to Rashawn Gary and expectations for him. What's your evaluation and your expectation for Rashawn Gary in this defense?
I think he's someone who's going to be a really strong run defender, number one. I think that's someone who he's always been, especially lately in his career, a really strong edge defender playing the run. And then rushing the passer, I think he's going to be someone who can generate a lot of number of pressures just because of his athletic ability, his ability to chase down, when the play breaks down, when quarterbacks are scrambling, he has that kind of speed that he can kind of chase down and apply pressure and generate pressure in those ways. But I don't think he's going to be someone who's going to be, a typical number one edge defender making, 10 to 14 sacks in a year with, a pass rush win rate approaching 20%. I don't think he's that. I think he's someone who's going to be more in the 15 to 16% range is what you're hoping for, who can get maybe, 6 to 8 sacks and just be really strong against the run. And I think that's, given what the Cowboys have at edge defender, that's not perfect. You would hope that, in the future that improves as players progress. But I think that that's a really solid start for a team that really has the most of their talent on the interior of the defensive line.
Who do you think will lead the team in sacks?
I'm going to say Quinnen Williams. I think that he is your best pure pass rusher on the team. I trust Christian Parker's ability to create matchups and to use his different fronts that he's used to generate one-on-one matchups so that he can win in those pass rush situations. And I wouldn't be surprised if you saw him get, 8, 9, 10 sacks in this year. And I know that's hard. That's really, unique for a 3 technique or a defensive tackle to lead their team in sacks, but I think he is that type of talent that can do that type of thing in coordination with the Cowboys. Don't have, that overwhelming pass rush talent on the edge yet.
John, I was going to ask you that because you said, I know Malachi Lawrence, but I wonder, are we a little bit concerned of Malachi Lawrence maybe having the start of a career like what we saw with Donovan Ezeraku?
I'm not worried, but I mean,
and I'm just saying from the sack numbers. I'm saying from the pressures and all that. I get it, but I think there's a lot of expectations for Malachi Lawrence, as there was for Donovan Ezeraku.
Yeah, and I think that honestly, to me, the difference is that Malachi Lawrence, he has a lot of things that he needs to clean up pre-snap. I think Ezeraku came into the league with a little bit more of a solid foundation pre-snap, and that is the reason why he was so successful as a run defender. It's because he started from a strong base. He was quick with his feet to get rooted into express power so that he can set strong edges and get off blocks and make plays. I don't think that Malachi Lawrence has proven to have that kind of foundation to his game. Now, if he can clean that up, I could see him being really successful. But, for his rookie year, I'm not really expecting a ton. I'm just hoping for him to be able to generate occasional pass rush impact, because I think he's going to be your number 3, number 4 edge who you're bringing in those pass rush situations to apply pressure and generate pressures off the edge. I don't think he's going to be someone who's getting, 6, 7, 8 sacks. I think he's still going to be probably in that 3 to 6 sack range. And I just think that rookie edge defenders, especially ones coming from Central Florida, you have to learn a lot of the things about the nuances of playing and of rushing the passer. And maybe, working with BT Jordan, it'll allow to speed up that learning curve a little bit more than we saw with someone's Ezeraku in terms of rushing the passer. So maybe, I could have that a little bit low just because of what we've seen in the past. But I'm just really confident in, I think Malachi Lawrence has a lot of issues defending the run, and a lot of that comes from his pre-snap lack of I don't even know what the word I'm looking for is, but his lack of consistency with his pre-snap, with his stance. He consistently false steps. He consistently has high shin angles, high pad levels, and that's the reason why he wasn't really as consistently successful against the run, in my opinion, in college. And I think that those issues are gonna come out in the NFL. But I think that the thing about those issues is they're inherently fixable. So I'm not really concerned about him year 2, year 3, year 4, and beyond. I just think in year 1 it's going to take some time for him to develop to become a really high impact type of player.
John, I saw you commenting on sumo wrestling, of all things, on Twitter yesterday. I appreciated your analysis.
Oh, I love sumo. We're in the middle of the Nagoya Basho. Ever since I went to Tokyo in Japan last year with my wife, we went to go see the Basho in person there, and it was one of the coolest experiences of my entire life. So I've been locked in ever since. They have a tournament once every 2 months, and it's 15 days straight. Everyone does one match a day, and I love it. It's honestly one of my favorite things. When we get off here, I'm probably going to watch today's Basho right after here, see if my guy Hoshoru can get off the schneid. He's lost 2 in a row, which has been depressing, but it's such a fun sport to watch, and it has so much relation to trench play in the NFL. The ability to use leverage, to use body positioning, to be able to move other people against their will. It's incredibly fun as long as you can stop looking at the little skimpy outfits that they have to wear and just focus on what they're doing and the incredible physical feats that they're pulling off every single day. It's just a really fun and exciting sport to watch.
Do you feel responsible for this guy being 0 for 2 right off the rip? The fact that you've kind of tuned in and become this like you got a T-shirt on of the guy and you're probably wearing the thing that cloth around yourself while you're watching. Is it a diaper?
I do got a T-shirt. I got a magazine cover with him on the front. I even have those little things that you flap for a fan.
Oh, a fan?
Picture on it.
Yeah,
I got them all of it.
So you're a fanboy, is what you are, then, right?
Here's the thing, Hoshoru. The tournament before I watched him, he won. The tournament before that one, he won.
All right.
Every tournament since, He has not won.
Oh.
And he is one of the only Yokozuna, which is the highest rank that you can have in sumo.
Yeah.
He is one of the only Yokozuna that have started with and hasn't won a tournament in his first 6 tournaments as a Yokozuna.
Uh-oh.
And it has to be because of me. That's the only answer. That is the only answer.
Now, can you lose the title of Yokozuna if it doesn't go right for you?
No, it is the only title that you can, that once you get it, you're there for life. And usually what happens if you're not doing good, they just say, hey, man, time for you to retire.
I think they need to put him on the trading block, maybe. He might be a guy we need to be rumored to be moved for something else, right?
Over. Hey, you want a nose tackle? Get that 360-pound Mongolian over here. I guarantee you he's going to stop some stuff.
Mongo beef.
Was he the guy that lost to the little guy yesterday on that clip that you were retweeting?
No, that was a different guy. That was just Oho, which is he's actually a Japanese fella. He came in at the same time as the guy that I like, but that little guy Fujin Okawa. The crazy thing is he looks tiny. That dude is like 270 pounds.
Oh wow!
And he's just going against a dude that's 400 pounds and lifting him into the air like they're playing. He was giving him a hug for the first time. Just incredible. And that's the thing. Fujin Okawa has done stuff like that consistently. He's the best, quote unquote, small Rikishi on the circuit. It's just impressive physical feats.
He's the Aaron Donald of this league, right?
Oh, basically, yes. Yes. That is a great comp fit.
Love it, John. We'll catch up soon. Can't wait to see what you do next.
I appreciate you guys. And I just wanted to say I really appreciate how kind and supportive everyone on the show has been since the PFF layoffs and everything. I really, really appreciate it. It means the world to me.
You're the best,
Thank you, John. Appreciate you
Love
too, man.
Thanks for the pure gold. Yeah, this little guy, are you guys watching the clip now? This little dude, 270, he picks up this monster and throws him out of the circle.
It's pretty badass.
Like, how do you generate that much power? The sumo stuff used to be on TV all the time on network television in the 80s. And
Wide world of sports.
Out of football season, you could tune in and see all this stuff. You don't see it very often, but it's still pretty badass. We got Cowboys Twitter coming up next, The Fan.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers baseball's coming up at 6:30 if you're on the Odyssey app. You just missed John Oney. You can go back with instant rewind functionality, listen to a pretty good Cowboys training camp preview, then some sumo wrestler talk. Right here, how about a little bit of Cowboys Twitter? We go to the Twitter account of another one of our friends on the show here, and hell of a beat writer, Nick Harris, Star-Telegram. Headline, is defensive tackle the best position group on the Cowboys? Quinnen, Clark, Abonia, Bullard. He throws in LT Overton, which got a mention from the Chief, I believe, yesterday.
Yeah.
I would love it if LT Overton can be a part of this. You know, watching him in college, I liked him, but I thought he was positionless. Like, what's he going to do? But, you know, maybe he's a strong guy that can factor in there inside with an outside linebacker over his shoulder. I've been listening to Bobby Bell talk about how much of an impact Ryan Flanoy is going to make, though, Zach.
Oh, you're right, dude. Bobby's been on him.
I have a hard time believing it's not wide receiver. Best position group in the Cowboys.
Right. I mean, because now, we're talking about, and if Turpin, I guess Turpin is going to be included in this thing. So you got 4 guys there that are probably spoken for. When you got like Mingo, Valdez-Scantling, Trayshawn Holden, Jordan Hudson, they just brought in Mims, right? So you got a lot of guys that are fighting for a roster spot. Anthony Smith, the rookie they drafted that we like a lot. There is a lot of depth at wide receiver on this roster, and that is going to be quite the competition.
I wonder if you would include safety in that mix there, Dawson.
It's a hell of a group.
Because and
mostly because of Hooker.
I think the thing with Downs, Thompson, we'll see with Locke. I mean, Locke had some productive starts last year in Denver. Hooker was a starter for a long time. You know, I mean, if he's part of this, which I think, but it seems like to me that by revamping it, they might have really helped themselves.
Elijah Clark, can he step up?
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to keep 5 guys.
You think Marquise Bell's in trouble?
You know, at the last 2 OTA practices I watched with no Thompson, no Thompson, no Hooker. He was starting.
Okay.
They were playing him like a starter, but they were playing him deep. They weren't playing him up. So
yeah, that's a scary notion.
Yeah.
Right. If 1 and 2 are receiver and defensive tackle, is safety 3? If you're ranking the position groups,
I think it might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I'm trying. I like the way the shape of the group now is. I feel better about it. And especially, what's that?
I like the shape of them.
The shape.
Yeah, the CBS Golasso G-Bag of the day.
The shape of them.
Rest FC.
You know, it was thinking of like soccer talk. You know, it was like the shape of the group. Yeah. But I think that to me might be the first thing that I kind of keep an eye on.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, how's the rotation? How are they playing them? How are these guys? Who's that back there? Who's not making mistakes? I think that's going to be a big thing. I think that I hope they just don't play guys just to play guys. You know, I mean, I hope it's with like, okay, this guy could really give us a chance to do some good.
I hope the offensive line dominates so much that they can throw their name in there. You know, I think in order for that to happen, Tyler Guyton's got to have a year 3 jump, and Terrence Steele has to get a handle on the pressures. It was 52 pressures last year. He is a weapon in the run game. I think Dak can mitigate it. Dak can see it. But when you get that breaking down and a breakdown anywhere else, I think the play is dead, and it happened too many times last year. I think we might be a year or 2 away from edge having the possibility, but the Donovan Ezeraku believers say you put better coverage back there and buy him the extra quarter second or less that it's going to take to bridge that gap. But I think the safeties are huge, you know, and that's one question I wanted to ask John Oning before we let him go was, what does a great group of safeties get you? I think if you're going to play you know, a lot of quarters, just watching the play diagrammers on social media that run through the clips. I mean, the job of these safeties having to have an eye on the outside, and then something's coming from the other side of the field that they have to have awareness of. Like, those safeties are crucial to make this defense work. It's almost like they have to have eyes in the back of their head in some of these plays.
Yeah, you have to have an amazing feel for what the offense is trying to do. The quarterback's trying to manipulate you with his eyes. I mean, there is so much that entails being a really, really top flight safety and then being able to come screaming down in the run game as well. I mean, there's a lot on their plate.
And I think Jalen Thompson, might be one of the best bang for your buck signings in the entire league.
I'm with you.
At
If
$11
he can just stay
million.
healthy, I feel great about the fact that he's going to be a super plus player for you.
I feel great about the fact that we have football's finest coming up next. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, it's an NFL and college football combo, and we grade the speech next in the nation.
All right, baby, but we got a big one coming up tonight.
105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Going to hit the expressway coming up in 20 minutes. G-Bag of the Day in L.A. Live, and a look at all your top sports stories of the day. It's time now for football's finest, and here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's do it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Congratulations to Jags fans and to Travis Hunter himself. Looking shredded, looking lean.
Fighting machine.
And looking fast. Off the LCL injury, clocking 22.6 miles per hour in a video posted by the Jags. He was wearing one of those male brassiers to track your, I guess, your
heart
entire
rate.
body.
Yeah.
How you're doing.
VO2 max.
Yeah. And he's as lean as anyone you've ever seen. Like, gosh dang it, he looks incredible.
Has he always been that way?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think he looks even stronger than what I'm used to seeing him.
If you told me he looked bigger, thicker, I would then say, wow, okay.
It's he looks, I mean, an 8-pack, I don't know.
Tremendous shape.
But the real headliner here, 22.6 miles per hour.
Ooh,
Speed
fast.
is back.
All right.
Speed is back.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter with a breakout season.
How's the fishing season been for him, I wonder?
The fishing season?
Oh, he can
well,
fish
I mean,
now. My man has got some, like, he's got a nice boat. He's got all the gear. He knows how to fish because he keeps about 4 rod and reels on the deck right by his feet, and that way he doesn't have to change lures. He just goes to a different. He's got them all lined up and ready to go. That's a guy that knows how to fish. When you have everything lined up, so you don't have to stop and change lures.
Yeah, you got a lot of respect for him.
I have a lot. No, I have a lot of respect for him. It never appears to backlash when he throws his lure. You know, that's sometimes these professional fishermen they don't. Just a normal everyday fisherman get that backlash. They throw it too hard, and then all of a sudden your reel kind of gets messed up.
Yeah, you don't want that.
He never seems to get his reel messed up, so that's a pro fisherman at it.
Yeah, he's rocking. I'm sure he's man.
Still married?
If he can stay healthy. Yeah, still married. Haven't seen much of the. They are married, aren't they? So
yeah,
his wife. I haven't seen
it always
any craziness.
seems like he gets thrown in craziness of prenups talk and stuff like that. Like she's leaving him. That kind of. I don't know how that stuff talks.
It started to slow down a little bit for him. I think she finally got the picture that it's not smart to go on social media and clown your fiance or your husband. It's just not the smart thing to do. So she's laying low, and that's probably working out for both of them. Now, we got a little bit of a window into the John Harbaugh era in New York. Wolchuk has seen this. Has anybody else seen?
Now they're calling him out for being a bad coach.
First impressions are everything, right?
You know, not a bad coach.
Bad person?
No. Just it's like I think the game we play here is like weird or motivational.
Harbaughs will go weird on you.
They will.
Oh yeah,
they're corny.
They could be a little bit cheese.
The Chargers is even more cornball.
Oh yeah.
Yes. And I guess we just hadn't seen maybe John do this in Baltimore. Like his stuff hasn't really come out.
It hasn't leaked.
So maybe this is our we're really kind of getting a taste of.
But nobody has it better than us. Bit.
He also was a little lame.
Yeah, that was Jim Harbaugh. But listen, this is brother John going from Baltimore to the Giants, and this is his first moment in front of the entire team. I believe this is before OTAs, and so you got the entire team there.
Big auditorium
setting, absolutely. He's at the front trying to command the room and make a positive first impression. And you guys just tell me what you think.
Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. A little nervous?
Nope.
Huh? A little nervous? I'm a little nervous, man. Nervous? Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like you're full of game almost, man. Give it a say kick off. I'm standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. This is New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants.
That's right, Coach.
Giants. Wow. It's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know as coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches?
Certainly.
It's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early, we were late, getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins, together.
I don't know. I don't know who's getting super pumped up with that
today.
He's reminding them that they play for the New York Giants, and he went up a couple of octaves.
It's the New York Giants.
Every time he said it, which I believe it was 4 times. Then he calls on the coaches who are half asleep in the back of the room. They're like, yeah, coach.
We've been putting in work, coach.
Yeah, we've been working.
It's been pretty depressing for 15 years, coach. Why are you so excited?
We're the New York Giants. Gavin, we're the Giants.
Definitely haven't been slacking. Definitely excited to see Jackson Dart run himself into a defender 5 minutes into the first game of the season.
We're a combined 60 games under 500 in the last decade, coach.
Wow, is that real?
Yeah.
It's a bunch of 3 and 13s for the Giants.
This guy's not helping them. They're still going to finish 5 and 12.
You guys have any fear that your head coach might be doing the same thing?
Well, I don't know. I don't remember standing up. Cheese Shoddy from the season.
Shoddy swears a lot.
Shoddy's standing up there.
He's the over.
You're the Dallas Cowboys. Remember that. The Dallas Cowboys, America's team.
That was more Garrett's bag, wasn't it?
Who will be on Sean and RJ tomorrow?
Or maybe Mike McCarthy. You know,
McCarthy was smashing watermelons.
I hope not. It sounded like an SNL bit at times, Chief.
The Giants,
like Will Ferrell, doing a mock of a coach failing and flopping in his first time talking with a new team.
Yeah, and it wasn't so good that it was actually funny.
Yeah,
and bringing comedic value. You just feel bad for a guy who doesn't really know what he's trying to say here.
We're the Giants.
We're starting, and we're the Giants, and we're the Giants. And
you nervous?
And we're excited, and we're the Giants.
We're the New York Giants.
So Jason Garrett's joining the morning show tomorrow.
Wish he said the football Giants.
Yeah.
That'd been even better.
There's no question Jason Garrett starts with a how we doing, guys.
How we doing, guys?
Right there in the morning.
How we doing, guys? Good to be back on with you.
That'll be the first words coming out of his mouth tomorrow.
Have you seen my new restaurant?
I'll put $5 on it.
It's pretty delicious.
Did he do the morning show with him?
Oh, yeah.
McCarthy?
He
did,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did it for a long time. But he would do it on, I think he would do it like
game after.
It would usually be like a Monday morning after they probably, Romo threw an interception to lose the game or something.
And then he had the excuses. I haven't looked at the film yet, boys.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
That's right.
No. That's why he did it. That's why he did it.
That's why he did it.
Hey, guys, hadn't had time to look at the film. We'll get through it today. And Sean's like, yeah, your defense played like ass.
Haven't looked at the film.
Haven't looked at the film yet.
It's hard to say.
Yeah. When you call plays, is your head all the way up your ass?
Or just halfway, Coach.
Sean hadn't looked at the film yet. We'll get to that film, get back to you.
We can talk about that over some
I
lemonade.
remember that now. And then the next day, if you ask him about it, it'd be like, we have a 24-hour rule.
24-hour rule. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Can't talk
very
about
robotic.
it. Yeah.
We're looking forward.
And then McCarthy was going at like McCarthy was going like at 5:30 in the morning because he knew nobody was up listening.
He's like, that Bobby. What questions that Bobby have?
Got Mike McCarthy on today. Good morning, Coach.
That's a good one, guys.
Anybody listening this morning? Kind of thing. It was crazy what these coaches trying to do to get around it.
That'll be Must Listen Radio tomorrow morning with Sean and RJ and Jay Jeezy at 9:20. Okay, let's follow up with John Harbaugh, the head coach of the Giants. Coach, what'd you think about Scadaboo's failed backflip?
Dude, at least stick it. You know what I mean? Land the thing if you're going to do it.
Yeah, I think
that's funny.
That's a fair coaching point right there.
Coach.
That's a fair coaching point. Okay, now let's go ahead and just give some praise to Mark Davis, the Raiders owner.
Absolutely not.
What?
Yeah, your son.
What did he do?
Well, I think he's garnering some respect from his players because.
Did he say again that he's going to move the team from Las Vegas now?
No, he's happy where he is. And
there's some talk about the stadium. I just don't know.
Well, you guys got real grass in your stadium. And
we've had grass.
Yeah, and
outside the stadium too.
He's never considered
a lot of it
putting in artificial turf. Mark Davis is the one owner who's like, yeah, sure, I'll have a dome, but I'm going to make dang sure we still have grass for our players.
Well done, Mark.
That's going to help you in free agency. That's going to help you when every other
Is that
owner's
why
like,
they didn't get to host? They didn't get to host the World Cup game?
No, I think it was because they have one of the smaller stadiums.
They do have a small stadium. I didn't know if it was one of those deals where they're not going to reconfigure the field.
No, I think it was the amount of people they could fit in.
He was willing to downsize butts and seats to make sure that the players were running around on grass. That's a good owner right there.
UNLV plays on the plastic stuff.
Yeah,
they changed that thing out.
That is pretty dang funny.
So he's got some sort of a grow light operation?
Yeah, I need to do some research on exactly how he's able to pull this off. But it is something that I'm sure is costing him a pretty penny.
Is it like the trays they have, I wonder, in Arizona? Where they
roll it back under?
In and out,
yeah. I'm sure it's something similar to what the Cardinals have. I think they were the first ones in the NFL to unleash a stadium that's indoor but also keep the grass, and they have a unique way of keeping the grass healthy and everything like that. So
yeah, they do the exact same thing. They grow it outside on a 19 million pound tray and they roll it inside for game days.
See, it can be done. It can be done. All right, let's go ahead and shift gears to a little college football here. All right, we got the SEC Media Days.
Just means more.
We have John Sumrall at the podium, your new Florida Gators.
Go, Gators!
And a reporter had a bit of a slip up here.
Uh-oh.
October, November, about what it was looking like for both of our schedules of how things were going to unfold. And you'd be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear, like, you're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. Like, it drives me crazy. I would say, who is that? But I'm not going to embarrass anybody.
Was
the phone up on the podium?
No, I don't even think it was on the podium. I couldn't tell.
Sometimes those guys put their phones up on the podium and they go off. That's an issue.
I mean, that's reporter school 101 right there. Keep your phone on silent because these coaches are so high on their horse, they can't imagine that anybody would receive a phone call when he's talking. He should be the only person in America whose voice is actually being heard.
Yeah, he's taking it way too serious,
All
man.
these guys,
just
man,
kick back and be like, whoop.
So butthurt about it.
Looks like somebody forgot to put it on airplane mode.
You are going to like this quote from him, though, Broadus. He says, I grew up thinking there were 3 leagues. The AFC, the NFC, and the SEC. Oh, golly, I'm excited for this guy. We'll see if it works out for him. He did lead the league in cussing at the podium. Yes. He dropped 2 S-bombs.
Here we go.
You had Pete Golding of Ole Miss dropping 1 BS.
Did Pete have a coat and tie on by any chance?
Yeah, I think he did.
He dressed up for this one?
He was looking sharp.
He
He was
didn't
looking
like he
tan.
was just coming off the bar scene at Key West?
No. Well, I mean, the tan indicated that he was probably hanging out with Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
Having some
These
coldies
coaches
and some
look good this
football
time
talk.
of year, man.
Yeah, they do.
Look good.
Yeah.
You know, your coaching slacks fit pretty well when you're up there, and then by the end of the year, you're just fatter than hell standing up there.
You catch him post-Halloween, it looks like a completely different person.
We're just eating bad, living poorly.
And the Ole Miss head coach, Pete Golding, who has replaced Lane Kiffin, was asked about, like, what was your pitch to your top players, like Trinidad Chambliss, your quarterback, Kwan Lacey, your running back, keeping them out of the transfer portal to follow Lane Kiffin, because that, of course, was a huge talking point when Lane left Ole Miss. How many guys was he going to be able to bring? But Golding was able to keep Chambliss and Lacey, 2 of the best players in the country. And he says what his pitch was to them was, quote, I said, Google Lane Kiffin, the dude that they would have built a statue of here 3 days ago. Google his name right now. They wouldn't urinate on him if he was on fire. And so they're going to do the same thing to y'all, too, if you do that. And apparently that was enough. Now, of course, he didn't say urinate. Kept it a little bit more aggressive.
He used the P word.
That's one of my favorite sayings about if I talk about somebody that way.
I think I've heard you say that once or twice before.
I've said that before. I learned that from some coaches. Yeah.
That's a coach.
That's a coachism.
When you talk about somebody you can't stand.
Yeah, I wouldn't, if they were on fire. It kind of makes the point, It really does.
How many people do you think you've said that about? How many?
4 or 5.
You got 4 or 5 people?
Yeah.
You're working easily.
Let's see if we can name them.
Yeah, easy.
Coughlin, Patterson.
Oh, Gary Patterson's the 1 seed.
Oh, for sure,
Patterson. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Not denying it,
Miss Price?
No, I'm not denying that. Off the air, I'll tell you the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, I got.
I'm not denying that.
You still feel good about Al Davis when you walked out, though, even though he.
No, Mr. Davis was cool. I mean, we had a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
We just said. But I'll tell you the other guy would go off the air.
That said you had a terrible draft.
Oh, that was John Goler.
Yeah, that guy was a
died
jerk.
later. John Goler died later on.
You celebrated that.
I kind of celebrated that one a little bit.
It was a little.
No, he did. He goes, hey, by the way, you said the worst draft in the history of the National Football League.
That is a great sentence.
And I go, hey, do you think you want to give it a few years? He goes, no, I know. You had the worst draft. And that son of a bee, he took my job in Philly, and they got fired like 2-3 years later.
Yeah.
And I was, trust me, I was fist pumping on that one. I was. I wanted to find his number and call him up. I said, you just did the worst job in the history of the National Football League.
And you had my 5 Pro Bowlers, and you still messed it up.
Yeah.
Broham.
I mean, Andy came in there, and Andy did a great job with that whole thing.
When you go to the lake, you got to do the off the record podcast where you're just spilling all the beans.
I try to be really honest.
No, you do. You do a hell of a job.
This one guy I don't want to go on air with.
Fair
but
enough.
I'll tell you who it is when we get off the air.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Yes,
Football's finest is in the books. Here on the other side, we'll kick off the Expressway, go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day and LA Live are now right around the corner, and we're back here on The Fan. I want to chat about D&M leasing with you before we do anything else, because Back, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now to hit the Expressway, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Okay, let's take a look at what's been developing throughout your broadcast day. Josh Young leaving in the third inning last night, trying to run the base paths, strained calf. Very familiar with that story. Yeah. Skip told you today on KNC, probably not going to be in the lineup, and that was confirmed earlier today when the Rangers lineup came out, and Josh Young is not in there. So Wolchuk will have more details on your Rangers lineup in tonight's matchup against the White Sox coming up in the proper round tripper at 6 o'clock. But I think we're all used to these strained calves having the potential to take a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Can be significantly longer. So I think this is a big 48 hours as Friday's game against... Is this the Mariners coming up next?
Yes.
Big series against Seattle coming up this weekend.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. But Josh Young has been your best, if not your second best hitter all season long. How concerning is this for the Rangers summer?
Well, I think it's very concerning. You add it to the list of, if you are going to be buyers at the deadline, do you need to shore up? Is that another bat you feel like you need? Defensively, you're not missing anything with the way that he's been playing, but from a bat standpoint, this has been one of your most consistent dudes. So this is
2 strikes. He's been money.
Yeah, he's been money.
He looks awful for 2 pitches, and all of a sudden he's kind of like, well, I better choke up and get a hit here. And he finds a way to drive the ball up the middle or put it where it needs to be. I mean, he's done a great
Professional
job.
hitter.
He has. It's like he can look awful for 2 pitches, and then all of a sudden he just bears down he gets that, when he gets behind in the count and he focuses a little bit better, and boom, there's a base hit. He's done a great job. He's had a ton of multi-hit games this year.
Yep.
I mean, last night and then this morning, reading the articles, it seemed like there was a decent chance he'd be in the lineup today. So I don't know if this is precautionary or it's worse than they were hoping it was. Sometimes it's wishful thinking after the game that wins the day, Brian.
Yeah, can I be like Dr. Idiot here?
Yes.
Grade 1, mild, 2 to 4 weeks. Grade 2, moderate, that's 4 to 8 weeks. Grade 3, severe, that's 3 to 6 months.
It's probably not severe, but it could be.
He says he feels fine and it is precautionary.
Okay.
And he'll be available to come off the bench and pinch hit. But we've heard things before from the club to where it's doesn't seem like it's a big deal. So you never know.
It's just got a little shoulder tightness or elbow tightness, and the next thing the guy's getting Tommy John the next day or something like that.
I would like to believe that if it's not bad, he could DH for a while. But sure. I think that's the posterior chain that
he's been getting on base.
Yeah.
He's going to have to run the bases.
Yeah, I mean, you could limp your way around the bases if you're that good of a hitter on my team.
Anytime you say calf strain, I just always think that's like the high ankle sprain to me. I always think the worst on
If it's not okay and it's more in the month or so range, I think it should influence their decision to buy or sell. I think there have been just too many injuries, and at some point it hits a breaking point where you say it's not worth it. The baseball gods are not smiling on us, and if that Josh Young injury is more significant than they're letting on right now, I think that would, be what I'd be advocating for in that boardroom.
Does who now third? Duran? He's been playing short, right?
Tonight it's going to be Duran. Short will be Nicky Lopez.
So Nicky moves over from
second. So second's going to be Foscue.
Foscue's going to play. All right, here we go.
Diaz continues to be the man at catcher, which protects you a little bit from the injury to Higashioka that is going to go on the 10-day. MLB trade deadline news. Buster Olney reporting today there are already 6 teams for sure making players available.
All right.
And a 7th considering it. Giants, Mets, Rockies, Reds, Angels, Royals. They have all put up a big old for sale sign.
There you go.
So if you want to peruse their roster or what their beat writers are saying about who's going to become available, that could be interesting. The Nationals are apparently listening and could be looking to sell as well in the coming days. But he says, check this out, the Dodgers are hell-bent on becoming the first NL team to win 3 in a row. And they have 4 pitchers nursing injuries, so he won't be surprised if they go get Skubal and one of these dominant catchers that's available.
Yeah, they'll probably end up with Skubal and Langoliers and go F themselves.
Do you believe that team is beatable in the postseason in a 7-game series?
No. No, I think that if they're healthy, absolutely not. I think that, look, I will say you had Toronto push them to 7, and I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought that'd be like a 5-game series. So to say they're totally unbeatable, but if that team's healthy, that is a force that I don't think anybody's going to be vanquishing.
I think CY is so competitive. He's pedal to the metal. He's going to believe in his guys. And hell, the Diamondbacks knocked him out for you in 2023. But I think Ray could look at it like, what are we really trying to do here? Winning the AL would be fantastic, but man, that would likely be a sweep. I mean, Toronto got close to him last year, and baseball is a sample size sport. I mean, 5-game series, 7-game series are actually unfair to the better team because it turns it into much closer to a coin flip, and you can get hot. But yeah, it looks like the Dodgers are going to, scratch off that history after becoming the first team in the big leagues this century, right? To go back-to-back last year, looking for a three-peat. Sportsbooks and technology providers across the U.S. sports betting industry say this year's World Cup produced record handle. That means the volume of wagers made for a soccer tournament across the board even rivaled other major prolonged sporting events. It was 30% higher than your typical NCAA tournament, which runs about a similar period of time. It'll go down as the biggest betting event in American history. The equivalent of 10 Super Bowls, said Hard Rock Senior Vice President of Sportsbooks Neil Walsh. A sport we were once told Americans would not embrace turned into one for the history books, and the whole country wanted in. The final was the most bet soccer match in the histories of BetMGM, Caesars, and DraftKings.
This kind of feels like, and I have a theory why. The matches were played here, in North America, but the majority of matches were played where we could watch the matches. Like the other matches when they're like Qatar,
the times.
We're kind of like, I don't know if I'm going to stop. It didn't fit my schedule today.
Yeah,
we all became soccer experts.
Yeah,
is what happened.
It's fun.
Like, hey, listen, France looks strong. Let's bet the over on the goals.
Back line's terrible.
Yeah, this team. Let's bet this team. I think the fact that we were able to, you were able to watch it and kind of have an understanding of why this might be, why you would go one way or another, I think helped make everybody want to bet on it.
Yeah, I think that's a good theory. And, of course, last night, shortly after we went off air, the Stars and Jason Robertson announcing a deal at 1 year and $12 million. Is trading him now off the table entirely, you think, Wolchuk? And do you think it's a lock they get a long-term deal done next year?
I lean more towards yes. I think Robo wants to stay here, and I think that is still the overall push of the organization. But I do think Jim Neal probably has a price in which he's like, hey, I'm not going to go over. And so if Robo and his club want to try and maximize and get the most amount of money, that's probably going to be elsewhere. So he's going to have to make his decision. How bad does he want to stay in Dallas? Do they meet in the middle? But I would still be very open to trading him if you can end up getting a nice haul, especially if this year doesn't go the way they want, because I don't see how this team, at least on paper, is better. They're going to have Wyatt Johnston get better. Thomas Harley gets back to the player he was 2 years ago. Tyler Seguin comes back healthy. That's a big question mark. Jamie Benn is back on this team. What version of Jamie Benn are you getting? Overall, this Dallas Stars team right now is not as good as the team that ended the season.
The text is demanding LA Live, so without further ado, it's time first for the G-Bag of the day into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
I really hope that those World Cup FIFA fans that were over here in America indulging in our foods found out about Miralax. I hope you found out about Miralax because they were really breaking the rules.
Discovered a lot of things in America, including constipation.
Listen, bro, they would have it Dunkin' Donuts in the morning, Popeyes for lunch, you know what I'm saying, Wendy's in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Even we know we can't do that.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
We know we can't do that, bro. You got to space it out. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars, EastDallasMotorCars.com. Check them boys out over there. All right, going for 3 today is our very own Fred Davis. He hosts the Fan After Dark, which you can catch regularly in the fall here on the Fan. Right now, it's just sporadically, but regularly in the fall on the Fan. You can catch it here. Fred Davis. He's a lot of energy right here. He called into Westwood 1 over a bit that he thought was very familiar to something he does himself.
We got Fred in Dallas, who's got a bone to pick with us, which let's pick it. What do you got, Fred? I'm just curious where you came up with the idea for fair or foul.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Well, I've heard that you think that somehow we jacked the idea.
Radio can be a very unforgiving business, so I just figured, somebody who listens to
Fred,
Westwood One
first of all, Fair or Foul has been alive in the sports radio, sports talk medium since I've been a little guy back in the early 80s. And by no means did anybody at Westwood One jack that segment. If you're going to come to me and ask me if we stole a segment, please have it be something like a little more original than Fair or Foul.
Just ask me where you got the idea from, Pete. You're here in Dallas, so I just asked you a question. Where you got the idea for the segment from?
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, I fill in on Westwood One, and the segment was already here because the guy who hosts the show and does a phenomenal job, it's his segment, and it's his producer segment. But for them, I will tell you that if you're gonna call a radio station and say you jacked my bit and treat us like Carlos Mencia,
I called and asked. It's fair. I mean, I'm asking you, man to man.
Actually, it's foul. To be, honestly, like nobody's ripping off your radio ideas, dude. I can promise you that. And the only reason I have contention in my voice is because I know you called to challenge us.
I asked the question. I said, where did you get the segment from? Yeah. You said where you got it from. That's it. I don't need anything else. You said the guy before you did it, period. Never heard him do it. Just ask a question. That's all I ask. I don't need your background or anything like that. Care less. Just ask you where you got the segment from. That's it, Pete.
Yeah, Pete.
All right, Fred. Take it easy on the coffee, brother. We'll talk to you.
To answer, I have no idea.
Where'd you get the bit from, Pete? That's all I want to know. I'll hang up and listen.
All right, Fred.
Where'd you get the bit
need
from?
Your background.
I feel him, though, man. I used to watch Bill Maher's show way back in the day, about 2011, 2012, and whatnot. And this is when Twitter was like, this is the spot where you go to get your jokes off. Now, it's not a bastion of hate like it is now. Back then, it was really about getting some jokes off. And I would watch the show and be like, man, that joke is so familiar. Bill Maher, like in his little monologue, I was like, that joke is so familiar to something I tweeted this week. Yeah. I was like, but we're all making fun of the same thing. So, hey, we all probably had the same idea in a sense. I get it. But man, that was real familiar. Then it happened again. And then it happened again. And eventually I realized one of the writers from Bill Maher's show was following me on Twitter.
Wow.
I said, this fool was jacking my beats.
Wow.
Jacking my beats, bro.
That's pretty sick, dude. I'd say that's a good compliment.
Yeah, they're getting paid, not me.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you should be right for them.
That's why I stopped putting jokes on Twitter. I stopped putting jokes everywhere.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bill Maher.
Yeah, thank you, Bill Maher.
Street Bill.
Smarmy ass. Let's go to Super Bowl champion Marshawn Lynch. He was on Carmelo Anthony's podcast, the 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast. Marshawn Lynch was out there at the World Cup final taking photos on the field, right?
Yeah, Seattle,
doing
right?
His, yeah, doing his photography thing.
Oh, cool, yeah. Him and Randy Johnson and Ken Griffey Jr.
Yes.
It's like a Seattle thing.
It really is. They asked him how he got into that situation. He explained the way only Marshawn can.
How do you become a World Cup photographer, man? Man, you know what, man? This thing, like, God be blessing him, man. He be putting me in you feel me, though? Like, I love him. Be talking about motion and shit, but God be giving a hell of motion, you feel me? And you can't turn that down, so you feel me? I really with it. And then the FIFA was like, we ain't never with a like you before. Can we with you? And I was like, come with me. And then we started with it. I was taking hella pictures and you see, it was cool too. There was some hating ass that was hating on my talking about they was Photoshop, but that's what pictures is for, you feel me? That's what pictures is for. Yeah, you feel me? Oh, mama.
How much of your experience as an athlete was like, oh, I know what's about to happen? Because I can tell by the way people moving, like, I know it's about to be a fire picture.
No, hell no, not with that soccer. They moving hella different.
Okay.
Man, bro, he be talking just like it's you and me.
Yeah.
This is not on a microphone. This is not being recorded forever. It's not a whole crowd out here with their kids. Dad got his son on the shoulder.
Yeah, exactly.
No one else is listening.
Nobody's
Get him more, son.
Yeah.
Pulling it off, man. People want more.
People love it. Yeah, he was in Euphoria, man. He's in Euphoria.
He was good.
He was great in there. And he had like some lines at the very end, like the final episode. Yeah, you got to talk. I was like, let's still talk.
Yeah.
Marshawn Lynch is talking. Let's go to Crosstalk. Speaking of talking, with the KNC Masterpiece and the G-Bag Nation, our very own General Gavin Dawson let us in on his past.
Wanted to see if you had athletes that jumped into your mind that you told everybody, like at whatever level of competition, this kid is going to be awesome.
I got Josh Rosen, UCLA quarterback. Okay. Just based on his freshman first 4 games. Then I'm going to go Kyle Singler, Duke, small forward.
Okay.
Yeah. I happened to be married when he was in middle school and high school to a guy who was superintendent of his school district. Right, so I'd seen him play at pickup games.
All right.
Yes, that's
all right.
I was married to a guy.
All right.
I did shoot a look over at him did he really say
superintendent of the school district?
Yeah. See who you are for your pride.
There were too many subjects in the story for me to keep it straight.
Oh, man.
You will.
Married to a man. At least you went
He's
a superintendent. It was a hell of a man.
Yeah, maybe that's why he hates all these school teachers and stuff so much.
It's trauma. Hurt people hurt people. That's funny to me, though. How about this? There was a man on the train, NYC, right here, concerned with people smoking weed.
If someone's smoking weed on the train, who dares to smoke weed on the train?
Who dares?
There's cops on the train. Whoever's smoking weed on the train, stop now. Before there be rare consequences. Was it you? You look like that smoker. Yes, you do. You look like one of them people. You look like one of those people that smoke. See, flying. See, he smokes weed. All right. Don't let me catch you smoke weed. I'm gonna tell the cops on you. Are you recording it? You stop? Is there something wrong with you that you feel like you have to report me?
That person needs his ass kicked.
Who dares smoke weed on this plane?
How dare you?
This man thinks he's an anime character.
Yeah. You look like one of them people.
Yeah, you look like one of them people. Does it look like I smoke weed? Yes. Yes, you do.
That's good, man. That'd be a good bit. I think. You go to some of these legal states, it's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
I think it'd be pretty good content. Making people paranoid while they're baked.
Oh, God. What?
No, that's not cool, bro.
What are you saying, bro?
That's not cool, dog.
Dude, let's get out of here, man. It wasn't me, bro.
How about this one? Texas Rangers pregame. Jared Sandler wants to talk meat.
So I figure we say hello to Dave Raymond and Matt Hicks, and we discuss beef. What beef do you guys have with baseball, with whatever right now? I know Elvis has been thinking about his beef. Dave, Matt, I don't know who wants to start, but lay it on me. What is your beef right now?
Wow, that's an all-timer from Sam's.
Yeah, that was. Elvis has been thinking about his.
Just waded right into it.
Baskey has.
And he knew what he was doing.
Let's get Basic's thoughts on this.
I'm on my knees, Jared.
I remember Sandler was giving a real sports update, and he said they blasted the crap out of the Astros.
We
blasted the crap out of them, bro. Chill.
That man can paint a picture. What do you say? Time to vote?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Alrighty. Is it Fred Davis picking a bone with Westwood One? Is it Marshawn Lynch, World Cup photographer? Is it me, my marriage story? Is it somebody smoking weed on the train? Or is it Jared Sandler discussing beef? I'm gonna go with that guy on the train. That struck me as funny, Chief. How about you?
Give me Freddie D.
Alrighty, Lucius.
Big Fred.
That's 2 for Fred. Wolchuk.
He's so intense.
He is, dude.
I'm going with you.
Okay. 2-1, Brian.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Fred.
By a score of 3-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. Make that 3 in a row now for Fred. Tune in tomorrow at 2:20. If you ever missed the champ, Lucius replays it for you right before we get to Wolchuk's Top 10. Speaking of Lucius, let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here he is with LA Live.
It's a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live, right into the great Rick James, baby.
All right, you fans. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
How many of you have a husband that's been on testosterone shots for 2 years? That is a special kind of hell. That man can't keep his hands off me. I will come out to dinner and he'll go, I love your dress. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll go change. Tell me what you don't like, and I'm going to put that on. And I hadn't found it. There ain't a moo-moo that doesn't turn that man on.
What I'm talking about.
With that testosterone, I could put on a prairie dress, and he would say, let's go churn some butter.
Yeah.
It's butt naked.
Yeah. Bang, bang, bang. Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026. It is a butt naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, Shout out to Dallas's own Miss Erykah Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. Peace to the gods and mad props to the God you're born. LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. Shout out to those blue collar ballers. Hey boys, I've collected so many news bloopers in the past 2 months. It is absolutely bananas what's going on in this folders when it comes to news bloopers.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I wanted to drop some on this last week, but just didn't have the time. I didn't realize I didn't have a Friday show. I was just going to give it to you all there. So for tomorrow and Friday, do we have a show on Friday? Do I have a G-Bag in LA Live on Friday?
Yes. Yep.
All right, yeah, I'm just going to be doing news bloopers, bro. I got to get him out of here. But every Wednesday on The Fan, I like to ask the Tolos a question. Fellas, what's the Tolo?
Turn it on, leave it on, listener.
Turn it on, leave it on, listener of this here station. I like to ask the Tolos a question because you think you know more about us than we know about you, and I'm just trying to get to know you. Just trying to see who you are. And plus, I really appreciate your participation in this segment. I really do. I appreciate it. All right, question for the Tolos right here. If DFW had a sports museum, what would be on display?
5 Lombardis.
Wrong answers only. Wrong answers only. Now, that is great. You would think about that because I didn't think, like, man, DFW does not have just a DFW sports museum, and we should have one because we got a lot of DFW sports history here. But I want wrong answers only. I'm trying to laugh. I'm trying to have a good time here. You boys check the fan text, too, if you see any good ones that pop up, okay? Okay. Fan text sponsor.
Frankel.
There we go. Truckwreck.com. Let me write that time down, too. Yeah. All right, if DFW had a sports museum, what would be on display? Wrong answers only. I got answers like this from the Tolos. Nelson Cruz's 2011 World Series glove.
Yeah. It's a 2011 banner.
I want the audio to be that clubhouse recording of Ron Washington.
We can beat these MFers.
Yes.
Them MFers are champions, too.
Iconic audio.
Yeah.
Your mother bleeping champions.
Yeah. Maybe a Ron Washington cigarette butt.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. A long one that's just burned. It's just an ash, but it hasn't been ashed.
Yeah. Oh,
It's just a long one. The black mink that Michael Irvin wore to court.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, we got a couple of Michael Irvin ones coming in. I don't know if it's safe to say.
That is, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Would we set the Hall of Fame up at the White House? You know?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's the museum.
That's the museum now.
You walk through the White House.
Like the Pink House in Atlanta. They turned the Trap House into a museum.
A Rondo jersey is pretty good.
Yeah.
The 682.
Oh, Adrian Beltre's helmet with a "Please don't touch this" sign.
Okay. Yeah. I ain't mad at that. My man said there should be a giant banner displayed that says "All In." Big giant banner.
Romo's bobbled ball in Seattle.
Yeah, I got a lot of those. Romo. You looking crazy. Romo popped up a few times from the Tolos. How about the Fox that helped Southlake beat Skyline at Ford Stadium?
Okay.
Ooh. Did that happen? I don't even know anything about that.
The Fox, they said?
Yeah.
I guess maybe a Fox ran onto the field.
Okay. I thought maybe you guys know. I didn't know. The 2-pack of underwear and Gucci Guilty cologne that Joseph Randall stole from Dillard's.
That's
100%.
That's good.
Gotta have those undies.
Oh, I thought Joseph Randle was the future, bro.
Yeah,
I remember
he did look
that.
good for a bit.
I went down to that Bedlam game. I was like, oh my God, this kid is about to wreck shop.
Went off. 1,500 yards or something last year.
Yeah, he went crazy, bro. It was amazing to watch. And I DM'd what I thought was Jerry Jones on Instagram to tell him about Joseph Randle.
Got a hot tip for you.
I got you
Hey, this
one,
guy's
though.
really good.
Yeah.
Oh, someone said a glory hole.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's pretty funny.
Just a nice little
good joke.
One that you can just stand by and take a photo and everything with. Jerry's glory hole. The whole family standing next to it.
There's a lot of Nico Harrison statues being texted in.
If DFW had a sports museum, what would be on display? Wrong answers only. My man said a whole exhibit dedicated to the Fire Nico movement.
There you go.
Including Fire Nico signs left from Mavs games.
Yeah.
That would be good, I think, or sad. Nico's phone.
Nico's phone that made the call?
Yeah.
Sheesh. Lance Armstrong's testicles?
Oh, Lance, yes. Oh, Rich Dalrymple's phone is a good one.
Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
The NCAA death penalty notice to SMU.
SMU.
Yeah.
Let's get the Trans Am in there.
Yeah, the Trans Am.
Eric Dickerson's Trans Am.
Oh, man, signed picture of Josh Hamilton at Sherlock.
Yes, at a jam, bro. With his shirt off.
Yeah. Messy.
And the pool table from spring training.
Yeah.
Didn't he have jeans on with his shirt off?
He did.
Yes.
Come on, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
He was
in
a
his
wild
bag,
guy.
dog.
Yeah,
That's in your bag.
That's confidence.
That is in your bag, bro. Quincy Carter's mugshot.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, man. That changed like the trajectory of the Cowboys.
It did.
Absolutely.
Got to have that.
Romo could have been a Bronco.
Could have been.
Game ball from the Cowboys' final game at Texas Stadium.
Oh, that was a bad game.
Charlie got booed off
Baltimore. You went
Yeah.
there. What you
I
watch
was
it?
there, yeah.
Which one was that Eli Manning signed?
Yeah,
That was the very first game at
Gosh,
AT&T.
that was awful, too.
Yeah.
That was 2 games in a row. It's just so bad, bro.
Yeah, what the hell?
It's 2 bad games.
It's embarrassing.
If DFW had a sports museum, what would be on display? Wrong answers only. This Tolo said, I don't know what would be in it, but every afternoon the sun will shine through a giant window westward facing, blinding everyone on the inside.
Well done. That's good.
A real AT&T Stadium experience. Step right in.
Can we get Terrence Williams' scooter?
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, yes. I want it to be displayed, too. I want that a thing that you can just stand by and take a photo on.
All wrecked up.
Yeah. Maybe like kind of redo his movements on it. Like, oh, I'm almost falling. Look at me. Whatever.
Like a video game.
Yeah, something you
got
can
to
do.
rerun the course back to his house.
Yeah, it's interactive.
Yeah.
The Mavs 06 parade route.
Damn.
That's.
Ouch.
Someone said Tim Donaghy's whistle.
Oh, I like that.
The controversial picture of Jerry Jones with those young women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to definitely have that up. Like an oil painting.
Yeah.
It's going to be huge, bro. Yeah.
Over the fireplace.
It's going to be.
I'd like to thank our donors.
One of those things where you can poke your face through.
You put your face.
Oh, my God. The helmet that Charles Haley smashed into the locker room wall during Emmitt Smith's holdout.
Yes. Makes
a
me
good
think of the barbershop story with Michael Irvin.
Oh, the scissors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Veteran offensive lineman.
Shout out to VC. What up, bro?
Oh, 845 Lucky Whitehead's dog. I forgot all about that. His dog got stolen.
We got to get Des
It
Bryant.
just belongs to the White House. Belongs to the museum at that point. Just always
yeah,
there.
the monkey. Dez's monkey.
They like taxidermy these things?
Oh, Des, yeah. Derek Holland's dog, Wrigley.
That's right.
That might have caused the knee injury.
Yeah.
That didn't
yes.
cause the knee injury. Also wasn't a recreational hockey game.
Sorry, I had a little burpee. The burp. They said dedicate a second